To the surprise of everyone present, Lin Yun brought out 2 holy spirits. The phenomenon created by his Holy Spirit martial technique was far greater than the phenomenon of Luo Kuei's Holy Spirit. Anyone could tell the difference between the 2 Holy Spirit martial techniques. If Lin Yun and Luo Kuei's cultivation were the same, Luo Kuei would even instantly lose his life. Lin Yun was relying on his physique, but he was now using his origin energy to fight. With a roar, 6 demonic astral flowers bloomed in each of Lin Yun's aura oceans as his might started to increase. My heavens! That's 24 demonic astral flowers. How is that possible? Since when did the fleeting cloud sword sect have such a terrifying genius? Everyone was completely stunned by the number of demonic astral flowers Lin Yun had in his body. It was already heaven-defying enough that Lin Yun possessed 2 holy spirits, not to mention demonic astral flowers. This, senior brother Lin, Lu Yuan's jaw dropped. He finally understood why Lin Yun was so confident. Yi Xiling was also shocked because this was the first time she heard Lin Yun addressing himself as a disciple of the fleeting cloud sword sect. Others didn't know, but she knew that Lin Yun was only supposed to stay in the fleeting cloud sword sect for a year. Since he was just a passerby, there was no need for him to be concerned with the life and death of the fleeting cloud sword sect. However, Lin Yun claimed himself as a disciple of the fleeting cloud sword sect. The fleeting cloud sword sect was important to her, which was why she had a bad impression of Lin Yun. She assumed that he didn't care about the sect. But this monster, who she would one day look up to, was causing her to change her opinion. Lin Yun pushed his cultivation to the limit, colliding with Luo Kuei. An unimaginable collision rang out that made the stone forest tremble violently. Lin Yun was sent flying from the collision while blood dripped from his lips. He was sent flying by Luo Kuei's attack that shattered his Holy Spirit martial technique. At the same time, Luo Kuei was forced back 3 steps, which was thoroughly embarrassing for him. Luo Kuei was knocked back. Isn't this a little too crazy? Isn't he in the greater astral stage? The demonic cultivators broke into an uproar and began to hesitate if they should retreat. After all, a simple disciple in the heavenly soul realm was already too strong. Qin Feng also grew anxious because if they continued to fight, the demonic cultivators might lose their conviction to stay. If that happened, he wasn't confident that he could stop the fleeting cloud sword sex party from leaving. The astral stage doesn't seem that impressive. Lin Yun smiled after wiping the blood off his lips, as though he wasn't the one sent flying away. Let me see what else you can do. Luo Kuei frowned when he saw Lin Yun unleash his demonic astral flowers once more. He couldn't treat Lin Yun like a normal person because a normal person would only plant 2 or 3 demonic astral flowers in each of their aura oceans. In terms of origin energy alone, Lin Yun was comparable to some star stage or galaxy stage demonic cultivators. If it wasn't for the amount of demonic astral flower that Lin Yun had, he would have died a long time ago. Luo Kuei's killing intent grew as he poured astral energy into the cold blade. Everyone could tell that he was getting serious. Die! Luo Kuei smiled, and the crimson dragon python began to radiate even more brightly. In the blink of an eye, it grew to 100 feet. Demonic blood imprisoning blade. That's one of Luo Kuei's strongest attacks. Many demonic cultivators exclaimed because they didn't expect Luo Kuei to use such a strong attack on someone in the heavenly soul realm. It was a pity that Lin Yun ran into someone like Luo Kuei before he became an Empyrean. After all, the difference between their cultivation was too huge. Demonic blood imprisoning blade? Purgatory slash. As Luo Kuei took a step forward, he generated a wind full of ghostly howls. Then, he swung his sword while manifesting an even more terrifying phenomenon. Before the blade even landed on the ground had already begun to crack with a cloud of dust rising up. When Lin Yun raised his head, he could feel a chill run down his spine because this was the most dangerous moment he had encountered ever since he came to Kunlun realm. As Lin Yun's eyes shined brightly, a dragon roar echoed out. His azure dragon sword aura manifested into a gigantic dragon coiling around him. At the same time, his sword intent instantly reached the pinnacle of sky sword intent. Lin Yun emitted the aura of an ancient dragon as his sky sword intent and azure dragon sword aura began to merge. Sky Sword Intent? And at complete mastery. Wait, why does it feel like he's already transcended the scope of Sky Sword Intent? This was the first time the fleeting Cloud Sword Sex Party had seen Lin Yun using his sword intent without any reservation. Lin Yun's quasi-divine firmament sword intent had naturally transcended the scope of Sky Sword Intent. In fact, he was only waiting for his cocoon sword intent to transform into the genuine divine firmament sword intent. With a dragon coiling around him, Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes. The spiritual energy in the surroundings began to blaze, while the dragon's pupils radiated with powerful sword intent. At this moment, the aura of his dragon was much stronger than the aura of Luo Kuei's dragon. Lin Yun's dragon had practically come to life after absorbing the quasi-divine firmament sword intent. So he easily faced Luo Kuei's sword, sending a terrifying shockwave into the surroundings that everyone was forced to dodge. Under the shockwave, the stone pillars began to crumble as two figures dashed out of the violent storm. Lin Yun was covered in blood, and the purple golden dragon runes ultimately managed to take the attack head-on. But before Lin Yun could stabilize his footing, his eyes flashed sharply because he knew that this was the right opportunity. He knew that Luo Kuei still hadn't brought out his strongest attack. Ignoring the shock on everyone's faces, Lin Yun summoned his sword from the sword box. When the flower burial sword flew out, the origin stone tried to escape at the same time. However, Lin Yun forced it to stay put. All of this took place in the blink of an eye, but Qin Feng managed to see it and yelled, "Luo Kuei, stop playing around with him. Bring out your constellation. The origin stone is with him." Everyone turned to look at Lin Yun with confusion. They didn't think that Yi Xiling would give Lin Yun the origin stone. As a cold light flashed through Luo Kuei's eyes, he stopped hesitating and let out a roar. A crimson light manifested into a painting behind him as he decided to put an end to the fight. The painting was Luo Kuei's constellation that he received after reaching the astral stage. When the painting unfolded, the power of the astral stage was fully unveiled. Luo Kuei didn't think he would use his constellation because he didn't want to be humiliated. However, the origin stone was more important than his pride. "You're out of chances," Lin Yun said coldly while holding onto his sword. When he drew his sword, he unleashed the first 9 swords of the fleeting cloud 13 swords. In that split second, the sky was filled with sword rays and azure birds that flew all around. Before Luo Kuei could unveil his constellation, he was cut into pieces by the night sword rays as everything took place too quickly. Just like that, Luo Kuei lost his life. When Luo Kuei's corpse fell to the ground, the gravity of the situation dawned on the crowd. A heavenly soul realm just killed an astral stage. Everyone turned to look at Lin Yun in shock. It looked like they found someone who was capable of using the fleeting cloud 13 swords at the manifestation stage. Meanwhile, Lin Yun hovered in the air with the might of an immortal. Everyone looked at Lin Yun in shock for a long time. With the corpse on the ground, they had no more disdain towards Lin Yun. Even Qin Feng was completely dumbfounded. He wanted Luo Kuei to use his constellation to kill Lin Yun, but Lin Yun was too fast. Lin Yun's monstrous talent made everyone wonder when the fleeting cloud sword sect became so terrifying. A heavenly soul realm slaying an astral stage had exceeded all understanding. Even Yi Xiling, who thought she understood Lin Yun, was baffled. Is this the true strength of a champion who reigned over a heavenly path? As reality hit, Yi Xiling couldn't fathom what kind of existence the heavenly path was. In her mind, the heavenly path had to be worse than hell. If it wasn't, the champion wouldn't be so terrifying. "Who else wishes to stand in my way?" Lin Yun said, suppressing his injuries and chaotic aura. When he swept his glance out, it felt as though he was standing at the top of the summit looking down on everyone. Lin Yun's actions made the demonic cultivators hesitate. The situation was too strange for them. Although Laying had given them a lot of promises, Luo Kuei was dead. So there was a chance that they would also die. A brief moment later, a few demonic cultivators left because they no longer wanted to be involved in this matter. As for Qin Feng, he couldn't accept that Lin Yun had killed Luo Kuei because he had a good friendship with Luo Kuei. He only recovered from his shock after several demonic cultivators left. After all, The task given to him by Lei Ying was to hold back the fleeting cloud sword sex party and keep the origin stone on the island. But with the demonic cultivators leaving, it was impossible for his formation to hold back Yi Ziling's group. With a cold light flashing across his pupils, Qin Feng looked at Lin Yun. "Who the hell are you?" "Just a core disciple of the fleeting cloud sword sect," smiled Lin Yun. He could tell that Luo Kuei's death had affected Qin Feng greatly, causing the latter to panic. With so many demonic cultivators gone, the situation had turned better for them. "Qin Feng, leave. Luo Kuei has already died, and there's no way you can stop us," said Yi Ziling coldly. "What should we do now? The other demonic cultivators aren't reliable at all." Xiao Kuan's eyes flashed with panic when he transmitted his voice to Qin Feng. His words also made Qin Feng hesitate. "Tisk, tsk, tisk." Right at this moment, an eerie laughter sounded out that sent chills down everyone's spine. Lei Ying was here. When the fleeting cloud sword sex party raised their heads, they saw a figure enveloped in demonic flames on a stone pillar a few hundred feet away. At this moment, Lei Ying was holding a head in each hand. Then, he tossed them to the ground, causing Lu Yuan to exclaim, "The elders!" Once the heads rolled on the ground, Lu Yuan was certain that they belonged to the two Elysium Core Realm elders from the campsite. At this moment, his entire world turned dark. He couldn't believe that the elders were dead. Although the elders were only in the lesser Elysium Core Realm, they were still Elysium Core Realm experts. Fear loomed over the hearts of everyone from the fleeting cloud sword sect. They couldn't imagine how strong Lei Ying was since he killed two elders. It didn't make sense because his cultivation was supposed to be in the quasi-Elysium Core Realm. "Boss Lei." The demonic cultivators cupped their hands after recovering from their shock. They knew how terrifying Lei Ying was. After all, he was ranked first in the profound Wither Sea, having grasped the lightning and flame intent. Lin Yu knew that it was too late for them to do anything. He initially planned to escape the island with everyone after killing Luo Kuei, but it was impossible to do that now that Lei Ying arrived. Lei Ying was emitting great pressure as he stood on the pillar. He had always been cautious of the four major sects, which is why they let him live. However, if they knew that he was capable of killing an expert in the Elysium Core Realm, they would have taken action against him a long time ago. "You're late." Qin Feng looked at Lei Ying with a trace of anger in his tone. If Lei Ying had come earlier, Luo Kuei wouldn't have died. "The elders of the fleeting cloud sword sect were stronger than I thought. I nearly failed my mission." An indifferent voice sounded out from the demonic flames. However, he suddenly thought of something as he questioned Qin Feng. "Are you blaming me?" Qin Feng immediately panicked when he heard that and replied, "I don't dare. I don't dare. I just have a deep friendship with Luo Kuei and became a little emotional." "Deep friendship?" Lei Ying sneered, which enveloped everyone in fear. Suddenly, the demonic flames enveloping him disappeared to reveal his appearance. Lei Ying wore a simple cloak while his face alternated between the color black and white. Looking at Lei Ying, Lin Yun instantly recognized him as the demonic cultivator he pointed out when he first arrived on the island. However, no one cared about his worry back then. Lin Yun saw blood in Lei Ying's hands, which made it seem like he was injured. However, it seemed like he didn't care if others knew that he was injured. A peculiar smile rose on Lei Ying's face before he grabbed onto Qin Feng's throat. "Spare me. Boss Lei. I'm sorry. I don't want to die." Qin Feng begged for his life while he suffocated. "Don't you guys have a good friendship? Why don't you accompany him in hell? It appears that your friendship isn't as good as you think. Let me ask you again. Do you guys have a deep friendship?" Lei Ying said with a sinister smile. "And no, we don't," Qin Feng replied. At this moment, he didn't have the prestige of a mighty demonic cultivator. "Hee, that's right. You're pretty honest." Lei Ying loosened his grip on Qin Feng's throat. The other demonic cultivators let out a sigh of relief when they saw Lei Ying stop. After all, they felt a suffocating pressure when Qin Feng was getting choked. "But I hate heartless people like you." Lei Ying's tone suddenly changed as he slapped Qin Feng. The slap was so hard that Qin Feng's head exploded like a watermelon. Then, Qin Feng's mutilated corpse fell to the ground. Everything happened too quickly for anyone to react. At this moment, the demonic cultivators were shaking in fear. Even Lin Yun felt a trace of fear at the brutality of a genuine demonic cultivator. Lin Yun wasn't shocked by Lei Ying's strength, but his mentality. Not even the Realm Sons could compare to Lei Ying's brutality. After Lei Ying killed Qin Feng, he turned to look at Xiao Kuan and asked, "Who has the origin stone right now?" He does." Xiao Kuan's tone trembled while he pointed his finger at Lin Yun. "Oh!" Lei Ying turned to look at Lin Yun. Suddenly, a voice sounded out that expelled everyone's fear. "Disciples of the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect, listen up. We're here." Feng Zhang and the other disciples hollered. "Right now, I'm ordering one as the senior sister of the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect to retreat immediately. Protect Lin Yun and escort the origin stone back to the sect." Yi Xiling yelled, causing everyone from the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect to be briefly stunned. Then, they obediently followed her command, fleeing without hesitation. Lin Yun was still in a state of shock and was forcibly taken away by Lu Yuan. He was feeling conflicted as he turned back to look at Yi Xiling radiating with sword aura as she stood before the demonic cultivators. Yi Xiling had high status in the sect, and no one would go against her orders. If given a choice, Feng Zhang and the rest of the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect would die for her without any hesitation. After all, a swordsman wasn't afraid of death. To swordsmen, it was more painful for them to carry on living pitifully. The Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect's party didn't hesitate after hearing Yi Xiling's words. They weren't cowards, but loyal members of the sect. They had no choice but to listen to the orders of their senior sister. At this moment, Yi Xiling was disappearing from Lin Yun's sight. However, he could still hear her words lingering in his ears. She decided to face the demonic cultivators on her own. Could it be that she was already prepared to give her life up if Lei Ying arrived? Lin Yun realized why Yi Xiling gave him the origin stone. It forced him to listen to her orders rather than acting on his own. It was the first time he felt such pain in his chest ever since reaching the Kunlun realm. In just that brief moment, the disciples of the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect were already a few thousand meters away, and this left all the demonic cultivators stunned. After all, they didn't expect a sect to act this way. Lei Ying looked at Yi Xiling and his smile became sinister. "It has been a long time, Lady Yi. The rest of you chase after them and bring me back the origin stone at all cost." "Roger," the demonic cultivators replied because none of them dared to disobey Lei Ying, especially after witnessing Qin Feng's death. "All of you can stay behind," Yi Xiling said as azure birds flew out of her body. Unlike the past, the azure birds were enveloped in a purple luster that gave them unimaginable power. When Yi Xiling moved, purple lightning began to flicker around her, while flames blazed in the depths of her pupils. Then, bewitching flowers appeared with petals full of lightning. When Lei Ying saw the purple flaming flower in Yi Xiling's pupils, he exclaimed, "The radiant snow flower! You truly deserve to be a genius of the demonic path who came from demon domain." "You're pretty knowledgeable," said Yi Xiling. As the flower bloomed in her pupils, the azure birds also began to flicker with lightning. At the same time, purple snow flowers descended from the sky. All of the demonic cultivators who were about to chase after Lin Yun began to scream out in pain. The power of the 10 azure birds were like 10 sharp swords. Even an astral stage expert like Xiao Kuan had to take a few steps back from the phenomenon. The other demonic cultivators were heavily injured and some even lost their lives. Meanwhile, Yi Xiling stood indifferently under the phenomenon. What powerful lightning intent! Isn't she a disciple of the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect? Xiao Kuan landed beside Lei Ying with blood dripping down on his lips. Fear filled his eyes as he examined the phenomenon that Yi Xiling created. Radiant Snow Bloodline, the Radiant Snow Sword Sutra. Lei Ying wore a grave expression under his mask as he looked at Yi Xiling. "You're really strange. You possess the noble bloodline of a saint clan, but you hole yourself up in a place like the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect. The Radiant Snow Sword Sutra isn't compatible with the Fleeting Cloud 13 swords, causing many flaws, so you can't stop me." I have no intention of stopping you. I'm already prepared to die. If you're prepared to face the fleeting Cloud Sword sect and a Saint clan's revenge, you can attack, Yi Xiling said coldly. Ha ha ha. Lei Ying suddenly laughed. Others might be afraid of you if they heard that. But it's a pity that you ran into me. Lei Ying, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lei Ying charged forward with his terrifying cultivation in the quasi-Elysium core realm, causing heaven and earth to tremble violently. Facing one of the azure birds, Lei Ying snickered before he destroyed it with a punch. When the azure bird was destroyed, Yi Xiling's face became grave. So she took in a deep breath and drew her sword. Sun concealing clouds. When her cold voice sounded out, the snow flowers in the surroundings became even colder. With her sky sword intent unleashed, she appeared in front of Lei Ying. This woman is really terrifying, Lei Ying muttered inwardly. He quickly countered with black demonic flames. Fusing his lightning and flame intent together, Lei Ying strengthened himself quickly. He easily resolved Yi Xiling's attack, but the snowflowers and 9 other azure birds showed no signs of disappearing. Lei Ying locked his brow because he knew that it was impossible for him to destroy the phenomenon if their fight continued. With the other demonic cultivators trapped in the phenomenon, it would be impossible for them to chase after the fleeting Cloud Sword sex party. Thinking about it, Lei Ying's face immediately became sinister. A few people shuttled through the Crimson Stone Forest. The entire party was silent as they felt a knot in their chest. Suddenly, Lu Qingyan came to a stop with his eyes reddened. I don't want to run anymore. Lu Yuan opened his mouth, but no words came out. After all, who would be running if it wasn't for Yi Xiling's orders? They knew that it was hopeless for Yi Xiling to face Lei Ying even if she was strong. After all, Lei Ying had killed 2 elders in the Elysium core realm. Furthermore, Lei Ying even killed Qin Feng. None of them wanted to leave Yi Xiling with a monster like him. Even Wang Yuruo's eyes were red as she sobbed. This was her first training experience out of the sect, and she wasn't prepared for it to be so terrifying. She didn't want to lose Yi Xiling, but she didn't even dare to face Lei Ying head-on. Thinking about it, more tears fell down from her cheeks because she felt that she was really useless. As for Lin Yun, his heart was even heavier than the origin stone in his sword box. Suddenly, Lu Qingyan thought of something and turned to look at Lin Yun. Lin Yun, you're also a heavenly core disciple, so you can choose not to listen to senior sister's orders. We'll follow you as long as you give the words. Lu Qingyan's words instantly drew everyone's attention. Everyone, including Lu Yuan, looked at Lin Yun with expectation. Lin Yun hesitated and stayed silent. You! Lu Qingyan roared. Lin Yun, are you a coward? It's okay. If you don't want to go, then I'll go. You're going to go back to die? Lin Yun wore a mocking smile and continued. You might even hold her back. You'll be killed and you might even drag her down with you. Lu Yuan's emotion was low as he said, Junior brother Lu, senior brother Lin is right. It's all thanks to senior sister that we're still alive. If we go back right now, everything she did will be in vain. If we stay alive, senior sister might have a chance. But if we go back right now, she will die. His words hit everyone like a cold bucket of water. Senior brother Yun, I don't want anything to happen to senior sister, said Wang Yuruo as tears continued to fall from her cheeks. In her heart, Lin Yun was a hero who broke the record and ascend the Sword Saint Mountain. So she believed that Lin Yun could do the impossible. Lu Yuan opened his mouth to explain things to Wang Yuruo, but Lin Yun's words suddenly sounded out. You guys leave. Go to the campsite. It should be the safest place right now. What about you? Lu Yuan exclaimed. Junior brother Lu is right. As a heavenly core disciple, there's no need for me to listen to her orders, smiled Lin Yun. Senior brother Lin, I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Lu Qingyan apologized after calming down. Disciples of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, listen up. Lin Yun became solemn as he uttered a command. I, Lin Yun, as a heavenly core disciple, order you to leave immediately. Everyone was stumped. They never thought that Lin Yun would go back by himself. They were also shocked that he was relying on his status as a heavenly core disciple. Lu Yuan turned to look at Lin Yun. When the two of them exchanged gazes, Lu Yuan instantly knew what Lin Yun wanted to do. After all, he could see the comforting confidence in Lin Yun's eyes. When he recalled how Luo Kuei died, Lu Yuan nodded his head. Let's go. He then left with everyone. But even after they left, they were still looking in the direction Lin Yun was in. When Lin Yun turned around, the silver moon mask was already in his hand as he smiled and shook his head. Oh Lin Yun, you're only in the profound Azure Prefecture for 1 year. Why are you still putting your life in danger? Then Lin Yun put on the mask. After all, he was Flower Burial. The place where the origin stone was born was filled with violent astral energy. Right now, all sorts of explosions, lightning, flames, ice, snow, sword rays, and punches were flying around. The destruction caused by the fight between Yi Xiling and Lei Ying was unimaginable, and the shockwaves were extremely destructive. Amidst the chaos, azure birds covered in purple lightning flew through the air like sharp swords. Even in this desperate situation, Yi Xiling refused to give up. She was giving Xiao Kuan and the others a headache. After all, they couldn't chase after Lin Yun. Yi Xiling was clearly at a disadvantage, but she still blocked everyone. As lightning and flames exploded, the elements manifested to various demonic beasts. And the region that Lei Ying was in was a lightning purgatory. He locked onto Yi Xiling with his astral energy before he emitted a dazzling glow. Then, he pushed his palm out and hundreds of demonic beasts manifested around him to attack Yi Xiling. When his palm enveloped with lightning and flame collided with Yi Xiling's sword ray, the astral energy surged out of his body and easily destroyed Yi Xiling's attack. Having her attack destroyed by a palm, Yi Xiling drifted into the snow flowers that were enveloped with lightning energy and sky sword intent. After Lei Ying knocked Yi Xiling back, he charged straight into the sea of flowers. Lightning jumped out at him from the flowers that he passed, which made his face turn dark. He was losing count of how many times he had to destroy Yi Xiling's attacks. The never-ending lightning annoyed him to no end since Yi Xiling continued to evade him. Although the movement technique of the Radiant Snow Saint clan, the Divine Lightning Shadow Art, wasn't hard to deal with, it was powerful when merged with the bloodline of the Saint clan. If Lei Ying wasn't careful, he could lose his life. But Lei Ying was a bold person, so he decided to barge into Yi Xiling's territory anyway. When he swept his glance out, he quickly found Yi Xiling, whose sword exploded with lightning and iciness. But despite looking heroic, her face was terrifyingly pale. Although the blood on her lips dried up, it was clear for everyone to see that she was in a terrible state. Yi Xiling, as someone who possesses the Radiant Snow Saint clan's bloodline, why are you lowering yourself to risk your life for the fleeting Cloud Sword Saint? You can go anywhere you want with your identity. Are insignificant people really worth your life? Lei Ying sneered while he looked at Yi Xiling. You haven't won yet. Yi Xiling raised her head and looked back at Lei Ying indifferently. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Lei Ying was briefly stunned before he began to chuckle. You know that you'll die the moment I get serious. I just don't wish to kill you, offending the fleeting Cloud Sword sect and Radiant Snow Saint clan. No, you're injured. Seriously injured. Yi Xiling looked at Lei Ying coldly and continued. Your cloak must be the reason why you were able to kill 2 Elysium Core Realm experts. But the elders of my fleeting Cloud Sword sect aren't that weak, even if they're only in the lesser Elysium Core Realm. You! Lei Ying's body began to tremble with his killing aura surging. Disciples of the demonic cult might seem to have bizarre emotions, but none of them are stupid. You killed Qin Feng because you wanted to intimidate everyone else. You fooled the other demonic cultivators, but you can't fool me. Yi Xiling's indifferent voice continued. You even dared to betray a powerful sect of the demonic cult. So you're really afraid of the Radiant Snow Saint clan and the fleeting Cloud Sword sect? I know that you can't fight with your full strength, and you'll have to pay a great price if you want to bring out your constellation. When the other demonic cultivators heard what Yi Xiling said, their backs were covered in a cold sweat as they turned to look at Lei Ying and wondered if what she said was true. Tisk, TSK. Looks like I've underestimated you. Lei Ying revealed a weird smile before he continued. Yi Xiling, You're really not afraid of death." When he was done speaking, a painting slowly opened up behind him. The painting was engraved with an ancient demonic beast. When the painting was done unfolding, the demonic beast pounced forward. It was a black demonic eagle manifested with lightning and flames. When the demonic eagle let out a sharp cry, terrifying demonic light began to surge around Lei Ying. At this moment, he looked like a demon from hell. With a strange laugh, Lei Ying pushed his palm towards Yi Xiling. The demonic light around him condensed into a colossal palm that flew towards the blizzard and Yi Xiling's azure birds. Lei Ying wasn't holding back anymore as he planned to crush Yi Xiling by force. Facing his attack, Yi Xiling's blizzard disappeared in a split second. Although the azure birds began to revolve and unleashed terrifying sword intent, they didn't last long under Lei Ying's attack. When the demonic eagle charged down, her sword aura disappeared. Then, the eagle collided with Yi Xiling, sending her flying and spitting up blood. Her face paled from the terrifying attack as she knelt on the ground. Yi Xiling's consciousness began to blur while Lei Ying gasped for air. His shocking attack made blood drip from his cloak and exhausted him a little. Lei Ying looked at Yi Xiling. "You want to die? Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I let you experience something even more terrifying than death. Capture her and sell her to the demon domain. Let her know the true meaning of despair." Clearly, Lei Ying had paid a great price for that attack earlier, causing the rage in his heart to reach its peak. Xiao Kuan was briefly stumped before he recovered from his shock. He immediately nodded his head and approached Yi Xiling along with the other demonic cultivators. Yes. Just when Yi Xiling was about to lose his consciousness entirely, she sensed someone approaching. But she didn't even have the strength to wield her sword right now due to her heavy injuries. The current her couldn't even kill herself if she wanted, not to mention resisting. But just when her consciousness was about to turn black, she heard flute music playing from the distance with rage and violence. Lin Yun combined his noble tune and sky sword intent with the divine indigo bamboo jade flute. The heads of the demonic cultivators that were approaching Yi Xiling exploded. In the next second, numerous headless corpses fell to the ground. Although Xiao Kuan barely managed to break free from the music with a punch, he still took several steps back to stabilize himself. "Who is it?" But no one replied to him as the music continued. Then, an azure dragon collided with Xiao Kuan, covering him in wounds while he rolled over the ground. When Xiao Kuan raised his head, he could see a silver figure descending from the sky holding onto a jade flute. With a silver luster of moonlight, it looked like an immortal was descending into the mortal realm. "Flower burial, why is he here?" Yi Xiling could only see a blurred figure, but she was extremely familiar with the sound of Lin Yun's flute. There were many people who could play the flute in the world, but there was only one flower burial. She struggled to open her eyes, but there was nothing she could do as her consciousness gradually faded away. "Am I going to die here?" Just when Yi Xiling's consciousness began to blur, she felt no pain or regret. She merely felt sorry. Silver light shined in the darkness, but she could no longer see the world. At this moment, she was only a withering radiant snow flower. Lin Yun landed next to Yi Xiling, emitting a terrifying chill. He could sense that Yi Xiling's vitality was withering. Instead of leaving, Yi Xiling decided to hold the demonic cultivators back. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun took out a nirvana pellet and placed it into Yi Xiling's mouth, instantly causing Yi Xiling's face to become rosy. It was the pellet that could bring anyone back to life as long as they had a breath left. However, it only stopped Yi Xiling's injuries from worsening. Her eyes were closed and she showed no signs of waking up. From this alone, Lin Yun could imagine how injured she was. "Boss, he's Flower Burial. He's the one who killed Thunderclap's sword demon back in the heavenly astral pavilion." Xiao Kuan instantly recognized Lin Yun as fear flashed through his pupils. The other demonic cultivators also had fear on their faces as they quickly backed off. After all, Flower Burial was extremely famous for killing demonic cultivators. Hovering in the air, Lei Ying's eyes were dark as he looked at Lin Yun. He then put on a sinister expression without bothering to conceal the killing intent in his eyes. "Looks like the rumors are true. You're a core disciple of the fleeting cloud sword sect. It has nothing to do with you. Now, are you prepared to pay the price? Lin Yun turned to look at Lei Ying coldly. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Don't bother acting before me. You're still insufficient to save her in front of me. Others might fear you, but I've never placed you in my eyes, Lei Ying said with a mocking expression. In his view, Lin Yun only had some attainments in the music Dao. When Lei Ying was done talking, he merged with the black demonic flames. Then, lightning manifested into eagles on his left and flames manifested into birds on his right. As the flaming birds and lightning eagles charged forward, the entire sky changed. It was an attack that could easily injure an astral stage expert. Under Lin Yun's mask, the sword cocoon hidden in the center of his brow began to buzz, causing the silver moon mask to shine brightly. The entire mask was like a moon reflected on the lake, and this was the first time the sword cocoon ever stirred. When a powerful sword intent began to rise around him, Lin Yun muttered, "There's always a sky beyond." His words weren't loud, but paths began to split in the sky enveloped in lightning and flames. As light shined down on Lin Yun, he revealed his glory as a swordsman. Lei Ying was caught by surprise, taking 3 steps back to face Lin Yun's sword intent. Lin Yun could feel his blood boiling at this moment as all the demonic astral flowers began to blaze in his aura oceans. Divine firmament manifest into my sword. With explosions sounding out in the sky, the flaming birds and lightning eagles were torn to bits by Lin Yun's sword intent. Suddenly, the sky cleared up as silver light shined on Lin Yun, making him look like a deity. When Lei Ying was sent flying, he threw up a mouthful of blood. However, he no longer had a face full of ridicule because he knew what the divine firmament sword intent meant. It was rare even for the Dragon Pulse realm. Divine firmament sword intent? Lei Ying felt like something was off because he wasn't in bad shape. At the very least, he should have been on the brink of death. Although Lei Ying wasn't in top form because he fought 2 Elysium Core Realm experts and Yi Xiling, he was still a quasi-Elysium Core Realm expert. He was the strongest demonic cultivator in the profound Wither Sea who slapped Qin Feng to death. When Lei Ying landed on the ground, he coughed violently as his face turned red. He then let out a burst of weird laughter before a terrifying aura swept out from his body. Tisk, tsk. I'm being bullied now after all the battles I went through. Emitting a violent aura, Lei Ying made Lin Yun feel suffocated. He knew that Lei Ying wasn't an ordinary demonic cultivator, but a genius who came from a demonic sect. What a pity. Even so, you're still insignificant in my eyes. I don't care what origin you have, but there's only one outcome for you to face me, and that's death. Lei Ying sneered before he drew his purple blade flickering with lightning. Ha ha ha. Lei Ying began to laugh when he held onto the blade. When Xiao Kuan looked at the blade, he squinted his eyes because he couldn't remember the last time Lei Ying was forced to draw that blade. A saint artifact? Lin Yun's eyelid twitched as he placed the flute by his lips and started playing. Die! Lei Ying held onto the saint artifact and charged toward Lin Yun, destroying all the phenomena created by the music. Then, he reached Lin Yun in the blink of an eye. Where do the flowers bloom? Lin Yun responded by changing the music, fully unleashing the power of the noble tune through his music. Facing Lei Ying's blade, a wall of crimson roses appeared before him. When the blade collided with the wall of crimson roses, sparks flew about. Although Lin Yun didn't stop playing the flute, he was forced to take a few steps back. The wall of crimson roses only lasted for a brief moment before it was destroyed by Lei Ying. Lei Ying continued his attack by crushing Lin Yun's phenomenon with dazzling light. However, Lin Yun dodged every attack at the most critical moment. After Lin Yun fully unleashed the phenomenon of the Dustlight sword art, his dragon soared into the sky with a growing destructive sword aura. Be gone! Lei Ying could feel his scalps tingling at this scene as he roared. The saint runes in his blade began to shine as he manifested a black lightning in the sky, instantly turning everything dark. When the sky turned dark, a gigantic black palm descended from the sky. Lei Ying was unleashing the full power of the saint artifact with his quasi-Elysium Core Realm cultivation. The palm instantly crushed the sea of flowers before landing on Lin Yun. The impact was so strong that the ground trembled and cracked. When Xiao Kuan and the other demonic cultivators saw this scene, their faces became grave. Suddenly, they felt a chill run down their spines as a figure struggled to stand in the cloud of dust. Lei Ying's attack had practically destroyed the entire Crimson Stone Forest, but the surroundings around Lin Yun were untouched. Although no one could see Lin Yun's appearance clearly, they could sense a pair of eyes piercing through the cloud of dust and staring at them. The entire region was riddled with the aura of Lin Yun and Lei Ying's attacks. The attacks left Lin Yun exhausted as the exposed part of his face was pale. Lei Ying was a lot stronger than Lin Yun had imagined, which showed that Lei Ying was a genius of the demonic sect and not just an ordinary Quasi-Elysium core realm expert. Lin Yun was certain now that Lei Ying was a top-tier genius in the demonic sect, and that the name Lei Ying might be fake. It wasn't a full moon right now, so Lin Yun couldn't execute his strongest attack even if the divine indigo jade bamboo flute was stronger than Lei Ying's blade, so he couldn't gain an advantage against Lei Ying's saint artifact. Lin Yun was realizing why the Elysium core realm elders died to Lei Ying. The attack from earlier nearly destroyed all of his golden-purple dragon runes. Fortunately, Lin Yun managed to bear through the pain. As he gasped for air, he looked at Yi Xiling and noticed that her complexion was rosy. Without her usual indifferent expression, her face looked very pretty. Despite the exhaustion assaulting his mind, Lin Yun struggled to get back up, but the sword box on his back was too heavy. Plus, the origin stone was struggling to break free again. With his eyes blazing with fighting spirits, Lin Yun wore a smile. He couldn't afford to fall because he was flower burial. When Lin Yun let out a roar, he straightened his back and stood up within the cloud of dust. Suddenly, his surroundings began to buzz with sword intent because it could sense Lin Yun's fighting spirits. Lin Yun couldn't allow himself to fall. He was determined to fight until his dying breath. Suddenly, Lin Yun began to laugh maniacally. Is this fellow insane? When the demonic cultivators watched Lin Yun get up, they were completely dumbfounded. As demonic cultivators, they were naturally brutal and cruel, but Lin Yun looked to be even more insane than them. Damn it! Lei Ying cursed because he didn't feel good right now, especially after multiple battles. He even took out his saint's sword, but he still failed to kill Lin Yun. Are you competing with me to see who's more ruthless? Brat, you have no idea how I got my title as the strongest demonic cultivator in the profound Wither Sea. Lei Ying fully unleashed his astral energy with lightning and flames sweeping out. The saint runes on his blade began to wiggle as he sent a violent storm towards Lin Yun. The storm was empowered by the saint runes that contained lightning, flame, and blade intent. Sun concealing clouds. Lin Yun began to play the flute. Lei Ying wasn't the only one with a saint artifact. In fact, Lin Yun's divine indigo jade bamboo flute was a lot stronger than Lei Ying's blade. When he played the first sword of the fleeting cloud 13 swords through music, he unleashed a sword ray that tore the storm apart. Lin Yun charged forward as soon as the two attacks collided. He then played the second sword of the fleeting cloud 13 swords. At the same time, two azure birds flew out from his body. Lei Ying was shocked because he never imagined that Lin Yun would dare to take the initiative to attack. So he brandished his blade to destroy the incoming attacks. As Lin Yun continued to retreat, the clash between the blade ray and sword ray shined brightly. Attack together! Lei Ying staggered because he was reaching his limit from his injuries. Although he managed to kill the two Elysium core realm elders, they both left a terrifying sword intent within his body before they died. Initially, he had forcibly suppressed his injuries. However, he was forced to bring out his constellation to deal with Yi Xiling, which allowed the sword intent in his body to wreak havoc. He knew that he would be killed if the sword intent left in his body exploded. The other demonic cultivators were completely terrified by Lin Yun's aura, but they were even more afraid of Lei Ying and didn't dare to disobey his orders. Without any hesitation, the demonic cultivators charged forward under Xiao Kuan's lead. They knew that Lin Yun's flute music was strong, but they were prepared this time and didn't dare to approach Lin Yun carelessly. As Lin Yun continued to play the fleeting cloud 13 swords, More azure birds continued to fly out from his body with an aura comparable to the Sword Saint Mountain. But even so, Lin Yun was covered in injuries as he dealt with the various attacks of the demonic cultivators. But just when Lin Yun finished fighting with the demonic cultivators, Lei Ying, who managed to catch his breath, took a deep breath and swung his blade with both hands. Die! Lei Ying roared as his blade manifested into a demonic palm. Lin Yun's face changed because he was familiar with that attack. However, the aura of the fleeting Cloud 13 swords had reached its peak, so there was a chance he might make it. Brat, hand over your life. But just when Lin Yun was about to combine the aura of the 10 swords, Xiao Kuan's cold voice sounded out. Xiao Kuan wanted to deal a fatal wound to Lin Yun while the latter was so focused. He believed that no one could split their mind, and he was confident that Flower Burial would lose his life. But Lin Yun's eyes flashed with a decisive light. He suddenly lowered his flute and put a stop to the music, which stunned everyone. Die! Xiao Kuan couldn't be bothered with it as he continued his attack. If he remembered correctly, Flower Burial had 2 saint artifacts, and there was an astronomical bounty on his head. Divine firmament manifest into my sword. The sword cocoon shined brightly from Lin Yun's forehead, causing the silver moon mask to shine brightly. Empowered by his sword intent, Lin Yun threw the jade flute out as the noble tune sounded out from it once more. Since he couldn't wield the flute as a sword, he would just do it the other way around. Under the music, the aura of the swords combined. The 10 azure birds charged towards the colossal palm, creating cracks on the gigantic palm. Demonic runes appeared on the palm as it shined brightly, but it ultimately exploded from the azure birds. How is this possible? Xiao Kuan was completely left dumbfounded by this scene. When he recovered from his shock, he noticed that Lin Yun's gaze was fixed on him. So when he saw Lin Yun summoning a sword out of the sword box, Xiao Kuan began to panic. No. A moment later, Xiao Kuan was split into 2 from Lin Yun's sword ray. But the attacks from the other demonic cultivators reached Lin Yun at the same time. With many attacks landing on him, Lin Yun's injuries became worse. Lin Yun became furious as he lost all patience to deal with the idiots following Lei Ying. Once the gigantic palm was destroyed, Lei Ying threw up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground with one knee. Without any hesitation, he turned around to run for his life. As for the other demonic cultivators, they also planned on escaping after watching Lei Ying run. You guys want to come and go as you wish? Lin Yun's eyes flashed with violence as a crimson light swept out with his boundless killing aura. Letting out a roar, a powerful aura swept out of Lin Yun as he grabbed onto a demonic cultivator with his left hand and decapitated him with the sword in his right hand. Lin Yun swung his sword once more, unleashing his quasi-divine firmament sword intent. Instantly, 3 galaxy stages demonic cultivators were torn into pieces. Afterwards, Lin Yun continued his assault. At this moment, he was like a deity who had descended on the mortal realm. When he swept his glance out once more, he found a gray-clothed man. This particular demonic cultivator had launched multiple sneak attacks on him, which caused the aura in his eyes to surge even more. So Lin Yun chased after the demonic cultivator, who was screaming in fear, "Don't kill me. I'm innocent. Everything was ordered by Lei Ying. As long as you spare my life, I'll tell you all the secrets about Lei Ying. Spare me. I'll even help you kill him. Innocent." This man dared to say that he was innocent? Lin Yun let out a roar and swung his sword out, claiming the life of the demonic cultivator. What a clown! Why would I need a clown like you? The demonic cultivators in the profound Wither Sea were known for their brutality, and the 4 major sects were turning a blind eye. But since they caused trouble with him, Lin Yun would show them the true meaning of brutality. After a long amount of time passed, no one else stood in the stone forest. Blood and corpses littered the ground as Lin Yun had killed all of Lei Ying's demonic cultivators. If a massacre couldn't be avoided, Lin Yun would cleanse all evil in the world through a massacre. Lin Yun had finally exhausted all of his strength when he killed the last demonic cultivator. Once he finished, he roared loudly to let out all of his emotions. He was covered in wounds and his internal organs were injured. He kept coughing up blood, which made his aura fade. Lin Yun removed the mask from his face as he gasped for air. He collapsed to the ground with blood streaming out of his eyes. It had been a long time since he slaughtered so many people that he felt exhausted. It was also the first time that he had been in such a dangerous situation ever since coming to Kunlun realm. Although the commotion he created back in the demon realm was huge, he had planned everything out. He had Lil Purple helping him out in setting up ancient spiritual arrays, not to mention the power of the full moon. In reality, he had never clashed with an expert of the Elysium core realm seriously in the previous battle. He only pushed the Dustlight sword art to the limit and sent a few Elysium core realm experts flying. If it wasn't for the fact that Lei Ying was injured, he wouldn't be confident to defeat Lei Ying even with the Noble Tune and the Divine Indigo Jade Bamboo Flute. Lei Ying could even slay 2 elders in the Elysium core realm. So Lin Yun couldn't imagine how strong Lei Ying was at full strength. Clearly, Lei Ying had a huge origin. If Lei Ying wasn't injured and was cautious enough, perhaps the outcome would have been different. After Lin Yun threw up another mouthful of blood, his consciousness began to blur. His injuries were too serious, and his physique had reached its limit. Despite his heavy eyelids, Lin Yun put away the silver moon mask before collapsing to the ground. The moment he collapsed, the sword box began to tremble violently while the origin stone began to struggle. Without Lin Yun suppressing the sword box ultimately opened. When the origin stone flew out and shined brightly, the saint runes engraved on it emitted an ancient aura that lit up the surroundings with a terrifying aura. When the terrifying aura swept out of the origin stone, the sky instantly turned crimson. If someone was here, they would be able to see an ancient golden spiritual rune on the origin stone. The aura that the spiritual stone was giving off was close to a divine aura. It felt like a genuine dragon was emitting a terrifying spiritual aura. With the light shining from the origin stone, the surroundings were lit up. In the end, the light fixed onto Lin Yun like a devilish light. The origin stone looked like a venomous viper that had found its prey. But just when it was about to act, the Azure Dragon Saint art began to circulate without Lin Yun's control as purple golden dragon runes appeared on Lin Yun's body. When the dragon runes came together, they shined brightly. When all the dragon runes were formed, an azure dragon the size of an arm manifested with greed shining from its pupils. This made the origin stone feel afraid as it struggled to escape. But when the azure dragon emitted the aura of a monarch, it charged forward and devoured the origin stone. The moment it devoured the origin stone, wisps of black mist emitted out of the origin stone accompanied by a horrifying shriek. The azure dragon flew around and ultimately flew into the azure dragon mark located in Lin Yun's heart. When the azure dragon flew into the azure dragon mark, the entire mark began to transform. It refined Lin Yun's blood, flesh, and skeleton, allowing Lin Yun's physique to undergo a transformation. A brief moment later, surges of Saint Aura swept out from Lin Yun's pores, helping his injuries rapidly recover. This was a sign that Lin Yun's physique was transforming into the Azure Dragon Saint physique. The Blood Flame Dragon rune metal wanted to devour Lin Yun, but it didn't realize that it was the Azure Dragon Saint art's prey. In the end, the Origin Stone received the fate that it deserved. After all, it kept trying to escape Lin Yun's sword box and even tried to devour Lin Yun. While Lin Yun's physique underwent a transformation, the area of the stone forest where the battle took place was turned into ruins. The only region that was untouched was Yi Ziling's immediate surroundings. Right now, Yi Ziling was enveloped in flames, as she was absorbing the medicinal effect of the Nirvana pellet. She was being reborn through fire. Once she gained consciousness, she slowly opened her eyes. The depths of her pupils had a purple radiant snow flower blooming like bright flames. In the next second, a terrifying aura swept out of her body. She had broken through her bottleneck and reached the last phase of the Empyrean realm, the astral stage. When Yi Ziling opened her eyes and looked at the mess in the surroundings, she wasn't too shocked by what she was seeing. She simply closed her eyes and started painting her own constellation. As the clouds in the sky split apart, starlight shined down from the sky and enveloped Yi Ziling like a pillar of light. The Nirvana pellet not only brought her back to life, but it also allowed her to make a breakthrough in her cultivation. She was lucky because she managed to fully excavate her potential through life and death to reach the astral stage. At this moment, she had no hindrances as she painted her own constellation. Furthermore, she already knew what constellation she wanted. Just like that, for hours passed before the painting behind Yi Xiling unfolded. The painting was gorgeous scenery with an emerald blue sky and a serene ocean. At the center of it was a bridge formed with 36 white cranes. Furthermore, there was a woman standing on one of the cranes. Her face was unclear, but anyone would be able to sense the heroic aura that she was exuding. From afar, it looked like a woman was walking on a bridge formed by cranes. It was Yi Xiling's constellation, the Skypath cranes. The feathers of the cranes were snow-white, and each of them emitted the aura of a monarch. Furthermore, they possessed the bloodline of a phoenix, so they were called the White Phoenixes in ancient times. Then, Yi Xiling opened her eyes and stored the constellation back into her body. Once she was ready, she started to look at the ruins in front of her. At the same time, the battle between Flower Burial and Lei Ying began to replay in her eyes. Yi Xiling didn't utter a word as she watched the battle between Flower Burial and Lei Ying. When she saw Flower Burial being suppressed by the gigantic palm, her heart couldn't help trembling. After all, Flower Burial stood before her to protect her. The images were blurred, and she could roughly see Flower Burial covered in blood at the final battle. When Flower Burial swung his sword to kill Xiao Kuan, all the images suddenly shattered like a mirror and disappeared. "Who is he?" Yi Xiling muttered. "Silver hair. That must be a disguise. But then there's that silver sword box." To be honest, there was nothing special about Flower Burial's appearance except for his silver sword box. The Fleeting Cloud Sword sect was a sect meant specifically for those who wanted to practice the sword. Naturally, many people had a sword box to store their swords. However, she had never seen anyone with a silver sword box in the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Yi Xiling tapped her foot on the ground and shuttled through the ruins. When she finally stopped, she waved her hand to get rid of some dust, revealing a buried jade flute. "Found it!" Yi Xiling wore an innocent smile when she held onto the flute, because she had seen Flower Burial using this sword to destroy Lei Ying's attack in the final clash. But at the same time, Flower Burial seemed to have suffered heavy injuries, or else he wouldn't have left without retrieving his flute. When she thought that Flower Burial could be heavily injured, the smile on her face disappeared. She started to look around with her brows locked together as there was a possibility that Flower Burial was recuperating nearby. Right at this moment, Yi Xiling could sense the existence of a sword intent in the ruins that instantly made her eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, she began to head towards the origin of the sword intent. When she found the sword intent, her eyes couldn't help flashing with disappointment because it was just Lin Yun laying on the ground. His face was rosy, and he was currently struggling to open his eyes. "What's going on?" Lin Yun opened his eyes before he looked around blankly. He remembered that he was seriously injured and was on the brink of death. Furthermore, he lost consciousness before he could even take out a Nirvana pellet. But when he opened his eyes again, his injuries had disappeared. In fact, his vitality was powerfully surging in his body, reaching a ridiculous height. He could sense that his body had undergone a drastic transformation. Suddenly, the words Azure Dragon Saint Physique appeared in his mind, which startled him because he couldn't believe that he would achieve it with just some sleep. "You returned to save me, right?" A voice suddenly sounded out that made Lin Yun bounce back up. When he raised his head, he could only see a pair of long legs. When he continued to raise his head, he finally saw Yi Xiling's familiar appearance. "Your courage is worth praising, but you're a little too weak. If it wasn't for Flower Burial who showed up, we would be reduced to 2 corpses now," said Yi Xiling. Her words completely dumbfounded Lin Yun. Then he saw the divine indigo jade bamboo flute that Yi Xiling was holding. He realized that he had forgotten about the jade flute when he lost consciousness. But it was fortunate that Yi Xiling had retrieved it. A brief moment later, he realized that it was even more troublesome that it had fallen into Yi Xiling's hands, because he had no idea how he would retrieve it from her. Don't feel too bad about it. A demonic cultivator like Lei Ying isn't someone an ordinary cultivator in the astral stage can deal with. The fact that you managed to kill Luo Kuei doesn't mean that you're able to fight true geniuses in the astral stage, said Yi Xiling. Furthermore, even an ordinary genius in the astral stage wouldn't be able to interfere in the fight between Flower Burial and Lei Ying. You probably lost your consciousness from the shockwave of the fight. You're fortunate that you're okay. All Lin Yun could do was smile awkwardly. He knew that he couldn't explain himself. Fortunately, Yi Xiling wouldn't suspect that he was Flower Burial. Lin Yun felt humiliated and relieved. As for the thought in Yi Xiling's mind, he wasn't bothered by them. What are you laughing at? Is the origin stone still around? Yi Xiling asked, looking at Lin Yun. Of course. Lin Yun winked before the smile on his face disappeared. He could tell that his sword box was a lot lighter than before. The origin stone wasn't in the sword box. What's going on? Lin Yun took a deep breath because he couldn't understand what was going on. However, Yi Xiling was more composed than Lin Yun. The origin stone of the Blood Flame Dragon rune metal has some intelligence, so it's not surprising that it escaped while you were unconscious. But it's impossible for us to find it now. Although Lin Yun had an idea of where it went, he didn't dare to share it with Yi Xiling out of fear that she would kill him. Lady Yi, you saw Flower Burial? Lin Yun changed the topic, trying to shift Yi Xiling's attention. Nodding her head, Yi Xiling replied, the rumors are true that he's a core disciple of our Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. He should also be from a saint clan like Luo Hua, who's interested in the secrets of the Sword Saint Mountain and came to our Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Oh! Lin Yun couldn't help laughing inwardly when he heard that because he didn't know that he came from a saint clan. It appeared that Yi Xiling had thought of an entire story on his behalf. Suddenly, Lin Yun looked at Yi Xiling and asked, Lady Yi, you reached the astral stage? Yeah. He must have fed me a nirvana pellet. You might not have heard of it before, but the nirvana pellet can bring someone on the brink of death back to life. It can also help them gain comprehension through life and death. Yi Xiling's cold face flushed with embarrassment as she stopped speaking. After all, it was a secret that she shared with Flower Burial. Flower Burial should only have one nirvana pellet, but he still gave it to her despite his injuries. If he was really a disciple of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect, then he should have seen her before. It was strange that she had no idea who he was. But when Lin Yun heard what Yi Xiling said, he couldn't help smiling. How could he possibly not have heard of the nirvana pellet? After all, he was the one who fed it to her. Lady Yi, did he leave this jade flute behind? Lin Yun looked at the jade flute that Yi Xiling was holding on to. He was wondering how he should retrieve it. Yeah, he was heavily injured and couldn't retrieve the flute in time. I can tell that this isn't an ordinary saint artifact. Yi Xiling sighed with her brows locked as she looked at the Divine Indigo Jade Bamboo Flute. It's called the Divine Indigo Jade Bamboo Flute, said Lin Yun. When Yi Xiling heard that, she raised his brow and asked, You know about it? I already told you that I also know how to play the flute, smiled Lin Yun. Hearing that, Yi Xiling remembered that Lin Yun did say that. We definitely have to give this Divine Indigo Jade Bamboo Flute to Flower Burial. What do you think? Asked Lin Yun. After Yi Xiling nodded her head, he continued. Since Lady Yi knows nothing about music Dao, why don't you leave it with me? If he's really a core disciple of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect, he will definitely show himself to retrieve it if I play it in the sect. What you said makes sense. Yi Xiling couldn't find a flaw in Lin Yun's plan. Her heart even started to throb when she thought that Flower Burial might show himself in the sect. But when she handed the flute over to Lin Yun, she had a feeling that something wasn't right. Suddenly, she realized that if Flower Burial wasn't a disciple of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect, Lin Yun would continue to possess the Divine Indigo Jade Bamboo Flute. Sit down. Lin Yun smiled, not giving Yi Xiling the chance to take back the flute. Then he placed it by his lips. Looking at Yi Xiling, who was seated in front of him, he turned his gaze to the blue sky and started playing. Lin Yun had survived the battle with Lei Ying, who was a Quasi-Elysium core realm genius. It was the most dangerous battle he had experienced since coming to Kunlun realm. However, he was the ultimate winner. Looking at the crimson dusk, Lin Yun poured out all of his emotions into the flute. By the time he was done playing, the sun had completely disappeared from the sky. Just like that, the two of them sat in front of a bonfire, with a mood that was different from before. I take back my words from before. Your ability to play the flute isn't inferior to flower burial. When Yi Xiling looked at Lin Yun once more, her expression became gentler. Her opinion of Lin Yun was different, especially after hearing that he considered himself a disciple of the fleeting cloud sword sect. Not bad, I guess, Lin Yun smiled. As the breeze blew from the ocean, Yi Xiling wore a complicated gaze. I'm surprised that you came back for me. I know I haven't treated you the best after you joined the fleeting cloud sword sect. Putting the jade flute away, Lin Yun casually threw a few more dried tree branches into the bonfire. Then, he told Yi Xiling what Fengzhang and the others said when they were running. How are they now? Yi Xiling asked. They should be at the campsite by now. I told them not to come out, so there shouldn't be anything big, replied Lin Yun. He believed that Lu Yuan could make everyone listen to him with his prestige. But you shouldn't have come. You should know that Lei Ying isn't an ordinary demonic cultivator. Plus, there's no way you can fight him. Even if he was heavily injured, you and I still don't stand a chance, said Yi Xiling. But aren't I still here in the end? Lin Yun took out the jar of Millennium Flame from his interspatial pouch and took a sip. Yi Xiling was furious for a brief moment when she heard that before she smiled, accepting what Lin Yun said. Well, it'll be weird if you didn't come knowing that temper of yours. Your pride wouldn't allow you to accept my sacrifice. I'll be honest with you, you're pretty when you smile, said Lin Yun after seeing Yi Xiling's smile that could melt an ice mountain. I can't smile. Yi Xiling sighed. The next ranking battle will be hosted soon in the Profound Azure Prefecture, and the fleeting Cloud Sword sect's name will be removed in the Profound Azure Prefecture if we can't make it into the top 3. Ranking battle? Removed. Lin Yun heard bits and pieces about the ranking battle because of Wang Yurua, but he felt that it had nothing to do with him because he didn't feel like a part of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. The ranking battle is held every decade to determine a sect's territory and resources. Decades ago, the fleeting Cloud Sword sect was still very strong, but it has declined ever since my father came. Mentioning the sect master, Yi Xiling couldn't help sounding disappointed. My father was a genius in the ancient Baron domain, but he suffered a huge setback in the past that caused him to shut himself from the outside world. The decline of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect has a lot to do with him. When Lin Yun heard that, his face changed because he never expected to hear such a story. He was a prideful person back then. He might not place what others said in his eyes, but I do. I can't allow the fleeting Cloud Sword sect's name to be removed from the Profound Azure Prefecture, Yi Xiling said firmly. After hearing all of Yi Xiling's explanations, Lin Yun realized that the ranking battle wasn't as simple as he had imagined. It turned out that the 4 major sects all had a powerful sect backing them up. The Profound Azure Prefecture might seem insignificant, but there were resources here. After the ranking battle, there will only be 3 sects allowed to remain in the Profound Azure Prefecture. It had something to do with the power struggle between the powerful sects and the Divine Dragon Empire. If it was possible, the Profound Azure Prefecture wouldn't even tolerate the existence of any powerful sects. Although it was impossible for them to expel everyone at once, they could tighten their control slowly. In the past, there were 10 sects that shared the resources in the Profound Azure Prefecture. But after this year, only 3 would remain. But since you've reached the astral stage, it shouldn't be difficult for you to keep the sect in the top 3, said Lin Yun. He could sense that the current Yi Xiling was a lot stronger. I'm being restricted in a lot of ways. My bloodline isn't compatible with the fleeting Cloud 13 swords, not to mention that this sword technique isn't complete. On the other hand, the Suspend King Palace's Chu Tianhao has cultivated his sect's technique to the highest level, said Yi Xiling while she lowered her head. Looking at her, Lin Yun also fell silent because he never expected that she would have so much pressure. Let's stop talking about me. Why don't we talk about you? You're the champion of the 9th heavenly path. I'm curious what kind of treasured place it was. Yi Xiling smiled. Treasured place. Lin Yun smiled and looked at Yi Xiling for a long time before he smiled bitterly. It isn't a treasured place. Although we're all geniuses from the various realms, we're no different from pitiful bugs struggling for a better stage. We all experienced life and death just so that we can have the same starting point as everyone in Kunlun realm. But we know that the majority of us won't make it far in Kunlun realm. Lin Yun took another sip of wine before he sighed. The 9th heavenly path was a little more brutal because of the 10 realm suns. Those bastards completely disregarded everyone else in their eyes and slaughtered countless people. I'm sorry to hear that. Yi Xiling didn't expect the heavenly path to be so brutal. She was finally starting to understand what Lin Yun experienced on the heavenly path. It doesn't matter since they're all basically dead now. Lin Yun grinned while taking another sip of wine. Basically dead. Yi Xiling raised her head to look at Lin Yun's pure smile, but she could imagine what kind of purgatory Lin Yun climbed out of. There's no need to apologize. It's a fact that we're of lowly birth. But even an ant has the right to look at the sky. I don't need anyone else to take pity on me because I'm the seed of the profound Amber Realm, the champion of the 9th heavenly path. I bear the hope of many people, and I will continue to press on until I reach the summit of Kunlun. Lin Yun laughed, but when Yi Xiling heard that, she was completely stunned because she never expected that Lin Yun would be so arrogant. A long time later, Yi Xiling said, "Looks like my first impression of you is right. You're arrogant." Ha ha ha. Lin Yun laughed when he heard that. Don't tell me that we're any different. Come, have some wine. I don't think so. Yi Xiling frowned. She had never touched wine and didn't want to even though she knew that the wine Lin Yun offered her was the Millennium Flame. Drink. Drink and I'll teach you the last 3 swords of the fleeting cloud 13 swords. Lin Yun didn't give up and persuaded her to drink. Yi Xiling was suddenly at a loss because she never expected that Lin Yun would be willing to teach her the last 3 swords of the fleeting cloud 13 swords. Go on. Lin Yun poured a cup of wine as the sparks from the wine manifested into a golden crow that circled around them. Yi Xiling looked at the wine and carefully took a sip. However, she was immediately choked by the burning sensation of the wine. Looking at her, Lin Yun couldn't help laughing. Ha ha! I didn't expect that Lady Yi, who isn't even afraid of laying, would be afraid of drinking wine. Who says that I'm afraid? Yi Xiling drank the entire cup of wine when she heard Lin Yun's words. Immediately, the alcohol turned her cheeks red, making her look even more charming than usual. Watch carefully. Lin Yun smiled before he grabbed onto the flower burial sword and began to perform the fleeting cloud 13 swords. Although he had yet to reach the manifestation stage in the last 3 swords, it was more than enough for him to teach Yi Xiling. Clouds beyond the azure mountain with the emerald stars shining behind. Fleeting clouds isn't my intention and a myriad year with a flick of my finger. Lin Yun didn't just perform but he even told Yi Xiling the meaning behind each sword, completely captivating Yi Xiling's attention. Furthermore, Yi Xiling could see the boundless sword intent manifested by Lin Yun. She suddenly realized that she had it all wrong. Even if she relied on her bloodline to forcibly reach complete mastery in the first 10 swords, she had only touched the fleeting clouds. She was still beneath the clouds. Once she realized this, her bottleneck started to loosen up. Without any hesitation, Yi Xiling immediately shut her eyes to comprehend the profundity of the swords. When Lin Yun was done, he returned the flower burial sword to its sheath. Looking at Yi Xiling, who was glowing with purple snow flowers on her body, he couldn't help feeling surprised. Radiant snow flowers? Lin Yun could tell that Yi Xiling had many secrets. Because of the flower burial sword, Lin Yun was pretty knowledgeable when it came to spiritual flowers. If he remembered correctly, the radiant snow flower was ranked as a top 10 flower and could only be found on snowy terrains. It was also called a saint flower. Since she had a different surname from the fleeting cloud sword sect master, she might really have some secrets about her. Then again, it had nothing to do with him, so he laughed it off. Since the elders were arriving tomorrow, Lin Yun had to find a way to deal with them. This made Lin Yun vexed as he wondered if he should tell them that he refined the origin stone unconsciously. When dawn arrived, Yi Xiling opened her eyes and looked at Lin Yun. Seeing that Yi Xiling had woken up from her comprehension, he smiled. Looks like you've benefited greatly. You didn't sleep? Both of them spoke at the same time. Yi Xiling could tell from Lin Yun's bloodshot eyes that he didn't sleep or cultivate after drinking the Millennium Wine. You drank the Millennium Flame and then cultivated like nobody's business. How could I dare to sleep? What would we have done if Lei Ying suddenly returned? Smiled Lin Yun. He had always been a cautious person. You're a lot more cautious than I would have thought. Were you this cautious when you were in the heavenly path? Never letting your guard down even for a moment. It's tiring, right? Yi Xiling asked. Lin Yun merely smiled and changed the topic. I have something I need to be honest with you about. The Blood Flame Dragon Rune Metal's origin stone might not have been lost. I think I might have refined it subconsciously. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to achieve the Azure Dragon Saint physique upon awakening. Lin Yun was careful with his words. After all, Yi Xiling had placed her life on the line to secure the origin stone for the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. She might even be blamed for losing it. Furthermore, she might even be responsible for the death of the two elders at the campsite. It was naturally good if the origin stone was still around, but he had unknowingly refined it. So it would probably be troublesome when the elders arrive later. Yi Xiling got up from her seat and looked at Lin Yun with a playful smile. Lin Yun, you must have drank too much. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't hear you correctly. How can the origin stone be possibly refined? I didn't drink much? Lin Yun paused halfway before he smiled after looking at Yi Xiling's playful expression. He looked at her doubtfully and asked, You already knew about it? Why don't you take a guess? The Azure Dragon Saint physique is no small matter. Now you can focus on reaching the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm when you get back. Champion of the 9th Heavenly Path, I'm looking forward to seeing how you'll shine in Kunlun Realm. Smiled Yi Xiling. Ha ha ha. Lin Yun laughed because he had never felt so happy before. It was great that he could have someone to talk to genuinely for the first time without any burdens or schemes. Yi Xiling also examined Lin Yun before she smiled. You're pretty handsome, and I've never seen someone so handsome swinging the sword aside from my father. Lady Yi, don't tell me that you've fallen for me? Lin Yun smiled. I might have fallen for you if I didn't already fall for someone else. You're outstanding, and you have a scent that I like, replied Yi Xiling honestly. Flower burial? Lin Yun probed. When Yi Xiling heard that, she nodded her head bashfully. But when Lin Yun heard that, he immediately cried out inwardly before he replied. You like him, but he might not like you. Loving someone one-sidedly isn't easy. You don't understand, replied Yi Xiling. We both have a common secret that we share. Secret? What secret? Why the hell don't I know about this secret? Lin Yun widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, What secret? Heh! Yi Xiling smiled. I'm not telling you anything. When Lin Yun heard that, the corner of his lips couldn't help twitching because he had no idea what Yi Xiling was smiling about. Ha ha ha. Don't be jealous of Flower Burial because you're already very outstanding. You're not inferior compared to Flower Burial. You're just lacking a little in style. Yi Xiling turned her head away and began to recall how Flower Burial barged into the heavenly astral pavilion clad in the moonlight and claiming lives with his flute. When Lin Yun heard that, he couldn't help smiling bitterly inwardly. After all, he was Flower Burial, so why would he be jealous? Then again, he only spoke about those in his heart and didn't tell Yi Xiling anything. They're here. Yi Xiling raised her head to see several people rushing over from the campsite. There were 3 elders among them who were all in the greater Elysium core realm. Yeah, Lin Yun replied. With what Yi Xiling said earlier, there was no need for him to worry about the origin stone anymore. In the end, Yi Xiling took some of the blame for the origin stone, but the 3 elders didn't doubt her words that the origin stone fled. In the end, 1 elder was left behind to search for the origin stone and chase after Lei Ying, while the 2 remaining elders were responsible for escorting them back to the sect. Along the way, he had won the respect of the other core disciples, thinking that it was Lin Yun who saved Yi Xiling. Yi Xiling didn't deny their words because she didn't want to share about Flower Burial's arrival. Anyhow, Lin Yun and Yi Xiling had gotten a lot closer after this incident. 6 days later, the party finally returned to the fleeting cloud sword sect. When Lin Yun returned to his residence, he took out the jade flute to play it in front of Yi Xiling. But Flower Burial didn't show up, leaving Yi Xiling disappointed. On the other hand, there was a piece of zither music that sounded out from the direction of the Sword Saint Mountain that matched Lin Yun's music perfectly. The music naturally came from Luo Hua, but Yi Xiling didn't like Luo Hua, so she only spoke in a disappointed tone. Looks like he's really heavily injured. Maybe he's busy right now and isn't even in the sect. Perhaps. Lin Yun put away the flute before he continued. He'll probably come and look for me when he's back. While the two of them were chatting, a third person appeared in Lin Yun's residence. He was a blue-clothed youth who carried a sword box on his back. Although his temperament wasn't comparable to Lin Yun's, it wasn't any worse. Junior sister, it's been a long time, smiled the youth. Junior sister? Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he realized the identity of this person. There were 4 heavenly core disciples. Aside from Lin Yun, Luo Hua, and Yi Xiling, the last one should be this youth. You've reached the astral stage? Yi Xiling asked in a surprised tone. I was lucky with my training outside. It looks like I made it in time for the ranking battle, said the youth with his eyes glowing brightly. You're Lin Yun, right? I've heard many things about you. I have to thank you for saving junior sister Yi. The youth smiled at Lin Yun before lowering his head. My name is Zhang Liken, the chief disciple of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect and also Xiling's senior brother. He had a good name, but his enmity was a little too obvious. It appeared that he had a crush on Yi Xiling for a long time. Why is he looking for me? She has a crush on Flower Burial. What are you doing here? Yi Xiling frowned. Zhang Liken didn't seem too bothered by her frown and smiled. I just finished visiting our master. He instructed me to tell you both to go see him. I also heard that junior brother Lin has been trapped in the heavenly soul realm for some time. You can look for me if you need any guidance. After all, I'm the chief disciple around here, and it'll be bad for my name if others say that I'm not helping my juniors. At this moment, Lin Yu knew why Yi Xiling had no interest in Zhang Liken despite his decent appearance and talent. Clearly, he only knew how to scheme. Although he said that he was willing to guide Lin Yun, he was actually mocking Lin Yun for not being qualified as a heavenly core disciple. I don't need you to worry about me. Senior sister should be free for the next few days, so I'll just look for her instead. Lin Yun winked before he smiled. What do you think about tomorrow at my residence? When Yi Xiling heard that, she glared at Lin Yun before she replied coldly. Keep going and I might break your legs. Hearing Yi Xiling's response, Lin Yun shrugged his shoulders at Zhang Liken, but it also made him look close to Yi Xiling. But Lin Yun didn't stop talking, which made Zhang Liken's face turn even darker. Ha ha ha. If senior sister is willing, I don't mind if you break my legs. Zhang Liken clenched his fist as he watched Lin Yun and Yi Xiling walk away together. His face was dark because they looked too close. On the way to the sect master, Yi Xiling replied, Senior brother Zhang's personality is pretty good, but he gets jealous easily. It's not good for you to provoke him. What can I do? I'm not a generous person either, smiled Lin Yun. Zhang Liken was just trying to show off his superiority in front of Lin Yun. However, Lin Yun had hundreds of ways to make Zhang Liken feel terrible. When they arrived at their destination, the sect master was waiting. When the sect master saw Lin Yun, he wore an amicable smile while exuding an unfathomable aura. He smiled. I heard that you saved Xiling from the hands of Lei Ying? But before Lin Yun could respond, Yi Xiling replied, Not him. Flower Burial saved me, but I'm not sure about his true identity. Is he really a core disciple of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect like the rumors say? When the sect master heard that, he was briefly stunned. After all, wasn't Lin Yun Flower Burial? He first glanced at Lin Yun before he asked, Why are you asking about him? He's just a hermit. Don't tell me that you've fallen for him. I have. Yi Xiling nodded her head, acknowledging her crush for Flower Burial. But when Lin Yun heard that, he nearly choked on his saliva because Yi Xiling was too direct. He didn't even dare to raise his head because he could feel a chill down his spine from the sect master's gaze. The entire palace fell silent. Lin Yun didn't dare to utter a word as he sensed the killing intent in the sect master's gaze. This old geezer was simply too terrifying, and he could feel that the sect master could kill him with just a glance. He couldn't even pose any resistance against the sect master. But Yi Xiling's expression was calm because she didn't think that there was anything wrong with admitting that she had a crush on Flower Burial. As for the sect master, his heart was raging despite the calm and composed look on the surface. He had worked hard to gather the true dragon Saint Liquid for Lin Yun, and now Lin Yun wanted to sleep with his daughter. How could he possibly take it lying down? Dad, there's something wrong with your emotions? Yi Xiling locked her brows together because she could sense the fluctuation in the sect master's emotions. Is there? The sect master's lips twitched. Is it weird that I've fallen for someone? Furthermore, he might not even know about my feelings. Yi Xiling felt even weirder when she looked at the sect master's face before she asked, Dad, why do you have such a huge reaction? It looks like you must know his identity. Introduce him to me when he's back. I want to thank him personally. Ha! Ha! I naturally know that bastard, the sect master said with his lips twitching. I'll let you know when he comes back. You're not allowed to scold him. He saved my life, and I also won't be able to make a breakthrough if it wasn't for his nirvana pellet. Yi Xiling glared at the sect master. How am I scolding him? It's true that he's a bastard, right, Lin Yun? The sect master said with a mocking smile. Indeed, Flower Burial isn't someone proper, replied Lin Yun. Lin Yun, what are you talking about? Yi Xiling glared at Lin Yun furiously. Haha, that's right. Lin Yun, what are you talking about? I'm only saying that Flower Burial is a bastard, not that he's improper. Come, why don't you explain how improper this Flower Burial is? The sect master said with his eyes squinted while stroking his beard. But the chill in his gaze made Lin Yun feel a chill in his spine. Seeing that the father and daughter were making things difficult for him, Lin Yun couldn't help crying bitterly. This was caused by Flower Burial, so what did it have to do with him, Lin Yun? Lin Yun wasn't someone who would take it lying down. But just when he wanted to flare up, he immediately calmed down because of the cold flicker in the sect master's gaze. Come, explain for us. The sect master smiled with his eyes squinted. Looking at the sect master's gaze, Lin Yun could only make up stories. He's been hiding his identity, relying on fleeting Cloud Sword sect as a backing to cause troubles. So how can he be someone proper? Furthermore, he might be ugly, which is why he has to wear a mask. Haha, do you hear that? I didn't say that. The sect master laughed. Lin Yun, this isn't the end. Yi Xiling bit her lips and glared at Lin Yun before she stomped her way out. Seeing this, Lin Yun smiled bitterly, but he still felt relieved. After Yi Xiling left, the sect master's smile disappeared. Lin Yun, you're really bold. I've been resolving all the troubles you caused in the profound Azure Prefecture, and you repay me with this? You actually want to bed my daughter? Are you tired of living? We haven't taken that step yet. Lin Yun immediately explained. Do you really think that you would still be alive right now if you took that step? The sect master continued to glare at Lin Yun. Humph, if I didn't help you deal with that old geezer from the heavenly astral pavilion, do you think you would still be alive right now? The sect master's words had instantly confirmed Lin Yun's speculation. He finally knew why that old geezer in the Dragon Pulse realm didn't chase him out of the demon domain. When he looked into it, later on, he only knew that a sword ray descended from the sky and pinned the guardian of the heavenly astral pavilion onto the building. Lin Yun had been wondering if it was done by the sect master, and it was now confirmed. At the same time, Lin Yun couldn't imagine how strong the sect master was to subdue the entire demon domain with a sword. Thinking about it, Lin Yun became even more nervous. You devoured the origin stone, right? The sect master looked at Lin Yun before he sneered. That lass thinks that she can fool the elders, but she can't fool me. It was a coincidence. I have no idea how I devoured the origin stone when I fell unconscious. Lin Yun smiled awkwardly. It doesn't matter, replied the sect master. Even if you brought it back, I would still give it to you. You're blessed with fortune. I was troubled on how to help you with the last step, but it seems like you resolved it yourself. Furthermore, it'll be a lot easier for you because your body was refined by the origin stone. Lin Yun was shocked when he heard that because he didn't think that the sect master would be so generous. Humph. I'm not going to cause trouble because you saved my daughter, snorted the sect master. Humph, your daughter would be dead if it wasn't for me. Lin Yun felt grieved in his heart, but he didn't dare to speak his thoughts. Lycan and I have been discussing opening up the Spirit Astral Mountain. You'll also go there 3 days from now to make your breakthrough, said the sect master. I'll be leaving if there's nothing else, replied Lin Yun. Scram, said the sect master. Feeling relieved, Lin Yun left the sect master's residence. But when he opened the gates, he saw Yi Xiling staring at him coldly. This made Lin Yun smile awkwardly. Lady Yi, call me senior sister, said Yi Xiling coldly. Senior sister Yi, smiled Lin Yun. Stop faking it. You clearly know flower burial from your conversation with my father. I suggest you spit everything out, replied Yi Xiling. Feeling relieved, Lin Yun smiled. Luo Hua told me about him. You can ask her if you wish to know. He couldn't deal with the sect master, but dealing with Yi Xiling was easy. When Yi Xiling heard about Luo Hua, she didn't ask anything else and only expressed her doubt. Are you sure about that? Of course. The Millennium Flame that you drank also came from her. She's the one who told me about Flower Burial's identity. Do you think that I would lie to you based on our relationship? Can't you look at my eyes and see that I'm not lying to you? Lin Yun replied with an honest expression. I'll believe you this time, Luo Hua. Luo Hua. Yi Xiling didn't dare to look Lin Yun in the eyes and stared off with doubt. Then, she started to mutter Luo Hua's name with killing intent. After Lin Yun apologized to Luo Hua in his heart, he returned to his residence and pondered about the Spirit Astral Mountain that the sect master told him about. This was the first time he had heard about it, but he guessed that it must be a place similar to the spiritual mountains or spiritual lakes. It wouldn't be open normally, and once opened, those who entered would have a great boost to their strength. I might be able to save my other treasures if the Spirit Astral Mountain is enough, muttered Lin Yun. The leaves of the divine blood fruit took a year to grow, and Lin Yun naturally hoped that he could save it for the future when making a breakthrough into the Empyrean realm. I should examine the Azure Dragon Saint physique first. Lin Yun collected his thoughts and focused on his physique. Ever since obtaining the Azure Dragon Saint physique, he had yet to give it a try. When he circulated the Azure Dragon Saint art, a dragon roar echoed from Lin Yun's body that filled him with power. The immense power blew his shirt apart, revealing his upper body. He wasn't especially muscular, but his muscles were lean and defined, containing explosive power. Furthermore, the purple-golden dragon runes were also giving off a metallic luster. Azure Dragon Mark. Lin Yun activated the Azure Dragon Mark and crimson flames bloomed in his heart, where the mark was located with an ancient and powerful saint rune. Lin Yun was shocked because the Azure Dragon Mark seemed to have fused with the Origin Stone perfectly, devouring and refining the saint runes on the Origin Stone. When the saint rune blazed, the dragon runes on his body quickly spread out like blood vessels on his body, filling his body with unbelievable power. Then, Lin Yun made a fist and threw out several punches. Each of his strikes were shining with a metallic luster that swept through his entire residence. Lin Yun was shocked because the purple-golden dragon runes had all turned into saint runes when he activated the Azure Dragon Mark. So he had 108 saint runes, which meant his current physique was comparable to a saint artifact with 100 saint runes. Lin Yun's eyes were blazing with excitement when he discovered that he had lost the Azure Dragon King's true bone and a divine rune. Without the divine rune, the power of his Azure Dragon Saint armor greatly diminished. But now that he had the Blood Flame Saint runes, it was a lot easier for him to control the armor. Granted, it still wasn't the same as the divine rune from the true bone. He could only bring out 1% or even 0.01% of the power from the divine rune, but at least he could bring out half of the power on the saint runes. He was clearly a lot more powerful than before. The sect master was right. I have a high chance of reaching the limit of the heavenly soul realm now. His physique had undergone a drastic transformation, but now wasn't the time to feel proud. After all, he wanted to reach the limit of the heavenly soul realm, and he had to be careful. Lin Yun, I heard that you're back. Right at this moment, a familiar voice sounded out, followed by Lil Purple and Lil Red rushing in. Lin Yun's eyes lit up because it had been a long time since he saw the two of them. He was also curious how strong Lil Red had become after devouring a leaf. Lil Red dove into Lin Yun's embrace before he could even react. He caressed Lil Red's head, but inwardly he was shocked by Lil Red's speed. It had been a long time since they last met, and Lil Red was acting a lot more friendly than usual. It also didn't take long for Lil Purple to walk over. She was donned in a white dress with adorable braids that jumped while she walked. It has been a long time, Lil Purple. Lin Yun smiled while he placed Lil Red down. Humph. Why would I care about you? Lil Purple sat down before she suddenly exclaimed and looked at Lin Yun with her eyes lit up. The Azure Dragon Saint Physique. It's only been half a month, but you actually achieved the Azure Dragon Saint Physique. I had some luck, smiled Lin Yun. Seeing Lil Purple's curiosity, Lin Yun shared with her about his experience on Heavenly Aquatic Island. A mere Lei Ying already placed you in such a position? If I was there, he wouldn't dare to be arrogant. Lil Purple replied in disdain. Hey, are you injured? I can take a look at your injuries if you have any. Lil Purple asked when she was done, concerned that Lin Yun was injured. But Lin Yun didn't say a word, removing his clothes and revealing his perfect figure. You pervert! Lil Purple covered her face with her hands, but she peeked through her hands. What the hell are you thinking about? I devoured the origin stone when I fell unconscious and made a breakthrough, converting all the dragon runes into saint runes. Lin Yun took in a deep breath before he continued. The benefits scare me a little, so help me take a look and see if there are any side effects. His physique was now comparable to a saint artifact, and he could easily kill an ordinary genius in the galaxy stage if he activated the Azure Dragon mark. However, this was under the condition that he didn't activate the Azure Dragon Saint armor. If he did, Lin Yun speculated that he could take 10 moves from Lei Ying at the latter's strongest state. It was too unbelievable since he was only in the 7th Soul Heavenly Soul realm while Lei Ying was a monster who killed 2 elders in the Elysium Core realm. The benefit was too great that it made Lin Yun feel uneasy. After all, there was nothing free in the world, especially since the origin stone was peculiar. In fact, it reeked of an ancient and devilish aura when it was born. Lil Purple removed her hands from her face and said, Since that's the case, this Empress will take a look for you. Lil Purple then focused on the Azure Dragon mark in Lin Yun's chest briefly before she smiled. How is it? Lin Yun asked. It's true. There's something weird about the origin stone. It probably wanted to devour you and use you as a fertilizer. But it had no idea that your Azure Dragon Saint art was something given by the Azure Dragon Lord. Lil Purple mocked. If you didn't give me your true bone, you might have been able to manifest a dragon spirit at the end of the Azure Dragon Saint art. Anyway, it was a great opportunity for you, and you don't have to worry about any side effects from the origin stone. Hearing that, Lin Yun finally felt relieved because he could focus on the Spirit Astral Mountain 3 days from now. What's Lil Red's current cultivation? Lin Yun examined Lil Red because he couldn't sense any changes in its aura aside from its fur becoming a lot glossier. If it wasn't for the fact that it looked a little fat, it might be pretty popular among the girls. Humph! Lil Red is now in the galaxy stage, and its bloodline is even more terrifying than a monarch demonic beast. With the ancient Dracope art, even you might not be able to defeat Lil Red. What do you think? Do you want to spar? Lil Purple looked at Lin Yun with a smug on her face. Well, I do need to see how strong my physique has become. Let's go. Lin Yun smiled. His residence was rather spacious, but it was too small for him to conduct a spar. So he led Lil Red and Lil Purple to a floating mountain outside the Sword Saint Mountain. It was a remote place that no one would get close to. Furthermore, it was also the place where Lin Yun used to practice his flute. Looking at Lil Red, Lin Yun said, Let's test it in the cat form. Lil Red was terrifyingly fast, and Lin Yun had a deep impression of its speed. But Lin Yun guessed that Lil Red must have gotten a lot faster now that it had reached the Empyrean realm. Lil Red, teach him some lesson. Don't disappoint me, Lil Purple said with her head raised. Without any hesitation, Lil Red charged over and reached Lin Yun in the blink of an eye. Before Lin Yun could even see where Lil Red was, its claws already enveloped Lin Yun. Interesting. Lin Yun circulated the Azure Dragon Saint art without any hesitation, summoning the dragon runes on the surface of his body. When Lil Red's claws landed on the runes, it only caused a tiny ripple before sending Lil Red flying. Lil Red's current claws could even tear mountains apart, but Lin Yun still deflected the attack. Just like that, Lin Yun and Lil Red clashed on the mountain, inflicting destruction on the surroundings. Looks like the Azure Dragon Saint art really isn't simple, Lil Purple muttered. After all, Lil Red's claws could easily tear apart an overlord demonic beast in the galaxy stage. Not even demonic beasts whose body was comparable to profound artifacts could take it head-on. Lil Red's claws were completely useless against Lin Yun. However, this wasn't the reason for Lil Purple's shock. She was shocked because Lin Yun's boundless vitality wasn't any inferior compared to Lil Red. As Lin Yun circulated the Azure Dragon Saint art, he summoned both lightning and wind. After all, ancient Azure Dragons were masters of thunderstorms, so their innate talent allowed Lin Yun to wield the wind and lightning intent. Seeing that Lil Red was about to be suppressed, Lil Purple smiled. Lil Red, stop messing around and teach him some lesson. As Lil Red let out a roar, it had transformed into its Dracope form with immense pressure sweeping out. Instantly, it suppressed the phenomenon created by Lin Yun. When it was done transforming, a Dracope of 30 meters appeared before Lin Yun. It's smaller. Lin Yun was surprised by this scene. After all, Lil Red was at least 90 meters tall when it took on the Dracope form in the past. Although it had become smaller, its aura was a lot more condensed. The pressure from Lil Red immediately suffocated Lin Yun. When it threw a punch, it actually created a dragon-shaped vortex with terrifying lightning. Lin Yun was caught by surprise and was sent flying. Lin Yun crashed into a tree, snapping it in half before falling to the ground. But when he fell onto the ground, he activated the Azure Dragon mark, causing an explosion to blow all the rubble away. Again! Just like that, Lil Red and Lin Yun clashed once more, nearly destroying the entire mountain. After 100 moves later, Lin Yun was completely exhausted. I give up. It hurts. Lin Yun was hurting despite his physique comparable to a saint artifact. It took him a while before he revealed a smile. Looks like I won't be able to fight with Lil Red before reaching the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm. Humph. Don't feel discouraged. It's impressive that you can face Lil Red for so long relying on your physique. Lil Purple flew over and comforted Lin Yun before she chuckled. But Lil Red didn't have the genuine ancient Dracope art. The current ancient Dracope art is completed by me that comes with movement technique, staff technique, phenomena, the complete profundities, along with the ancient seal. Lin Yun was shocked as he looked at Lil Red and exclaimed, "So it's that powerful? Humph. Why don't you look at the person who taught Lil Red?" Lil Purple said with a smug smile. Lin Yun rolled his eyes because Lil Purple had a habit of boasting. Only half of her words could be trusted. No matter what, Lil Red had become a lot stronger, but it should also have something to do with the leaf of the divine blood fruit. Again, Lin Yun wasn't willing to admit defeat, so he challenged Lil Red once more. He would soon try to make a breakthrough to the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm, and sparring with Lil Red would definitely be the best way to improve his Azure Dragon Saint physique. Just like that, 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the entire fleeting Cloud Sword sect was clamoring because the opening of the Spirit Astral Mountain was about to happen. Only the 4 major sects could possess a Spirit Astral Mountain. The opening of the Spirit Astral Mountain required a large number of resources, and it would greatly benefit any disciple if they entered before the age of 30. As all the disciples rushed towards the Spirit Astral Mountain, Lin Yun ended his training. The opening of the Spirit Astral Mountain was a grand occasion in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, even grander than the Sword Saint Mountain. After all, most disciples could have an attempt in the Sword Saint Mountain since it could be opened every half a year. but it would take at least a decade for the Spirit Astral Mountain to be opened. So compared to the Sword Saint Mountain, the threshold of the Spirit Astral Mountain was definitely higher. Only those in the Empyrean realm were qualified, and it would depend on one's luck to see how much they could benefit from it. So all the disciples had already set off for the Spirit Astral Mountain before dawn. As for Lin Yun, he wasn't in a hurry. He had been facing Lil Red for the past 3 days, relying purely on his physique, which allowed his Azure Dragon Saint physique to improve greatly. Then again, it was naturally tough for him as well. Behind his residence was a spiritual lake, and Lin Yun was washing in the lake together with Lil Purple and Lil Red. It felt great when the spiritual energy entered his body through his pores, sweeping away his exhaustion from the past 3 days. Just like that, Lin Yun leaned against a rock with a towel covering his face, as he allowed the Azure Dragon Saint art to circulate naturally. He could sense the immense vitality surging within his body, making him feel like a dragon basking in the sun. Meanwhile, Lil Purple was humming while she enjoyed soaking in the spiritual lake. She had also gotten a lot of good stuff when she went out of the sect with Lil Red. As for Lil Red, it simply played in the lake in its cat form. When Lin Yun recovered from his exhaustion, he removed the towel from his face, and his aura had reached an unprecedented height. At this moment, he looked like an Azure Dragon himself as he looked at the rising sun. He was hoping that everything would be smooth today. He was determined to give everyone he knew a shock when they met again, and he was also determined to chase after Su Xiao. After all, he had already given his promise back in the Great Qin Empire, and he wouldn't let anyone else touch his woman. What a pervert! Lil Purple snorted. But when Lin Yun lowered himself to see Lil Purple covered in the mist, he couldn't help laughing. Lil Purple, why are you covering yourself with a mist? Humph! How can I allow mortals to look at the divine body of this empress? Lil Purple said with her nose pointed at the sky and her eyes filled with disdain. Ha ha ha! Lin Yun couldn't help laughing. You brat, what is there to see? You have neither chest nor butt. Xiling at least still has a pair of long legs. But you have nothing. Arg harg! Lil Purple screamed with her face turning red while she swung her arms at Lin Yun. This empress will kill you, you scumbag, bastard, pervert. You're exposed, smiled Lin Yun. When he was done, he put on his clothes and returned to the shore. Seeing that Lil Purple was still furious, he smiled. All right, let's stop playing. Come out quickly because we still have to rush towards the Spirit Astral Mountain. No, you have to tie my braids, Lil Purple said with her cheeks puffed up. Looking at Lil Purple, Lin Yun could only shake his head helplessly. Ever since he braided her hair once, she had been requesting him to braid her hair. All right, smiled Lin Yun. Lil Purple was no longer mad as Lin Yun agreed to her request. Just like that, Lil Red held the mirror while Lin Yun tied Lil Purple's braids. Lin Yun was a lot more proficient in tying the braids compared to the past. What's the meaning of your braids? You seem to be pretty obsessed with them? Lin Yun smiled because he noticed that Lil Purple was a little obsessed with her braids. When Xiling put makeup on her, Lil Purple only cared about her braids. Humph, I'm not going to tell a scumbag, bastard, and a pervert like you, replied Lil Purple. Lin Yun wasn't offended by those names and continued to comb her hair with a smile. Lin Yun was concerned about the Spirit Astral Mountain even though he didn't look anxious. Do you know anything about the Spirit Astral Mountain? Lin Yun asked because he knew nothing about it. Of course, the Spirit Astral Mountains were born in ancient times, and they're unlike any of the treasured lands you've seen before. There are 9 heavens in the sky, and each heaven has 4 layers. Beyond the 36 layers is the starry sky with countless stars. There are also the 4 constellations, shining their light on Kunlun, explained Lil Purple. I know that. They're the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise, said Lin Yun. He already knew about that back in the Heavenly Path because the Heavenly Path was divided in the same manner. The 4 constellations were also separated into 7 star groups that are represented by metal, wood, water, fire, earth, sun, and moon. Furthermore, each star group had countless stars. so no one knew how big the 4 constellations actually were. Aside from the 4 constellations, there are also many other constellations. Some were extremely hidden, and some were even bigger than the 4 constellations. Lin Yun simply couldn't imagine how terrifying the Golden Age was that someone set up arrays based on the 4 constellations. Furthermore, he didn't know if it was a coincidence that the Empyrean stage was named Star, Galaxy, and Astral stages. Then again, those were unrelated, and Lin Yun was more concerned about what kind of place the Spirit Astral Mountain was. All right. Lin Yun was finally done with the braids, which satisfied Lil Purple. You'll know about it later. It doesn't really matter because the fleeting Cloud Sword sect can only break through 2 layers at best, said Lil Purple. This made Lin Yun wonder if the sky really had 36 layers. When he raised his head, he began to think about Lil Purple's title. Could it be that she had really slaughtered the sky back then? If it was real, then she would be a little too terrifying. He couldn't imagine it was the same little girl who was obsessed with her braids in front of the mirror. You want to go and take a look? Lin Yun asked. It's no big deal. The Sword Saint Mountain is more interesting, so I'm not going. Lil Purple said. Don't die in there. Nothing is certain when it comes to the limit of the heavenly soul realm. Even in ancient times, there were many geniuses who died trying to reach that level. Lin Yun's lips twitched when he heard that, because it sounded as though Lil Purple was cursing him. Just like that, Lin Yun headed down the mountain and reached the gathering point. There were a lot of people here, but those who could stand on the surface of the lake were all core disciples in the Empyrean realm. When Lin Yun swept his glance out, everyone was more or less gathered, including the elders. Yi Xiling, Wang Yuruo, Feng Zhang, and the rest were naturally here as well, including the chief disciple that he fooled 3 days ago. But what left Lin Yun shocked was that Luo Hua was also here. Senior sister, senior brother Yun is here, Wang Yuruo yelled when she saw Lin Yun's arrival. If there weren't so many people here, she would have pounced on Lin Yun by now. On the other hand, Yi Xiling still looked angry and replied, taking his own time when everyone is already here. Hehe. Senior brother Yun definitely had something more important that made him late, said Wang Yuruo. But when Lin Yun heard that, he couldn't help blushing because he was only braiding Lil Purple's hair. Lin Yun's arrival instantly attracted everyone's attention. After all, Lin Yun had become a well-known figure after saving Yi Xiling, so he naturally became the center of attention. Senior brother, Lin Yun is here. A person spoke out beside Zhang Liken. I know, replied Zhang Liken with his face darkened. He wasn't a fool, and he had long noticed Lin Yun. They were dressed in a similar way, but Lin Yun's temperament was a lot stronger than his, which made him jealous. Plus, Lin Yun was close to Yi Xiling and the others. Although Yi Xiling didn't talk to Lin Yun, Zhang Liken knew that it would be impossible to get her to react if they weren't close. Looks like senior sister's attitude towards him has changed after the incident on the heavenly aquatic island, said another disciple. I'll let him know why I'm the chief disciple of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect when the Spirit Astral Mountain is open. Zhang Liken didn't show any emotions on the surface, but he was raging with fire in his heart for Lin Yun's impudence. Lin Yun instantly sensed the enmity in Zhang Liken's eyes. When he got close to Yi Xiling, Zhang Liken didn't even bother concealing the chill in his eyes. Sensing that, Lin Yun merely laughed it off while Feng Zhang smiled. Lin Yun, senior brother seems to have some hostility towards you. The relationship between the two of them started out bad, but their relationship had gradually gotten better, especially during their trip to Heavenly Aquatic Island. This was also why Feng Zhang called Lin Yun directly by his name now. Hearing what Feng Zhang said, Lin Yun merely laughed it off. He knew that Feng Zhang was messing with him on purpose. When he turned to look at Feng Zhang, he could see Feng Zhang looking at him with a playful gaze. So what if he has an opinion about him? It was Lin Yun who saved senior sister's life in the Heavenly Aquatic Island, not him. Lu Qingyan laughed. Although everyone in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect had feelings for Yi Xiling, none of them dared to confess it because they knew that they weren't compatible with Yi Xiling. So if Lu Qingyan had to choose a side, he would naturally support Lin Yun being together with Yi Xiling. In the past, when Lin Yun hadn't come to the sect, Zhang Liken would make use of his identity as the chief disciple to get close to Yi Xiling. It made Lu Qingyan unhappy. So he was naturally happy to see Zhang Liken's dark face. Seeing that Lu Qingyan was trying to cause trouble for him, Lin Yun merely turned to glare at the former. But Lu Qingyan knew that Lin Yun wouldn't be bothered with such a joke and smiled. "I'm being honest here. We're all supporting you." "That's right. Senior sister has never said that she has any feelings for him. But senior brother Lin is the best." Wang Yurua smiled sweetly. She only knew that Lin Yun was the best and no one could be compared to him. Hearing all that, Lin Yun merely smiled it off, fearing that Yi Xiling might misunderstand something. But out of his expectation, Yi Xiling replied, "Are you all that free to gossip about others?" "Hear that?" Lin Yun smiled. At the same time, Lin Yun could sense a familiar gaze directed at him. The gaze naturally came from Luo Hua, who emitted a mysterious aura while her face was covered with a veil, only revealing her eyes. She stood alone on the lake with no one daring to approach her. "I'll leave first." Lin Yun knew what Luo Hua was saying through her gaze. "Hehe. Senior brother Lin, take me with you." Wang Yurua came over and held onto Lin Yun's arm. This made Lin Yun smile bitterly in his heart. Looks like Wang Yurua had considered Luo Hua as a love rival of Yi Xiling, but Lin Yun really didn't have any feelings for the two of them. "Let go." Yi Xiling glared at Wang Yurua before she continued, "Behave yourself." Seeing that Yi Xiling was genuinely furious, Wang Yurua let go of Lin Yun's arm with a sullen expression. This made Lin Yun pat her head. Nodding his head towards Yi Xiling, Lin Yun went over to Luo Hua. His action instantly captivated everyone's attention. "Senior sister, senior brother Lin won't be back now that he has gone over," said Wang Yurua unhappily. "So what? What does that have to do with me?" Yi Xiling asked emotionally. "My heavens, they're holding hands." Wang Yurua suddenly exclaimed with shock on her face. This had not only attracted the attention of Fengzhang and Lu Qingyan, but even Yi Xiling turned her head with a shocked expression. The elders were even more shocked because they knew about Luo Hua's origin. What the heck? Even Zhang Liken's lips had twitched looking at this scene. Fengzhang and Lu Qingyan couldn't close their mouths. They didn't expect that Lin Yun had even subdued Luo Hua. "Humph. I don't like senior brother Lin anymore," said Wang Yurua. Yi Xiling was also surprised at this scene. Although she had no feelings for Lin Yun, she still couldn't help feeling weird looking at this scene. She had no idea when the two of them got so close. Despite all the surrounding gazes, Luo Hua didn't seem bothered by the attention. However, Lin Yun couldn't maintain his composure because he knew that they both didn't have that sort of relationship. Cough, cough. "Lady Luo?" Lin Yun coughed, trying to take his hand back. But to his surprise, Luo Hua was firmly holding onto his hand. "What is this?" Luo Hua asked curiously, looking at the hair tied around one of Lin Yun's fingers. After an initial shock, Lin Yun finally calmed down and smiled. "That's a secret. Lady Luo, please let go. This is a strand of hair. She must be the person you're chasing after, right?" Luo Hua paused briefly before she continued. "She must really love you. She can give up everything except for this strand of hair." Her voice sounded ethereal, and it was hard to tell if she was asking Lin Yun the question or herself the question. When Lin Yun raised his head, he was shocked because Luo Hua seemed to know too much about him. Pulling his hand back, Lin Yun replied with his heart fluctuating violently, "Yeah, I didn't say anything bad about Flower Burial, and I won't be responsible for Flower Burial's love debt," Luo Hua said with a playful smile, but her words made Lin Yun feel a chill down his spine. Lin Yun knew that she was saying it on purpose. It seemed like Yi Xiling found her to find out more about Flower Burial. Right at this moment, the sect master arrived with several law-enforcing elders behind him. Every single one of them was emitting a powerful aura that instantly attracted everyone's attention. Looking at the sect master, Lin Yun changed the topic. "I thought that you wouldn't come for the Spirit Astral Mountain. Brother Lin is trying to reach the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm, so how can I not be here to witness it?" Luo Hua smiled before she added, "But there are many things you didn't think of. Mentioning the limit of the heavenly soul realm, Lin Yun's face became grave. Although he had achieved the Azure Dragon Saint physique and even devoured the Origin Stone, transforming his physique into a saint artifact, it was still the limit of the heavenly soul realm. It was far more dangerous than he could imagine. After all, many geniuses died trying to reach the limit of the heavenly soul realm in ancient times. Even the geniuses of the saint clans didn't dare to think about it. So what could a swordsman from a lower realm do? How confident are you? Luo Hua asked. I've left everything to fate. No, even if I'm destined to die, I'll reach it no matter what. Lin Yun's eyes radiated with determination. Open the mountain. A voice sounded out as the sect master led the 7 law-enforcing elders. As their sword intent blazed, the faces of all the disciples became grave. The spirit astral mountain was the soul of a sect, and opening it would exhaust the sect's foundation. In fact, the sect would require at least a decade to recover from the damage. As the sect master and the law-enforcing elders began to form different seals with their fingers, a terrifying aura swept out that even made Lin Yun feel fearful of. As for the other core disciples, all of their faces had become pale. Meanwhile, the disciples who hadn't reached the Empyrean realm fell onto their knees. A powerful sword aura soared into the sky and disappeared from everyone's view. It tore through the sky, which filled Lin Yun with fear. Once the sky shattered 3 times, darkness swept out and a gorgeous starry sky appeared before everyone. Even Lin Yun's heart was trembling because he had never seen the stars so clearly before. Breaking the 4th layer. It looks like the fleeting cloud sword sect isn't useless after all, muttered Lil Purple while she stood on a mountain outside the lake. Although she said she wouldn't come, she was still here to watch things unfold. When she turned to look at Lin Yun, she prayed inwardly that Lin Yun would make it out alive. He'll find the Iris Saint water sooner or later. When starlight draped down, it gave everyone on the lake a misconception that they could even pluck the stars in the sky. Then, a crystallized mountain rose from the lake, attracting all the stars in the sky. In a split second, the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise constellations appeared. When dense astral energy shined down, everyone quickly sat down to absorb the sunlight. Just this single wisp of sunlight was comparable to thousands of astral pellets. As Lin Yun took a deep breath, he turned to look at Luo Hua. I'm beginning. Lady Luo, please step back for now. Don't die, said Luo Hua before she flew away. Failure means death? Lin Yun smiled upon hearing what Luo Hua said. Since that was the case, then let all the stars in the sky witness him forging his legend. All of the core disciples found a spot for themselves on the lake. Meanwhile, Lin Yun looked at the spirit astral mountain unhurried. He was observing the connection between the 4 constellations and the spirit astral mountain. The other stronger disciples, such as Yi Xiling and Jiang Liken, weren't anxious either. The spirit astral mountain would exist for a long time, but the amount of astral energy they could absorb was determined by their cultivation technique, physique, and comprehension. In other words, it had nothing to do with who started first. A brief moment later, Lin Yun had faintly found an answer. The spirit astral mountain was akin to a magnet that attracted starlight. Rather than calling it astral energy, it was more befitting to call the starlight astral spirits. It was a lot purer than the astral energy that Empyreans could absorb from the stars. Lin Yun's objective needed to be compatibility with the spirit astral mountain, causing the starlight to fall on him on its own. He couldn't rely on devouring it by force. Realizing this, Lin Yun nodded his head inwardly. I see. It wasn't hard to figure out, and all the core disciples with high talent had a similar comprehension. But even if they knew about it, they weren't sure if they could achieve it. Jiang Liken looked at Lin Yun and smirked because he had a deeper understanding of the spirit astral mountain. After all, he was the one who convinced the sect master to open the spirit astral mountain. Naturally, he had many preparations. I'll thoroughly embarrass you later, Jiang Liken thought inwardly. After all, Lin Yun had stolen the limelight even though Jiang Liken was the chief disciple of the fleeting cloud sword sect. When Lin Yun retracted his gaze from the spirit astral mountain, he coincidentally bumped gazes with Yi Xiling. The relationship between the two of them had been terrible recently, but they both admired each other's talent. So they both nodded their heads at each other. The spirit astral mountain is really magical, and this is with 4 layers of sky shattered. I wonder what it'll be like when all 36 layers are broken. Lin Yun muttered with a grave expression because he noticed that this opportunity was a lot better than he had imagined. It was the perfect time for him to reach the limit of the heavenly soul realm, and it was even better than using a divine blood fruit. Knowing that it was time for him to get started, Lin Yun sat down without any hesitation and began to circulate the Iris Sword Sutra, creating a silver iris flower beneath him. The silver iris flower was shining brightly, even brighter than the astral spirits shining down in the darkness. As Lin Yun circulated the Iris Sword Sutra, all the starlight in the surroundings was devoured by the silver light that the iris flower was giving off. When the astral spirit continued to pour into his body, it sounded like a surging river. But it caused no fluctuation to his physique because his body was like a massive ocean, and the astral spirit pouring into his body was akin to a small lake. This was Lin Yun's foundation, the power of the Azure Dragon Saint physique. Zhang Liken was a fool if he thought he could compete with Lin Yun. Zhang Liken found the wrong opponent because he wasn't even comparable to Yi Xiling. How could he possibly compete with Lin Yun? But Zhang Liken clearly knew nothing about Lin Yun. After all, he was still planning to shock everyone. So what if Lin Yun is handsome? So what if he was good at getting close to women? True men will shine brightly and everyone will respect them. I am a true man. Countless thought flowed through Zhang Liken's head as he began to devour the astral spirits. It didn't take long for the surface of his body to shine brightly with starlight. When he opened his eyes slightly and saw that there was no commotion from Lin Yun, he couldn't help wearing a mocking smile because it had gone just as he had expected. As time continued to pass, the entire lake fell into silence. This is weird. Lin Yun clearly has a powerful cultivation technique, but it doesn't seem to be efficient in devouring the astral spirits. A law-enforcing elder said in doubt. Truth be told, the other elders also noticed how low the efficiency was for Lin Yun to absorb astral spirits. Lin Yun's efficiency in absorbing the astral spirits was even lower compared to the core disciples. As the core disciples continued to absorb astral spirits, they would be enveloped in the starlight that was seeping out from their pores to make them shine as bright as stars. However, no such phenomenon appeared on Lin Yun. The starlight that Lin Yun gave off was so dim that it was outshined by the light coming from the iris flower. On the other hand, core disciples like Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan were also shining more light than Lin Yun. It looked like he was the only one that wasn't absorbing any astral spirits. But the sect master wasn't bothered with that as his gaze was on Lin Yun from the start. He didn't even bat an eye at Yi Xiling or the other core disciples. It was as if everyone else was invisible. For hours later, core disciples began to obtain resonance with the spirit astral mountain that made the 4 constellations shine their starlight for them, and not the spirit astral mountain. Many failed to reach this point because it wasn't simple. Once a cultivator failed, they wouldn't be able to absorb astral spirits anymore. Then again, even failures received a lot of benefits from being here. Many people had reached the limit of what their physique could bear, so it was futile for them to continue. So failure wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Hehe. Feng Zhang, that brat succeeded. A law-enforcing elder smiled while he stroked his beard, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Feng Zhang was enveloped in dense starlight. When the density of the starlight reached its limit, he had obtained resonance with the Azure Dragon constellation. When 2 beams of light descended from the starry sky, an elder spoke out upon looking at it. Glory metal and glory wood. Not bad, I guess. It might seem complicated, but it was actually simple. The Azure Dragon constellation, for example, consisted of 7 star groups that represented the dragon head, dragon body, dragon tail, and the 4 dragon claws. Each star group was further divided into 7 star glories. They were also known as glory metal, glory wood, glory water, glory fire, glory earth, glory sun, and glory moon, just like in the heavenly path. So it was pretty outstanding for Feng Zhang since he could attract 2 star glories among all the core disciples. The two beams of star glories contained terrifying power when they shined down. Feng Zhang merely smiled before he threw his punch out, instantly shattering the two star glories into fragments. When the fragments landed on the shore, they were instantly snatched by the inner and outer disciples. Meanwhile, there were two spheres of light before Feng Zhang. One of them was shining with a metallic luster and the other with a gentle green light. Looking at the two spheres of light, Feng Zhang opened his mouth and sucked the two spheres of light into his body. In the next second, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle galaxy stage in just a blink of an eye. With the benefit of devouring the two star glories into his mouth, his sword intent and martial intent grew. Wow! Way to go! Senior Brother Feng. The inner disciples who managed to obtain the fragments clapped their hands as they cheered and exclaimed in admiration. As for the core disciples who failed, they were looking at Feng Zhang enviously because they knew that Feng Zhang would become a lot stronger if he succeeded. At that time, the difference between them and Feng Zhang would be akin to the sky and earth. Feng Zhang wasn't the only one who succeeded. Lu Qingyan also succeeded and also attracted two-star glories like Feng Zhang. After the two of them congratulated each other, they turned to look at Lin Yun with their brows locked and their faces ugly. "What's wrong with Senior Brother Lin?" Wang Yurua asked just when the two of them fell silent. Her performance was a tad stronger than Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan. 3-star glories had descended for her and she had devoured them. When she was done, she immediately grouped up with those who were also done. "It doesn't seem to be going well. Lin Yun seems to have encountered some troubles," said Lu Qingyan with his brows locked. He had a feeling that Lin Yun's cultivation wasn't enough, which was why he couldn't devour and refine the astral spirits. After all, there was a huge difference between the heavenly soul realm and Empyrean realm. "What should we do?" Wang Yurua became nervous when she heard that. It didn't take long for Yi Xiling to finish as well. She had attracted 7-star glories, and she was just one step away from lighting up the constellation. If she had succeeded, there would be a great boost to her strength. But she was stopped when she was one step away. Then again, Yi Xiling wasn't too bothered about it. She had the bloodline of the Radiant Snow Saint clan, and the benefits of the Spirit Astral Mountain weren't too important to her. "What's wrong with Lin Yun?" Yi Xiling asked. Hearing that, Lu Qingyan and Feng Zhang both smiled bitterly because Wang Yurua and Yi Xiling asked the same question. "Things don't seem good. Senior sister, look!" Feng Zhang pointed in Lin Yun's direction. Lin Yun was still seated down without any fluctuation, and no one could see any trace of starlight coming from his body. Yi Xiling was surprised when she saw this scene. She had a feeling that something wasn't right, but she had no idea where the issue was. As more and more people woke up from devouring and refining the astral spirits, they were puzzled when they looked at Lin Yun. "What's going on? Is it because Lin Yun's cultivation is too low to refine the astral spirits? That might be the reason. Then it would be too much of a pity." The discussions gradually sounded out from the surroundings. After all, Lin Yun was the center of attention before the Spirit Astral Mountain opened. Furthermore, many disciples and elders had placed great hopes in him, so they couldn't help feeling shocked and disappointed to see that Lin Yun couldn't even be compared to the ordinary core disciples. Just when various discussions sounded out, a terrifying light shined out in the sky with a gigantic beam of light descending from the sky. It looked like a gigantic mountain was falling down. When the beam of light shined down, everyone discovered that it wasn't a mountain. It was a dragon claw condensed with starlight. The claw of the azure dragon was the light of the star group. When everyone directed their attention towards where the gigantic beam of light was falling, they saw Jiang Liken suddenly standing up. When he was enveloped by the light of the star group, the massive aura he gave off had instantly overshadowed everyone else. Even the sky was dark until Jiang Liken destroyed the claw. Only then did the starry sky return back to normal. Furthermore, all the inner disciples had benefited greatly when the fragments flew out. "Senior brother!" All the disciples in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect went crazy when they saw this scene. Furthermore, Jiang Liken's cultivation had also reached the pinnacle of the astral stage under everyone's gazes. This was the moment that he had been waiting for. When he swept his glance out, He saw Yi Xiling and revealed a smile on his lips. As he flew over to Yi Xiling, he smiled. Looks like I didn't disappoint the sect or master by requesting the spirit astral mountain be opened. I believe I should be able to help out in the ranking battle now. You're being too humble, senior brother. You've condensed the light of the star group, which is impressive even in the powerful sects of the ancient barren domain. Smiled Yi Xiling as she gave an objective opinion. But Zhang Liken was somewhat disappointed hearing what Yi Xiling said. He could sense that although Yi Xiling was smiling, she was also maintaining a distance between them. It doesn't look good for junior brother Lin, smiled Zhang Liken as he changed the topic. Lin Yun was the only one who remained seated on the lake while everyone was already done. As for Luo Hua, she didn't absorb any astral spirit right from the beginning. Her attention was on Lin Yun throughout the entire process, just like the sect master. What do you mean? Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan spoke out unhappily. They naturally knew that Lin Yun's situation didn't look good, but they didn't think that Zhang Liken had any right to talk about Lin Yun. The light of the star group was impressive, but who was Zhang Liken to show off before Yi Xiling on purpose? Not only did he show off before Yi Xiling, but he even tried to trample on Lin Yun. Nothing much. His cultivation is clearly insufficient for him to refine the astral spirits. So if he continues to force it, his physique might not be able to take it and he might lose his life, replied Zhang Liken. Seeing that Zhang Liken cursed Lin Yun, the eyes of Lu Qingyan and Feng Zhang both blazed with flames. Then again, they knew that Zhang Liken's words made sense. After all, if Lin Yun could refine astral spirits, he would have shined brightly with starlight a long time ago. Sorry about that. I'm just speaking the truth. When Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan looked at Zhang Liken, they could both sense the mockery in his eyes, as if Lin Yun was a piece of garbage. But all of a sudden, the calm lake started to crack. The sound was too terrifying, and many people fell to the ground from the might of the sound. Sky-shattering. All the law enforcement elders raised their heads as they saw a crack in the 5th layer of the sky. Starlight shined out of Lin Yun that signified that he had achieved resonance with the spirit astral mountain. When he opened his eyes, the sword aura contained in the spirit astral mountain shattered the 5th layer of the sky. There's always a sky beyond, muttered Lin Yun, with a cracking sound echoing out on the lake once more. Everyone was shocked to see cracks on the 6th layer of the sky too. How is this possible? Zhang Liken's mouth was wide open when he saw this scene. He couldn't imagine how many astral spirits Lin Yun absorbed for his resonance with the spirit astral mountain to reach such a high level. When the 5th and 6th layers of the sky cracked, the starry sky became even more massive. The azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise constellations looked more detailed and vivid than before. It was just as Lin Yun had expected. The more layers of the sky he could tear apart, the more realistic the constellation would look. This also meant that he was only at the tip of the iceberg. If he wanted to look at the true appearance of the starry sky, he would have to go beyond the 36 layers of heaven. The sound of the sky cracking had caused an uproar on the lake in the fleeting cloud sword sect, especially with Zhang Liken. He didn't dare to believe that Lin Yun's resonance with the spirit astral mountain would allow him to break through 2 more layers. What the hell is he trying to do? Zhang Liken's face sank with confusion because Lin Yun could have reached the Empyrean realm if he wanted. In fact, he felt that Lin Yun could have reached the galaxy stage or even the pinnacle galaxy stage. After all, Lin Yun's foundation was too terrifying, especially his accumulation in the heavenly soul realm. Although there wasn't any improvement in his cultivation, he was strong enough to fight Empyreans. As long as he didn't face someone in the astral stage, no one would be able to suppress him in a confrontation. At this point in time, Zhang Liken couldn't imagine how strong Lin Yun would become after reaching the Empyrean realm. He could clearly reach the Empyrean realm if he was willing, but he didn't. The law enforcement elders beside the sect master all wore grave expressions as they watched Lin Yun. As for Yi Xiling, her exterior was calm but her heart was in shock. She knew that Lin Yun was finally making a breakthrough to the limit of the heavenly soul realm. The geniuses from the ancient barren domain didn't even dare to take the risk. Only a transcendent genius would have the courage to attempt it, but even so, many of them failed to reach the limit of the heavenly soul realm. Everyone looked at Lin Yun, who slowly stood up and turned to look at the spirit astral mountain. When Lin Yun got close, his clothes and hair began to flutter wildly, and the starlight he was radiating also enveloped the entire lake and the sky. Suddenly, the sky shattered once more, causing everyone's jaws to drop. But before they could even react, two more shattering sounds rang out as the 8th and 9th layers broke apart. When starlight shined down, the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise constellations shined even more brightly. Lin Yun gently tapped his foot on the ground before he soared into the sky like a great rock before he landed on the summit of the spirit astral mountain. Then, the starlight shined down on him from the 9th layer of heaven. Everyone sucked in a cold breath as the star glories reconstructed and formed star groups. The first that appeared was the azure dragon's head, followed by its torso, claws, and tail. Xianxia's body began to tremble. He had made countless preparations for this and even absorbed a star group. But Lin Yun merely stood there and managed to attract all 7 star groups of the azure dragon. Just how the hell did he manage to do that? Xianxia's face became ugly because he was mocking Lin Yun just a moment ago. He didn't expect to get slapped in the face by his own words. "They're going to construct the constellation," Yi Xiling said. The moment she finished, the 7 star groups had constructed the Azure Dragon constellation. Although the constellation wasn't comparable to the genuine Azure Dragon constellation, the sight of the gigantic Azure Dragon appearing in the lake still left many people shocked. Xianxia was dumbfounded. After all, there was no way his Azure Dragon's claw could be compared to an entire constellation. The difference between them was like a speck of dust comparing itself to the lofty clouds. "Looks like senior brother was being humble. Compared to Lin Yun, your Azure Dragon's claw is really nothing impressive," laughed Lu Qingyan. "I misunderstood you, senior brother Jiang. I thought that senior brother Jiang was showing off, but it turns out that you're really humble." Feng Zhang smiled as well. The two of them weren't pushovers. After all, Xianxia had targeted Lin Yun earlier, so how would they let go of this opportunity to get back at him? When it was time to slap Xianxia's face, they definitely wouldn't let it pass. Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan's words were like 2 resounding slaps to Xianxia that made his face turn red. Most importantly, they followed behind Yi Xiling most of the time, so there was nothing he could do to them. Lu Qingyan and Feng Zhang looked at Xianxia while they sneered inwardly. Xianxia had underestimated Lin Yun. Who was Lin Yun? He was someone who mastered a sword technique with just 7 steps. He even killed Luo Kuei while he was in the heavenly soul realm. Although it was undeniable that Lin Yun was lucky in accomplishing that, it had already proven his strength. After all, no one would be stupid enough to allow someone in the astral stage to unleash their constellation after knowing that they would have no chance. Since Xianxia came to ask for slaps, Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan naturally wouldn't hesitate. But they also didn't take it too far since they were all disciples of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. The Azure Dragon clashed with Lin Yun at the summit of the Spirit Astral Mountain before it was ultimately destroyed by Lin Yun with a punch. Then countless fragments scattered on the ground. This left everyone briefly stunned before they rejoiced while they fought to collect the fragments. After all, these were the fragments of the constellation. Before Lin Yun was a fist-sized constellation light. Looking at this scene, an elder sighed. He's going to make a breakthrough to the Empyrean realm, right? As Lin Yun devoured the constellation light into his mouth, flames began to blaze on his body. The power contained in the Azure Dragon constellation was simply too powerful. If it was someone ordinary, they would have been incinerated into ashes by now. But Lin Yun had a powerful physique, and his physique was akin to a saint artifact. As time passed, Lin Yun's body became increasingly transparent like white jade. Still not going to make a breakthrough? It had already been 2 hours, and Lin Yun was still tempering his body and slowly refining the constellation light with no signs of making a breakthrough. He wasn't in a hurry, but everyone in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect was feeling anxious for him. "Sect Master, why isn't Lin Yun making a breakthrough? The constellation light is about to burn out, and it'll be a waste if he doesn't make a breakthrough." A law enforcement elder spoke up. which was supported by other elders nodding their heads. "What the hell do you know?" the sect master cursed. "Why are you anxious when he isn't? Shut your mouths if you don't know anything." His curses instantly left all the elders dumbfounded. Although they knew that the sect master was direct, they still couldn't help feeling awkward upon hearing that. As for the other law enforcement elders, they quickly shut their mouths and dared not to utter another word. After the sect master was done cursing the elders, he turned to look at Lin Yun with dense joy on his face. Lin Yun had been bearing it for the past 6 months and was stuck in the seventh soul heavenly soul realm. So no one knew how much gossip Lin Yun had suffered. But he ultimately endured everything, with a perseverance that put the sect master to shame. Even when Lin Yun was only 1 step away from the Empyrean realm, Lin Yun still focused on tempering his physique, making the best use of the constellation light. Looking at Lin Yun, the sect master's eyes blazed with flames. He had a look on his face that was even more excited than Lin Yun's expression. Suddenly, the sky turned dark as the constellation light burnt out. The sudden darkness was uncomfortable to everyone. But the sky was soon lit up when flowers fell from the sky. Each of the flowers was bewitching, and they were all demonic astral flowers. The entire sky was enveloped in a sea of flowers that formed an array. As the spiritual runes flickered on the flowers, they emitted an ancient aura and 7-colored light shined out of the array. "All of you, get back down," said the sect master while he waved his fan. This instantly sent everyone who was on the lake flying out. Xianxia also staggered to catch himself as he raised his head to look at the youth shining brightly. He finally knew what Lin Yun was trying to do. Lin Yun was trying to reach the limit of the heavenly soul realm. At this moment, fleeting cloud sword sect burst into chaos. The ancient array constructed by the demonic astral flowers left all the law enforcement elders dumbfounded. They realized that Lin Yun had been aiming for the limit of the heavenly soul realm from the start of the process. The constellation light was just an opportunity for him. Right from the start, he had never placed this great opportunity in his heart, and was only focused on reaching the limit of the heavenly soul realm. As for reaching the Empyrean realm, he could reach the Empyrean realm anytime he wanted since he had the leaves of the divine blood fruit. The effects of the leaves were even greater than the constellation light. After all, Lil Red had grown terrifyingly strong with that method. But Lin Yun wanted to reach the limit of the heavenly soul realm, the unrivaled stage of the heavenly soul realm that only transcendent geniuses of legends were qualified to attempt. "Is this fellow really not afraid of death?" Xianxia muttered to himself with disbelief. But the moment he was done, he realized that he said the wrong thing. Several cold gazes from Lu Qingyan, Feng Zhang, Wang Yuruo, and even Yi Xiling were burning a hole through his head. Although trying to reach the limit of the heavenly soul realm was dangerous, how could he curse Lin Yun to die? The cold gaze that he sensed from Yi Xiling was something that he had never felt before, which made Xianxia immediately squeeze out a smile. But inwardly, he was unconvinced because he was merely speaking the truth. After all, many transcendent geniuses had failed to try to reach the limit. In the past thousands of years, only a handful of geniuses were able to reach the limit of the heavenly soul realm. Xianxia shut his mouth and looked at Lin Yun with a complicated gaze. As the sea of flowers descended from the sky and released a shocking energy fluctuation, the surrounding space distorted. At the summit of the mountain was an azure-clothed figure seated on a massive iris flower. When the silver iris flower circulated, it was like a black hole that devoured the surrounding spiritual energy and soared intent on the spirit astral mountain. Outside the lake, the sect master hovered in the sky with his hands behind his back. He was staring at Lin Yun with a faint smile. "Sect master HHE, he's devouring the sword intent on the spirit astral mountain. That's the foundation of our fleeting cloud sword sect," a law enforcement elder said with his voice trembling. The sect master didn't turn around and merely smiled. "This brat is smart. It's not easy for him to come this far. Don't worry about it. If he succeeds, the benefits that he'll bring to the spirit astral mountain will far exceed your imagination. But what if he fails?" The law enforcement elder already discovered that the sect master had placed great importance to Lin Yun as though Lin Yun was even more important than the entire sect. But he knew that if Lin Yun failed, it would be a disastrous blow to the sect. "If he fails, he'll be dead," replied the sect master. While everyone fell into silence, the sect master continued, "But if he succeeds, we'll be able to open the 9th layer of heaven easily next time. Just imagine the benefits it will bring us for our fleeting cloud sword sect to give birth to a monstrous genius in the limit of the heavenly soul realm." The other law enforcement elders were shocked when they heard that. After all, the sect and the disciples complemented each other, and their fates would affect each other. The limit of the heavenly soul realm was something that not even those powerful geniuses could achieve. If an existence like that was born in the fleeting cloud sword sect, the law enforcement elders couldn't imagine the benefits that they would receive. I remember the sect master of the profound sky sect is someone who had achieved the limit of the heavenly soul realm. After he became the sect master, the profound sky sect's position rose swiftly in the ancient barren domain, said a law enforcement elder. The sect master nodded his head lightly, but he had a cold light flickering through his pupils when the profound sky sect's name. He had to admit that the profound sky sect had an unimaginable status in the ancient barren domain, producing many monstrous geniuses at the same time. Regardless of inheritance or foundation, there was no way the profound sky sect could be compared to the sword sect. But the sword sect had declined over the past millennium, and the sword sect could barely maintain its prestige in the ancient barren domain. "Sect master, will Lin Yun be able to succeed?" a law enforcement elder asked with anticipation in his eyes. Lin Yun's origin was mysterious, and his appearance was too sudden. It was too mysterious to the law enforcement elders. However, they knew that the sect master knew about Lin Yun's origin, so they weren't surprised that he showed great intention to nurture Lin Yun. Their sect master was known for his foul temper, and he wouldn't see Lin Yun in a new light if Lin Yun had no potential. At many times, they could even tell that the sect master had placed more importance on Lin Yun than on Yi Xiling. "He has a high chance," said the sect master. "Wits and perseverance are secondary. He's someone who can bear loneliness. All geniuses are arrogant and aloof, but he's not the same. He has experienced too much, and he can be arrogant and humble when needed." The law enforcement elders were briefly stunned when they heard that because the sect master's evaluation was a little too much. "What do you think of Jiang Likenen in comparison to him?" a law enforcement elder asked softly. Jiang Liken was the most talented genius nurtured by the fleeting cloud sword sect, while Yi Xiling had a different origin. But before he could finish, the sect master interrupted him. "Don't bother comparing a shrimp with a dragon." Upon hearing that, all the elders nearly threw up a mouthful of blood because Jiang Liken was the sect master's disciple. But they knew that it was part of the sect master's temper because he might not even praise his daughter. The sect master could no longer be bothered with them because Lin Yun was a disciple that his master wanted. Who was his master? His master was one of the 3 sword saints in the Eastern Desolation, the Radiant Sword Saint. So how could Jiang Liken possibly be compared to Lin Yun? It was fortunate that Jiang Liken wasn't here, or else he would have thrown up a mouthful of blood when he heard that. As the sea of flowers hovered in the sky, the suppressive atmosphere enveloped everyone in fear, especially when the spiritual runes flickered in the sea of flowers. "The wind is coming," the sect master suddenly said with a grave expression. Even if he held high hopes for Lin Yun, he still couldn't help feeling worried at this moment. "Where?" a law enforcement elder asked. Suddenly, violent storms appeared from 9 directions around the spirit astral mountain. The storms were like sharp blades that tore apart the lake into 9 parts. Furthermore, the wind came too quickly. When the storms collided with the spirit astral mountain, they were like 9 hammers descending from the sky and landing on Lin Yun. As for Lin Yun, he was already prepared and circulated his sword aura the moment the storms came. He had devoured a lot of sword aura from the spirit astral mountain, and his accumulated sword aura had far exceeded his cultivation. When the storms collided with his body, the sword aura negated most of power. So the remaining power merely felt a little painful. But this was just the beginning. As more storms swept over, they grew increasingly powerful. In the beginning, there were only 9 storms. But as time passed, The number of storms increased to 18, 36, 72, and 114. When the fifth wave swept over, Lin Yun was blown to the sky. He struggled to maintain his sword aura in the storms while the torrential storms swept away all the water in the lake. In the end, the storms ended up leaving behind a huge crater with the spirit astral mountain at the center. Finally done? Lin Yun muttered with a trace of blood dripping down from the corner of his lips. It's fire now, said the sect master. In the next second, terrifying heat waves swept out from Lin Yun's body as the demonic astral flowers began to incinerate his body. As the heat energy continued to increase, a rumbling explosion sounded out as 42 demonic astral flowers flew out of Lin Yun's body like venomous pythons. The 42 flaming pythons were emitting terrifying energy that enveloped Lin Yun. Under this massive power, the spirit astral mountain began to burn and cause rocks to fall down. "Senior Brother Lin," Wang Yurua exclaimed. Everyone from the fleeting cloud sword sect sucked in a cold breath because the scene was too terrifying. Even the sect master sighed inwardly when he saw this scene. To reach the limit of the heavenly soul realm, one had to get through the wind, fire, lightning, ice, and wood tribulations, and the fire tribulation was the only one that could be easily neglected. Under the blazing heat, Lin Yun's internal organs burned like the rocks on the spirit astral mountain. His entire body turned red and his face distorted from the pain. The 42 flaming pythons weren't the most terrifying to Lin Yun since his physique was comparable to a saint artifact. But the blazing heat from the flaming pythons was troublesome because it placed his internal organs in great pain. Lin Yun had thought of various means and made countless preparations, but he couldn't prepare himself for the fire in his body. He knew that he couldn't allow this to continue. After all, his internal organs weren't comparable to saint artifacts, and he would lose his life if he burned from the inside. Finally, Lin Yun began to panic. He raised his head to look at the demonic astral flowers covering the sky as the fear in his heart was swiftly increasing. As various solutions flashed through his mind, he rejected all of them because they were simply too difficult. If it was only the external flames, he could deal with them by relying on his sword intent. But the flames came from within his body, and his internal organs were undergoing a different degree of damage. His heart was the only thing that wasn't being burned to a crisp. This time, Lin Yun finally panicked because he knew that he would lose his life if he failed. The panic only lasted for a second before Lin Yun gradually calmed down. The flames weren't just for torture, but an opportunity. As long as he could bear it, his internal organs would be tempered by the fire. Right at this moment, purple water ripples swept out of his body that immediately alleviated his pain. A chill swept throughout his body to calm down the fire. With the indigo aquatic light rippling in his body, it looked like an indigo ice phoenix was helping him fight. He couldn't even feel any pain from his internal organs anymore under the chill. Lin Yun was confused. But suddenly, the scene of him soaking in the lake before coming to the spirit astral mountain appeared in his mind. At that time, Lil Purple was enveloped in a faint mist and he even teased her for it. After that, she splashed some water on him. He didn't know back then, but she did something to help him. Thinking about it, Lin Yun couldn't help smiling. On a mountain far away, Lil Purple let out a sigh of relief. This was the best she could do to help Lin Yun. If Lin Yun had despair in his heart earlier, Lin Yun would have been doomed even with the Iris Saint Water. After all, one's mentality was important. If someone was dead in their heart, they would be doomed to die. Iris Saint Water? The sect master smiled when he saw the indigo light from Lin Yun's body. He's really fortunate. No wonder he dares to make a breakthrough to the limit of the heavenly soul realm. But the moment he was done, a rumbling sound echoed from the sea of flowers in the sky. Thunderclouds tumbled through the sky with golden bolts heading towards Lin Yun. The lightning bolts were terrifying, and over 100 of them descended in the blink of an eye. But Lin Yun was prepared. Purple golden dragon runes appeared on the surface of his body to devour the lightning that struck him. The lightning tribulation that should be even more terrifying than the fire tribulation wasn't that terrifying to Lin Yun. He simply absorbed the energy from the lightning. Under the barrage of lightning, Lin Yun's azure dragon Saint Physique began to brim with vitality. The lightning lasted for a long time as it streaked through the sky. When the lightning tribulation came to an end, a terrifying chill swept over. The chill had instantly penetrated his body, turning him into an ice statue in the blink of an eye. But even so, there was no sign of the chill coming to an end. At the same time, the spirit astral mountain swiftly turned into a mountain of ice, which made Lin Yun's world seem white. What a terrifying blizzard! Isn't this blizzard a little too terrifying? Even the core disciples could feel the terrifying chill from the blizzard in front of them. When everyone raised their heads, Lin Yun could no longer be seen in the blizzard. While everyone watched uneasily, a resounding sword hum echoed from the snow mountain. Instantly, the blizzard was swept away as Lin Yun stood on his feet at the summit of the spirit astral mountain. He's still alive. Lin Yun is still alive. Everyone cheered with smiles on their faces as though they were the ones who had gone through the tribulation. Even Yi Xiling smiled when she saw this scene. The only person that wasn't excited was Zhang Liken. After the blizzard, petals began to descend down from the sky. The petals were brimming with vitality that soon turned the surroundings into a towering forest. Although it was brimming with vitality, Lin Yun was facing his greatest trial as the grass began to grow on his body. Lin Yun sighed inwardly. The vitality was terrifying as the grass could even tear apart a mountain. Not to mention that the demonic astral flowers within his body were all brimming with vitality. Not long later, Lin Yun had all sorts of plants growing on his body that were sapping away his vitality. The plants were all using his body as nourishment to grow. In the end, Lin Yun's chest burst open as a towering tree grew, instantly pushing his body into the ground. This made Lin Yun clench his fist. When Lin Yun tried to circulate his astral energy, he could see a flower growing out of his fist. At the same time, mushrooms were also growing out of his fingers. The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched as he thought of a plan. Having experienced the fire tribulation, Lin Yun didn't panic nor did he feel any despair. He was terrifyingly calm on the inside because he knew that this tribulation was meant to erase his vitality. He closed his eyes and gathered all his sword intent in his pupils. Terrifying sword intent gathering in the sword cocoon at the center of his brows. A long time later, when Lin Yun's body was completely overrun by plants, he suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying sword intent swept out from the center of his brows. The sword intent instantly erased all the plants on his body. Every time he destroyed a plant, Lin Yun would throw up a mouthful of blood, and by the time he was done, he barely had any blood left in his body. His body was only left with a skeleton frame and his vitality was quickly disappearing. Lin Yun struggled to get up before sitting down and taking a deep breath. When the iris flower bloomed beneath him, the vitality lingering in the air was swiftly absorbed into his body. As boundless vitality poured into his body, Lin Yun's azure dragon Saint Physique reached an unprecedented height. The wind had tempered his resistance, the fire tempered his organs, the lightning granted vitality to his organs, the ice allowed the vitality to be sealed into his organs, and the wood helped his final evolution. This is the last step, the sect master said with a grave expression while his body lightly trembled. Lin Yun had already gotten through the tribulation so far, but the sect master knew that this was the point where most geniuses lost their lives. If Lin Yun couldn't get past the last step, he would lose his life. As the sea of flowers in the sky turned into gigantic seeds, the seeds were swiftly refined and absorbed by Lin Yun. At the same time, 7 golden demonic astral flowers appeared with 7 petals each. Engraved on the petals were ancient runes that made the demonic astral flowers look gorgeous and flawless. They even contained the aura of a monarch that made many people fall to the ground, twisting in pain. As a golden light flashed, the 7 demonic astral flowers entered Lin Yun's body. At the same time, waves of energy swept out from Lin Yun's aura oceans, causing golden light to shine out from his pores. The dazzling radiance instantly forced many disciples to shut their eyes. "He's going to explode," Zhang Liken muttered inwardly with his eyes squinted. He could tell that this was the last step, and that it was crucial for Lin Yun's physique to bear the power. If Lin Yun couldn't, he would explode. At this moment, everyone became nervous and looked at Lin Yun despite their eyes turning bloodshot from the dazzling brilliance. As the radiance became even brighter, the power began to grow like a volcano. No one could believe the power that Lin Yun was bearing in his body right now. Just when everyone felt that Lin Yun was about to lose his life, the dazzling light suddenly disappeared. Then, Lin Yun's voice sounded out from the spirit astral mountain. At the same time, he stood up with a smile on his lips like a moon that would shine for eternity. Lin Yun reached the last step of his breakthrough, showing everyone how tough it was. It was clear to everyone why many geniuses would die during the process. If they were the ones in Lin Yun's position, they would be dead upon facing the first tribulation. When the sea of demonic astral flowers disappeared, the 9th layer of heaven appeared once more with the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise constellations shining gorgeously. As starlight shined down from the sky like a waterfall, it enveloped Lin Yun in silver light. The starlight had condensed into a spiritual spring behind the spirit astral mountain before pouring into the lake that had already been dried up. The sect master stood with his hands behind his back as he raised his head to look at the silver waterfall pouring down from the sky. It was beautiful. Most of the energy from the waterfall was pouring down at the spirit astral mountain, with a small portion entering Lin Yun's body. This was a gift from heaven and earth, and no one could imagine what great benefits it would bring to the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. In the future, they would easily be able to break apart the 9th layer of heaven on the spirit astral mountain. In a way, Lin Yun greatly increased the foundation of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. The disciples on the shore were completely dumbfounded by this scene because they had never witnessed such a shocking scene before. Holy shit! Is that a genuine waterfall? Starlight from the 9th layer of heaven. Don't tell me there's really a heavenly river in the 36th layer of heaven. The 36th layer of heaven is simply a legend to us. We're already fortunate that we can witness this scene. Senior brother Lin has successfully reached the limit of the heavenly soul realm. But can he really be considered a disciple of our fleeting Cloud Sword sect? Why not? Senior brother Lin admitted back in the heavenly aquatic island that he was a disciple of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Not to mention that he even put his life in danger to save senior sister from Lei Ying. Will he represent the sect to partake in the ranking battle? An uproar broke out among the disciples after a brief silence. After all, it hadn't been long since Lin Yun came to the sect. He had only been in the sect for 6 months, and he didn't look like someone who would stay in the sect for long. So none of them were sure about Lin Yun's sense of belonging to the sect. Then again, they were proud of Lin Yun since Lin Yun had successfully reached the limit of the heavenly soul realm. But if Lin Yun didn't consider himself a disciple of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, then their pride would be a little awkward. Then again, after what happened on the heavenly aquatic island, everyone couldn't conceal the excitement on their faces. The starlight waterfall lasted for an hour before it gradually died down. When the last strand of starlight descended onto Lin Yun, the crack in the sky slowly closed up and disappeared. With sunlight shining down on Lin Yun once more, everyone realized that it was still daytime. The darkness was just a phenomenon created when the heavens cracked. When Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes, 2 golden lights radiated from his pupils. Sighing, Lin Yun could feel his blood boiling. Then, he joined his hands together in front of his chest and the demonic astral flowers in his aura oceans began to blaze with flames. As he stood at the summit of the spirit astral mountain, the light he emitted was so dazzling that it made many people close their eyes. The limit of the heavenly soul realm. An exclamation broke out among the disciples because they felt fortunate they witnessed the legendary limit of the heavenly soul realm in their lifetime and the birth of a legend. Even many years later, this scene was still deeply engraved in the minds of all the disciples. He really succeeded. Zhang Liken gritted his teeth, wondering where this monster came from. He was gone for only half a year, and he was shocked to find such a strong contestant as soon as he came back. At this moment, he didn't feel any pride as the chief disciple. He felt embarrassed when he remembered the way he showed off to Yi Xiling. At this moment, he really wanted to dig a hole and hide his face in it. Furthermore, he couldn't even feel any sense of existence right now. Earlier on, Lu Qingyan and Feng Zhang ridiculed him and embarrassed him. But now, they couldn't even be bothered to bat an eye at him because they were only focused on Lin Yun. Ha ha ha. That's truly something worthy of someone who had climbed the Sword Saint Mountain. Feng Zhang's face was filled with excitement. If I hadn't bet with him earlier, he might not even be able to reach the summit of the Sword Saint Mountain. If he didn't ascend the Sword Saint Mountain, he might not have been able to achieve the limit of the heavenly soul realm. Lu Qingyan rolled his eyes when he heard what Feng Zhang said. Stop finding ways to compliment yourself. Why do I remember that a certain someone was slapped to the point of nearly kneeling on the ground? Let's not mention the past, smiled Feng Zhang awkwardly. Senior brother Lin is really handsome. Wang Yurua's eyes were shining on her red face. She could feel her heart beating wildly while she shook Yi Xiling's hand in excitement. Senior sister, senior brother Lin really managed to achieve it. Yi Xiling was feeling conflicted, but she still smiled with admiration for the youth standing at the summit of the Spirit Astral Mountain. At this moment, Lin Yun had fully displayed the grace of a swordsman. She was proud that she could have Lin Yun as a friend. One by one, demonic astral flowers flew out of Lin Yun's body until all 49 revealed themselves. Each demonic astral flowers had turned gold like a bright sun full of vitality. When Lin Yun looked at them carefully, he could even smell a floral fragrance coming from them. The 49 demonic astral flowers revolved around Lin Yun as the ancient runes formed a natural and complicated array. The array was extremely profound since each of the demonic astral flowers looked like an array themselves. It was like an overlap of 49 arrays. Interesting? Lin Yun smiled and allowed a demonic astral flower to land on his palm. But to his surprise, the delicate-looking flower had the weight of a mountain. This is? With surprise flashing in his eyes, he noticed that the flower bud of the demonic astral flower had changed. The flower bud was blazing with golden flames that released a terrifying power. The destructive prowess had reached a level that not even Lin Yun, whose physique was comparable to a saint artifact, dared to belittle. He couldn't begin to imagine how powerful it would be if all 49 demonic astral flowers exploded at the same time. Just the thought of it enveloped Lin Yun in fear. The limit of the heavenly soul realm was too profound, and it appeared that Lin Yun had much more he needed to learn about it. Then, he made the demonic astral flowers return to his body. After recalling everything back into his body, he turned to look at Luo Hua. The latter was still donned in white clothes as she raised her head upon sensing his gaze. Lin Yun couldn't see her face, but he had a feeling that she was smiling beneath her veil. Luo Hua actually smiled before she left. This made Lin Yun exclaim because Luo Hua gave off an ethereal temperament. Then, Lin Yun turned his head over and saw Lil Purple looking at him with disdain as she stood on a mountain. Lin Yun smiled because he knew that Lil Purple would definitely come despite what she said. She said that she wouldn't come, but she still snuck over. Lin Yun then retracted his gaze and turned to look at everyone he was acquainted with, nodding his head at all of them before flying over to the sect master. Disciple Lin Yun greets the sect master. Lin Yun had already expressed his attitude towards the fleeting Cloud Sword sect with his words. But the additional confirmation made everyone in the sect emotional as they cheered. Falling to one knee, their voices echoed out, "We congratulate senior brother Lin for reaching the limit of the heavenly soul realm." The scene of tens of thousands of people falling on their knees was shocking, especially when they yelled at the same time. Lin Yun was startled when he turned his head around and saw all the disciples kneeling before him. As their voices echoed in his ears, his heart boiled like his time back in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Those disciples also called him Senior Brother Lin, when he protected the Sword Firmament Pavilion's reputation in the Great Qin Empire. Lin Yun was still young and he would turn 20 in 6 months. So how could his blood not boil at this scene? He immediately cupped his hands and replied, "Heavenly Core Disciple Lin Yun thanks all of you for this honor. In the future, if there's any trouble in the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect, I won't stand by and watch." Fleeting Cloud Sword sect's chief female disciple, Yi Xiling, congratulates junior brother Lin. Yi Xiling also cupped her hands together. Thank you, senior sister. Lin Yun smiled. Ha ha ha. As a burst of laughter sounded out, the sect master's voice echoed out. My eyes did not fool me. Lin Yun, you're really a genius in the sword. However, he didn't say that his master also had good eyesight to take Lin Yun as a disciple. Without the sect master's nurturing, I wouldn't be able to achieve this, replied Lin Yun. He wasn't being courteous because the Blood Flame Dragon Rune Metal's origin stone was crucial to achieve the Azure Dragon Saint physique. There was also the matter of the True Dragon Saint liquid that the sect master gave him. Furthermore, it would be tough for him to reach the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm if he didn't have the Spirit Astral Mountain. This has nothing to do with me. I only provided some external help. It was only by your effort that you made it, smiled the sect master. Lin Yun also smiled in response. He would remember this favor in his heart and do his best to help the sect master in the future. At this moment, Lin Yun could see the excitement in the eyes of the sect master and the smile on his face that hadn't stopped. Simultaneously, the sect master instructed Lin Yun not to make a breakthrough to the Empyrean realm in a hurry, but spend some time getting familiar with the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm. There were too few people who reached the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm, and the sect master had no experience with it. So Lin Yun could only rely on himself to comprehend it. Don't rush a breakthrough? Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he heard that. In terms of his foundation, he could reach the Empyrean realm anytime he wanted, and he could even reach the galaxy stage. It was unimaginable for others to cross 2 stages upon reaching the Empyrean realm, but it was nothing to Lin Yun. He felt terrible that he was stuck in the Heavenly Soul Realm for a long time. No matter how much of a monstrous genius he was, he would still face immense pressure if he ran into an enemy whose cultivation was higher than him. If he was in the cultivation he should be in, he could easily suppress them. But he was restricted to the Heavenly Soul Realm, and he was lucky that he could kill stronger opponents. Luo Kuei, for example, was only defeated after Lin Yun brought out all his trump cards besides the flute. In the end, he only had a chance because Luo Kuei let his guard down. If Luo Kuei brought out his constellation in time, Lin Yun wouldn't have killed him. In fact, Lin Yun could have lost the fight. After all, he was only in the 7th Soul Heavenly Soul Realm while Luo Kuei was in the Pinnacle Astral Stage. If Lin Yun was at least in the Star Realm, he would easily defeat Luo Kuei even if the latter brings out his constellation. In the end, he needed to improve his cultivation. As for fighting with Lei Ying, he was completely forced with no choice but to fight. After all, he had promised Wang Yuruo and the rest that he would bring Yi Xiling back. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't put himself in danger based on his personality. Fortunately, Lei Ying was injured in the fight against the 2 Elysium Core Realm Elders and couldn't unleash his constellation. Otherwise, Lin Yun would have died even after wielding the flute as a sword. Lin Yun had a clear understanding of his strength. He wasn't weak, but he was limited by his cultivation. If he could reach the Empyrean realm, he would be able to resolve everything. Now that he had successfully reached the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm, the sect master told him not to be anxious about reaching the Empyrean realm, which wasn't acceptable to Lin Yun. You remember what I told you previously? There's something I need you to do when you reach the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm, the sect master said with his eyes squinted. Yeah. Lin Yun nodded his head because he had already promised the sect master previously. Good. Come and see me half a month from now, smiled the sect master. 3 days passed after Lin Yun reached the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm and the entire sect was still in an uproar. In the beginning, Lin Yun was able to put up with everyone's excitement. But as time passed, he became annoyed and hid in his residence to cultivate. Since everyone knew that he was comprehending the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm, no one bothered him. Lin Yun could finally let out a breath of relief after reaching the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm. He had been stressed for 6 months, but he finally made it. He spent every single day comprehending the demonic astral flowers, the last 3 swords of the Fleeting Cloud 13 Swords, and the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra. He didn't lack resources in his cultivation, and he also didn't have poor comprehension. If he just followed through, he would be able to reach the highest stage of the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra. On the other hand, He ran into some troubles with the last 3 swords of the fleeting Cloud 13 swords. If he wanted to reach the manifestation stage, he had to grasp the intent and completely fuse it into his comprehension. In the martial field in his residence, Lin Yun hovered in the sky as the 49 demonic astral flowers began to blaze within his body. As golden light shined out of his body, Lin Yun's aura broke through the heavenly soul realm, reaching the pinnacle astral stage. When the demonic astral flowers ignited, Lin Yun could sense that his origin energy had grown drastically. In the past, igniting his demonic astral flowers could strengthen his origin energy by 3 times. But now it was 7 times stronger. Aside from that, the dragon aura from his azure dragon Saint Physique had grown greatly when the demonic astral flowers were ignited. After reaching the limit of the heavenly soul realm, the demonic astral flowers could also boost his movement technique, physique, and even sword intent. It was a comprehensive boost to his strength. When a violent breeze blew over, Lin Yun couldn't open his eyes, but his body reacted. He took a step forward and threw out a punch, sending Lil Red flying back. Lin Yun didn't need to open his eyes, nor did he try to sense Lil Red's position. Just like that, he easily fended off 10 attacks from Lil Red. Not only did he avoid the attacks from Lil Red, but he even counterattacked. Lil Red let out a furious roar before it took on the Dracope form. The sky turned dark as a gigantic dragon figure appeared above Lil Red's head, creating a terrifying vortex and tearing the void apart. When Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes, he activated the Azure Dragon mark. He was instantly enveloped in a thunderstorm that perfectly fused with his origin energy. When he clashed with Lil Red once more, his fist sent Lil Red's gigantic body several steps backwards. Lil Red was surprised by this because Lin Yun didn't use his sword intent. Lin Yun had merely used his origin energy and brute strength to send it flying. Unlike their spar 6 days ago when Lin Yun could barely fend off the attacks, he didn't need to try now. You aren't fully circulating the ancient Dracope art, so I'm not using my full strength, smiled Lin Yun. He didn't bring out his demonic astral flowers. If he did, his aura would grow even further. However, the demonic astral flowers were his last resort because they would exhaust his origin energy quickly. Plus, if they exploded, he would have to wait a long time for them to recover. This was also the secret in the limit of the heavenly soul realm that Lil Purple told him. After all, Lil Purple knew more about the limit of the heavenly soul realm compared to the fleeting Cloud Sword sect master. Aside from that, Lil Purple also told him that this was only the beginning because those geniuses who had successfully reached the limit of the heavenly soul realm in ancient times only had 7 demonic astral flowers in the air. All the demonic astral flowers in their aura oceans would fuse into one, leaving behind 1 demonic astral flower in each aura ocean before heading beyond the 36 heavens to retrieve the divine flames to become divine astral flowers. The divine astral flower had 47 petals, and each petal had a 9th grade saint rune engraved on it with the divine rune engraved on the flower bud. At that time, 1 petal would be able to slay a saint, and the divine astral flower could destroy a star. And after forming the 7 astral divine array, they would be filled with unbelievable power. Lin Yun was stunned when he heard that, which made Lil Purple mock him. Humph, you only know how to bully Lil Red. Lil Red just doesn't want to injure you. Why are you so happy about it? Lil Purple said, unhappily seeing the look on Lin Yun's face. Hearing that, Lin Yun blinked his eyes and extinguished the flames on the demonic astral flowers. Then he landed in front of Lil Purple. After a brief pondering, he told her what the sect master told him, especially since the sect master told him not to make a breakthrough to the Empyrean realm so urgently. The greatest benefit in reaching the limit of the heavenly soul realm is attaining the unrivaled stage. At that time, not only will you be able to fully excavate your potential, it will further expand your potential by several times. So only an idiot would make a breakthrough, said Lil Purple in disdain. That old geezer is full of nonsense. At this time, you should further excavate your potential. When you're done, you'll be invincible among the same realm upon reaching the Empyrean realm. Lin Yun smiled awkwardly and didn't tell her that he was the fool who wanted to make a breakthrough to the Empyrean realm. But you can't take too long either. You should make a breakthrough to the Empyrean realm in 1 month at the most. After all, you still have the leaves from the divine blood fruit, and you can try to refine a leaf. Lil Purple then looked around before she smiled. At that time, you'll be able to trample all those people on the Empyrean ranking. Lin Yun was speechless when she heard that. He knew the weight the Empyrean realm held. After all, there was no limit to the age, and there were many old monsters there as well. So those who were in the top 10,000 were practically in the Quasi-Elysium core realm. Furthermore, it was a ranking that consisted of the entire Eastern Desolation. Although Lin Yun had a huge goal in his heart, he didn't dare to wish for more now. What do you think the sect master needs me to do? Now that he looked at it, he would have to look for the sect master in 12 days. This wasn't the first time the sect master had mentioned it, and the sect master was practically invincible in the profound Azure Prefecture with his strength. So why would he need help from someone who wasn't even in the Empyrean realm? If it was something that not even the sect master could accomplish, Lin Yun wasn't confident that he could. That old geezer is terrible, always wearing a foul face. He definitely doesn't have any good intentions, and that daughter of his is also bad, said Lil Purple. You're not allowed to speak badly of Yi Xiling, Lin Yun said. Humph, you scumbag. If you didn't stop me, I would have crushed her to death long ago with a finger, said Lil Purple. Since when did I stop you? Lin Yun smiled. Humph. Then let's go and erase her, Lil Purple said with her tone filled with killing intent. Right at this moment, Lin Yun could sense someone approaching the residence and smiled. No need. She's already here. Who? Asked Lil Purple. Yi Xiling. Lil Purple's face turned white when she heard that, and she disappeared into the sword box. Seeing Lil Purple's reaction, Lin Yun couldn't help shaking his head with a smile before he headed towards the gate. He hadn't met Yi Xiling since he reached the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm, and it was time for them to meet. Yi Xiling and Wang Yurua arrived outside Lin Yun's residence. When they reached the gate, Lin Yun had already been waiting outside. Seeing Lin Yun, Wang Yurua's eyes lit up as she pounced over, Senior Brother Lin. Lin Yun was instantly infected by her joyfulness and smiled. You are already grown up, so you need to be mindful of your image. Humph, I don't dare. I like Senior Brother the best. Wang Yurua chuckled. She might be mindful if there was someone else around, but Yi Xiling was the only one here, so she had no other concerns. After all, she was fond of Lin Yun, and it was mainly pure admiration and respect rather than love. She has been urging me to come, smiled Yi Xiling. I didn't. Kitty. Wang Yurua's face turned red upon seeing Lil Red. She quickly ran over to Lil Red, leaving Lin Yun and Yi Xiling. Anyone could tell that she hoped that Lin Yun and Yi Xiling would come together, and she had always been creating chances for them. Then again, Lin Yun and Yi Xiling both knew what she was trying to do, but neither of them cared. Looks like you've grown in terms of your temperament after reaching the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm. You give off a feeling as if you're a god, but it's still easy for others to be friendly towards you. Is she praising my handsomeness? Lin Yun smiled because Yi Xiling was still the same as always. Even when she praised someone, her praises sounded awkward. I won't believe those words if someone else was praising me, but I believe you. Lin Yun then led Yi Xiling into his residence. Yi Xiling came in, but she looked disappointed. Where's Lil Purple? I have been wanting to find an opportunity to apologize to her. Haha, no worries. I'll let her know of your arrival next time. If she knows that you're coming, she'll definitely be joyful. Lin Yun laughed while Lil Purple, who was hiding in the sword box, immediately trembled in fear. Actually, I need your help, said Yi Xiling. When Lin Yun heard that, the smile on his face disappeared. Yi Xiling was like him in terms of personality, as she wouldn't ask someone for help if she could resolve it. Since Yi Xiling was willing to ask him for help, it must be important. He asked, Senior sister, tell me. I wish for you to participate in the ranking battle on behalf of the sect, said Yi Xiling after she mustered her courage. To be honest, I shouldn't trouble you since you already taught me the last 3 swords of the fleeting cloud 13 swords. But it's troublesome this time. Not only are the 4 major sects participating, But several demonic cults are also participating, said Yi Xiling with a grave expression. This is no longer about making it into the top 4, but about becoming the champion. The champion can draw out their territory as they wish in the profound Azure Prefecture. Lin Yun's face changed when he heard that. He was surprised by the sudden change of the rules. Not only could the demonic forces join in, but the champion was actually granted such a huge authority. It looks like the profound Azure Prefecture was determined to reshuffle the cards. I have no issue with it. I'll naturally do my best since you asked for my help, said Lin Yun without any hesitation. Yi Xiling rejoiced when she heard that. Although Lin Yun was still in the Heavenly Soul Realm, he was someone who had reached the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm. This meant that he could make a breakthrough into the Empyrean Realm if he wanted, and his strength would boost greatly if he made his breakthrough. With Lin Yun's help and her comprehension over this period of time, there was a high chance that they could become the champion of the ranking battle. Thank you, said Yi Xiling with a solemn expression. You can come and look for me in the future if you need my help. I'll also come no matter where you are. Haha, you're taking it too seriously, smiled Lin Yun. He was also a disciple of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, and it was natural for him to help the sect. Furthermore, Lin Yun knew of Yi Xiling's obsession with the ranking battle. Based on her talent and bloodline, she should have been able to head to the ancient Baron domain a long time ago. So staying in the profound Azure Prefecture was a pure waste of her time. Even Lin Yun didn't dare to say that he could do what she did, which was why he admired her. Honestly speaking, you can try talking to Lady Luo, suggested Lin Yun. He could tell that Luo Hua was strong, and there was a high chance that they could obtain the championship if Luo Hua helped. She isn't willing. Furthermore, I don't like her, said Yi Xiling without a bat of her eye. This made Lin Yun smile. So you like me? Of course. Yi Xiling admitted that made Lin Yun feel uncomfortable. Seeing the weird expression on Lin Yun's face, Yi Xiling's eyes flashed with a cunning light and smiled. But not that kind of like. Hearing that, Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he smiled. Yeah, it's similar to how I like senior sister Yi. All right, let's cut it out now. Yi Xiling stood up. I take this as your promise. We'll head to the profound Azure Prefecture half a month from now. Remember what you promised me. Of course, said Lin Yun. He wasn't someone who would go against his promise once he gave one. This was why he was similar to Yi Xiling. If he didn't promise her, they could still be friends. But since he had already promised her, he naturally had to give it his all. The two of them chatted briefly before Lin Yun sent Yi Xiling and Wang Yurua out. When the two left, Wang Yurua asked, Senior sister, what's wrong? He gave his promise, said Yi Xiling. I roughly understand his personality, and he'll definitely agree to it since I asked. But I didn't expect that he would agree to it so easily. Looks like I've misunderstood him deeply in the past. Humph. Of course you did. After all, I can tell from the first glance that senior brother Lin is a good person, smiled Wang Yurua. But I owe him too much, and I have no idea when I can repay him, sighed Yi Xiling. Why don't you two get together? Wang Yurua smiled. There's no need to repay him if the two of you get together. You must be itching for a beating. Yi Xiling glared at Wang Yurua. I heard your conversation. You both said you like each other, smiled Wang Yurua. Not all likes are the same. If you dare to cause any trouble again, I'll betroth you to him, Yi Xiling said. No way. Yurua is still small. Wang Yurua immediately lowered her red face. After Yi Xiling left, Lil Purple came out of the sword box and said, Well, at least she isn't as bad as I thought. She's not bad. She's only afraid that you might be captured by bad people because of your looks, smiled Lin Yun. Hearing that, Lil Purple was happy and smiled. Of course I have good looks. No one can be compared to me. But did you really have to make that promise? What if you can't make it in time? Don't forget that you also gave your promise to that old geezer. It might be an issue, but it seems like a coincidence. Lin Yun pondered before he continued. He's also the sect master of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, so he should be able to understand me. Don't be so certain, said Lil Purple. Lin Yun changed the topic and took out a profound wither key from the interspatial pouch. Do you know what key is this? What is this? Lil Purple examined the key before she muttered. Interesting. There's actually the aura of hell on it. This is related to the 9 emperors, said Lin Yun as he went on to explain the relationship the profound wither saint had with the southern emperor. Lil Purple took the key before she said in disdain. I have no relationship with the so-called 9 emperors. How dare they take on the title of emperor? Lin Yun's lips twitched when he heard that. When he recalled the mysterious island in the profound wither sea, Lin Yun had a feeling that the island was related to this key. It's fine. I'll look into it myself. Seeing that Lin Yun took out his flute, Lil Purple instantly knew who Lin Yun was going to meet. With a snort she muttered, Humph, what a scumbag. Lin Yun soared into the sky and headed towards the direction of the Sword Saint Mountain while he played the flute. It didn't take long for zither music to sound out, which made Lin Yun smile. This was his relationship with Luo Hua. Whenever they both played their instruments, it meant they were free to meet. When they were done playing their music, Lin Yun arrived in a pavilion where Luo Hua was already seated. When Lin Yun saw the jar of wine on the table, his eyes immediately lit up. He opened it up and exclaimed, Millennium Flame! Congratulations on reaching the limit of the heavenly soul realm, Brother Lin, smiled Luo Hua. Lin Yun was left speechless because Luo Hua seemed to have an endless supply of Millennium Flame. He smiled before taking the Millennium Flame and retrieving a special jar of wine from his interspatial pouch. Let's drink mine today. He had a lot of wine from the Dragon Clan in his interspatial pouch, and each of them was precious. Then again, there was no way they could be compared to the Millennium Flame. What is this wine? Luo Hua asked. It's not particularly good wine, but it's significant to me, smiled Lin Yun. Oh! Luo Hua's voice was filled with curiosity as she responded, I'm all ears. The name of this wine is called the Phoenix Stand Wine. Lin Yun smiled. This was something she gave me, and I have been keeping it. I only have 1 jar. If we're going to celebrate, let's drink this wine. I see. Is she the one that left you with that strand of hair? Luo Hua smiled, pointing at Lin Yun's finger. Yeah, smiled Lin Yun and poured a cup for Luo Hua. Here, the one that gave you this jar must have her own difficulties, said Luo Hua with her voice echoing out in the pavilion. I know, said Lin Yun. Her standing is too high. How high? Asked Luo Hua. Perhaps even higher than heaven. Lin Yun smiled. So? Replied Luo Hua. The reason why I'm working so hard is so that I can stand by her side, smiled Lin Yun. As the two of them drank, they chatted and Lin Yun soon forgot about his objective. After getting tipsy, Lin Yun remembered the profound wither key and asked, Lady Luo, since you're from a Saint clan, I believe that you recognize this object. The profound wither key, said Luo Hua in a surprised tone. She then continued, over 3,000 years ago, when the 9 emperors appeared, they re-established the divine dragon empire and became legends. But the story of the 9 emperors doesn't end there. Each of them have a different ending. The southern emperor's outcome is the most terrible one. He had been trapped by love for his entire life as he wanted to revive his deceased wife. Plus, he's the only confirmed fallen emperor among the 9 emperors. As his successor, the profound wither saint has been a target by many people back then, including some of the 9 emperors. Why? Lin Yun asked. The southern emperor had 3 mysterious treasures in his lifetime. The life-death painting with Hell's Gate hidden in it, the heaven-summoning talisman, and the heavenly dragon bone. Anyone would be tempted by the 3 treasures. Rumor had it that the 3 treasures were in the southern emperor's tomb. However, some even speculated that they were in the hands of the profound wither saint. But no one knew where the southern emperor's tomb was, so they could only look for the profound wither saint. Luo Hua sighed. But after everyone confirmed that the profound wither saint didn't have any of the treasures, he was also heavily injured. In the end, he died in the profound wither sea and the profound wither island became his tomb. I see, Lin Yun muttered. Even without the 3 treasures, The profound Wither Saint's inheritance alone is enough to tempt many people. This is why so many people have been searching for the profound Wither key for many years. Only those with the key can obtain the profound Wither Saint's inheritance. Luo Hua then turned to look at Lin Yun and asked, "Where did you get the key from?" "Thunderclap Sword Demon," said Lin Yun, and even told Luo Hua the entire process. "The one abandoned by the Profound Sky Sect? I'm starting to think that the rumors were fake. The Profound Sky Sect was probably trying to fool everyone. He must have received an order from someone in the Profound Sky Sect to search for the Profound Wither key." Luo Hua gave the key back and smiled. "But you got it instead. What else could have happened after running into someone as unreasonable as Flower Burial?" "Oh, but I'm a reasonable person," said Lin Yun while he fell into deep pondering. He suddenly recalled that he had faced several assassinations when he went out under the identity of Flower Burial. In the past, he thought that the assassinations were because of the Heavenly Astral Pavilion, but now he started to wonder if they were because of the Profound Sky Sect. Fortunately, he was a cautious person and didn't reveal his identity as Flower Burial. Otherwise, he wouldn't be saved even if he was in the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect. "Wait, I've seen the Profound Wither Island from afar. Not even saints dared to get close to the storm around it. Even if I have the key, what use do I have of it if I can't even get close?" Lin Yun asked. "I heard that ninth-grade spiritualists could use the stars to look into the future. Perhaps the sea on the Profound Wither Island will be dissolving soon. After all, the inheritance of the Profound Wither Saint needs an inheritance," said Luo Hua. This instantly resolved all of Lin Yun's doubts. If there were really any changes to the seal on the Profound Wither Island, then this key would be an entry ticket in. But this made him feel even more doubtful. "Thank you for your information," said Lin Yun. "There's no need to speak like that to me," smiled Luo Hua. "Then I'll punish myself with 1 cup of wine," said Lin Yun before he gulped down a cup of wine. When Lin Yun returned to his residence, he wore a grave expression because he had a secret that he didn't know if he could share with Luo Hua. He had the rose painting that was given from Senior Hong back in the Azure Sky Sect. Back then, Senior Hong said that he had taken it out from the Southern Emperor's tomb, but Luo Hua said that no one knew about the location of the Southern Emperor's tomb. Then how did Senior Hong know about the location? Furthermore, was Senior Hong really that strong back then to enter the tomb of the Southern Emperor? Or did he listen incorrectly? Maybe the tomb of the Southern Emperor that Senior Hong entered back then wasn't the Southern Emperor of the 9 Emperors. But Lin Yun clearly remembered that Senior Hong told him he saw demons from the rose painting and a sword ray that damaged his foundation. It had similar characteristics to the life-death painting that Luo Hua spoke about. If the life-death painting contained Hell's Gate, then it would make sense why Senior Hong saw demons in the paintings. Could it be that the rose painting was one of the Southern Emperor's 3 treasures, the life-death painting? Just thinking about it made Lin Yun's scalp go numb because he actually has been carrying such a terrifying painting with him. Ever since he comprehended the dustlight sword art from the painting, he had gradually forgotten about it. Then again, he might not have been able to see its secrets given how weak he was back then. Holding onto the rose painting once more, Lin Yun wore a grave expression with a trace of fear in his heart. If this painting was really the life-death painting, then Senior Hong would have been at least a saint. He couldn't imagine how terrifying the painting was that it could even cripple a saint. Discovering its secrets would be risky for him. As of right now, Lin Yun didn't want to take the risk. He quickly put away the painting and continued to think about his situation. Now that he thought about it, the flower burial sword wasn't among the 3 treasures of the Southern Emperor. It could have been something that the Southern Emperor's wife gave him. When he recited the poem he heard back then, he suddenly stood up with a shock on his face. Holding onto the flower burial sword, Lin Yun realized his speculation was true. After all, Luo Hua said that the Southern Emperor was obsessed with reviving his deceased wife back then. But even Lin Yun knew that someone who was already deceased couldn't be revived. So what the Southern Emperor did was no different from entrapping himself. The poem was a perfect description of what Luo Hua said about the Southern Emperor. This time, Lin Yun could no longer maintain his composure. The painting that he used to comprehend back probably contained Hell's Gate. Lin Yun couldn't help his bewilderment at the idea of the flower burial sword in his hand being the sword of the Southern Emperor. I need to go to the profound Wither Island when it opens no matter what. Lin Yun took in a deep breath, because he knew that he couldn't afford to let the profound Wither Saint's inheritance fall into the hands of others. After all, it might contain the secrets of the Southern Emperor. The tomb of the Southern Emperor contained the Southern Emperor and his wife. Naturally, they wouldn't want to be disturbed, so at the very least, Lin Yun had to prevent others from getting the information. Lin Yun held onto the flower burial sword and looked at it for a long time before he sighed. Looks like I haven't let you down over the years. Holding onto the flower burial sword, Lin Yun knew that he had no choice but to go to the profound Wither Island. He was certain that the painting and sword belonged to the Southern Emperor, but he wasn't too sure if Hell's Gate was hidden in the painting. Lin Yun pulled out the painting again, but he hesitated to open it. He was extremely curious and knew that it would be best if he could find the demons that Senior Hong talked about. But listening to Senior Hong's instructions, Lin Yun didn't dare to be careless. Furthermore, he had already looked at the painting numerous times. He was fearless when he didn't know anything about it. But now that he knew of the dangers, he felt restricted. Suddenly, he wondered if he should get Lil Purple to take a look at it. However, Lil Purple was nowhere to be seen. Lin Yun soon gave up because there was nothing he could do even if the painting was the life-death painting. Furthermore, he had no idea how to use it if the painting was really the life-death painting. He then made up his mind to let go of all the curiosity in his heart. At the very least, he wouldn't take a look at the painting before entering the profound Wither Island. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun finally calmed down and muttered to himself, I'm going to focus on the last 3 swords of the fleeting cloud, 13 swords. Even if I can't bring them to the manifestation stage, I'll be able to add them to my trump cards. The last 3 swords were named the Emerald Stars, Azure Mountain Beyond the Clouds, and Sky Beyond. He had reached greater mastery in the last 3 swords, and he could unleash terrifying power with them using the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra. They might be comparable to the Holy Spirit martial techniques or even exceed the Divine Solar Lunar Fist. Others would be satisfied if they could achieve this power, but Lin Yun wasn't. In his view, he had to reach complete mastery at the very least. But if he wanted to reach the top 10 in the ranking battle, he would definitely need to reach the manifestation stage. If he managed to bring those 3 swords to the manifestation stage, he would reach the manifestation stage in the Fleeting Cloud 13 Swords. The biggest advantage to the Fleeting Cloud 13 Swords was the ability to wield multiple Holy Spirits. Wielding 13 Azure Birds created a ferocity and lethality that far exceeded Holy Spirit martial techniques of the same grades. Then again, the flaw was also pretty obvious. He would exhaust a lot of vitality to control all the birds. However, it wasn't a big flaw since Lin Yun had wielded the Fleeting Cloud 13 Swords. Not to mention that he could easily control the Azure Birds using the Divine Firmament Sword intent. He had reached the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm, and his foundation far exceeded those in the same cultivation as him. So vitality wasn't an issue to him. Furthermore, Lin Yun also knew that the Holy Spirits of the Fleeting Cloud 13 Swords were never the Azure Birds. Only by reaching complete mastery in the Fleeting Cloud 13 Swords and combining the Sword Sutra and Sword Technique could one unleash the genuine Holy Spirit. Tossing Southern Emperor's affairs to the back of his mind, Lin Yun focused all his attention on the Fleeting Cloud 13 Swords. In the blink of an eye, 11 days had passed. There were 10 Azure Birds revolving above Lin Yun, vividly with boundless sword aura. As for Lin Yun, his sword aura was as massive as a mountain. When the 2 different sword auras combined, the massive field where he stood looked small. Emerald Stars. Lin Yun took a deep breath and swung his sword out. The entire field began to tremble violently as countless sword auras flew out. When Lin Yun executed the Emerald Star, another Azure Bird flew out from Lin Yun's body. When 11 Azure Birds revolved in the sky cracked as a boundless starry sky appeared above Lin Yun. Then, a colossal figure appeared in the starry sky and descended to the earth. When the gigantic figure overlapped with Lin Yun, a dazzling sword ray flew out. Under that sword, space cracked while boundless starlight rained down like a waterfall. At the same time, 11 azure birds constantly revolved around Lin Yun and made the sword ray expand violently. The spiritual array protecting the entire field immediately shattered. Right at this moment, Lin Yun soared into the sky once more, azure mountain beyond the clouds. When a boundless sea of clouds unfolded behind him, Lin Yun's sword aura manifested into an azure mountain at complete mastery. But since Lin Yun was aiming for the manifestation stage, he naturally had his own understanding and comprehension. With the sea of clouds surrounding him, Lin Yun's sword aura and sword became heavy. Under the bizarre gravity, the space around him began to distort as the boundless sea of clouds instantly condensed into a vortex that devoured the 12 azure birds. When Lin Yun stabbed his sword out, a terrifying white vortex appeared that could even devour space. This sword could be used to attack and defend. After swinging out 2 swords, the sword aura behind Lin Yun had reached an unprecedented height. At this moment, he was like the Sword Saint Mountain. Standing on the summit of the mountain, Lin Yun swung the last sword of the fleeting cloud 13 swords, Sky Beyond. A resounding bell rang out with a terrifying sword aura that radiated throughout the heavens and earth. This time, his sword had directly shattered the first layer of heaven. When a starry sky appeared, the azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, and vermilion bird constellations appeared. Lin Yun stood in the sky like a lofty mountain as boundless starlight shined down on him. I finally succeeded. Lin Yun let out a long sigh as exhaustion flashed through his pupils. The sword didn't have a grand phenomenon initially, but with his comprehension on Spirit Astral Mountain, it became grand. The Spirit Astral Mountain could shatter the 4th layer of heaven using the entire fleeting cloud sword sect as the foundation. There was naturally no way Lin Yun could compete with an entire sect, but the sword aura of his fleeting cloud 13 swords was comparable to the Sword Saint Mountain. Today was the first time he succeeded in achieving such a phenomenon. Lin Yun returned to a seated position and the 13 azure birds still hovered around him. When the azure birds let out a sharp cry, they revolved around Lin Yun before forming a blue barrier. The insides of the barrier looked like a domain formed by a sword, containing a terrifying surge of sword aura that could easily tear apart a genius in the star stage. But the azure birds didn't disappear as Lin Yun casually stabbed the flower burial sword to a corner. He could tell that it was time for the genuine Holy Spirit of the fleeting cloud 13 swords to appear. Placing both his hands on his knees, Lin Yun formed different seals and circulated the fleeting cloud sword sutra. As he circulated the sword sutra, he easily controlled the azure birds around him. Condense! A sword ray flashed on Lin Yun's fingers and the entire sky turned dark. A terrifying gale appeared, which made his residence look like the apocalypse was here. The phenomenon wasn't contained to Lin Yun's residence. Everyone in the fleeting cloud sword sect was looking at the scene in the sky. Even the sect master squinted his eyes as he looked at in Yun's residence from afar. What's this brat doing? Fleeting cloud 13 swords. Myriad sword condensation. The sword seal formed in Lin Yun's hand as the 13 azure birds combined together to form an azure longsword flickering with lightning. Under the radiance of the sword ray, the rocks, dust, metal, and grass disappeared from the ground. Instantly, the entire field was barren, with no traces of vitality left behind. The azure sword was like the king of all swords, instantly summoning countless swords in the fleeting cloud sword sect. As tens of thousands of swords landed on the ground, the field looked like a graveyard of swords as the azure longsword seemed to have devoured all the sword rays from the swords. Seeing that there was no sign of stopping, the sect master waved his hand and a bell rang. This made all the swords flying toward Lin Yun's residence fall to the ground, allowing each owner to sigh a breath of relief. King of Swords! Lin Yun was shocked as he looked at the azure longsword. The genuine Holy Spirit of the fleeting cloud 13 swords had shocked him. Not only was it powerful, but it had also devoured the sword aura from all the swords it had summoned over. When a terrifying sword aura swept out from Lin Yun's residence, it instantly enveloped the entire fleeting cloud sword sect. The entire sect was in shock as they looked in the direction of Lin Yun's residence. Yi Xiling was at her residence with Wang Yuruo looking towards Lin Yun's residence. Shock filled Wang Yuruo's eyes as she said, Senior sister, what's going on? Earlier on, she could sense an immense sword aura and she nearly lost grip of her sword. But fortunately, Yi Xiling was beside her and used her sky sword intent to resist that immense sword aura. Otherwise, her sword would have flown towards Lin Yun's residence just like the other swords. Holy Spirit! Yi Xiling muttered with her eyes shining brightly. She had never encountered such a monstrous person that was in the same generation as her, even in the Radiant Snow Saint clan. At the very least, she didn't think that anyone could compete with Lin Yun in the Empyrean realm, not to mention that Lin Yun wasn't even 20. Holy Spirit? Aren't azure birds the holy spirits of the fleeting cloud 13 swords? Wang Yurua asked with her head tilted to the side. Naturally not. The fleeting cloud 13 swords was something that had shaken the entire Eastern Desolation in the past. The real Holy Spirit and the azure birds aren't the same, and they're two different sword techniques, said Yi Xiling. That's great. Wang Yurua rejoiced and smiled. Senior brother Yun hasn't even reached the Empyrean realm. When he reaches the Empyrean realm, we'll definitely be able to win the championship. All you think about is your senior brother Lin, smiled Yi Xiling. Hee, since when? But senior brother Lin is really handsome. Senior sister, why don't you consider getting together with him? Wang Yurua chuckled. How will you feel if he and I get together? Yi Xiling looked at Wang Yurua with a smile. I don't know. But I know that I'll be happy to see the two of you together, Wang Yurua said. She was good-natured, but she was also naive. Silly lass, you won't be happy, said Yi Xiling while she caressed Wang Yurua's head. A brief moment later, she continued, we won't get together, we're just good friends. At times, it's harder to find a friend than finding someone you like. Wang Yurua nodded her head in confusion and replied, no way. I'll be happy because I can also be together with you guys. Hearing that, Yi Xiling burst into a chuckle before she flicked on Wang Yurua's forehead. Cut your nonsense or I'll spank you. Hee. Don't flick my forehead. But is senior brother Lin really going to leave with us? Wang Yurua said with her tone filled with expectation. It had been a few days since she last saw Lin Yun, so the thought of Lin Yun brought a smile to her face. Yeah. Yi Xiling nodded his head with a smile. No matter what, it was a great surprise that Lin Yun had grasped the genuine holy spirit of the fleeting cloud 13 swords. Now she believed that the Suspend King Palace, Azure Thunder Monastery, and the Thousand Crane Pavilion would be shocked. Her face became cold as she thought about it because the fleeting cloud sword sect had been enduring the other sects for a long time. It was time for the fleeting cloud sword sect to win back their honor, which was the only reason why she stayed in the sect for so long. Her dream was to fight for honor with her sword in her hand. She had been staying here since the age of 7, so the sect had become her home. Naturally, she had a great love for this place. In Lin Yun's residence, Lil Purple returned riding on Lil Red, who was in the warhorse form. When she looked at the shattered spiritual array and the sword mound, she was so shocked that she couldn't cover her mouth. What's going on? I only left for 3 days, and you've already started to smash the place. Lil Purple glared at Lin Yun because even her little courtyard was gone. I couldn't control it, smiled Lin Yun because he didn't even use his sword intent. Who knew that the fleeting cloud 13 swords were so powerful, especially the last sword? The last sword even tore heaven apart as it made boundless starlight merge into a sword ray that he could wield. As for the Holy Spirit from the fleeting cloud 13 swords, it had gone beyond Lin Yun's expectations. When Lin Yun brought out the azure longsword Holy Spirit, the sword cocoon in the center of his brows had grown bigger. Should I make a breakthrough to the Empyrean realm now? Lin Yun asked, looking at Lil Purple. He was already familiar with the limit of the heavenly soul realm, and he was no longer as ignorant as he was back then. Since he had the leaves of the divine blood fruit, he had a way to match the foundation of others that had decades more time than he did. Lil Purple fell into deep thought and said, It's best for you to wait. There's no need for you to be in such a hurry. But since you've promised Yi Xiling, it won't harm you if you make a breakthrough now. Got it, Lin Yun replied. There was no risk for him to make a breakthrough now, and the only flaw would be that he couldn't excavate all the benefits from reaching the limit of the heavenly soul realm. It was something that he could accept since he had already promised Yi Xiling. So, what did you do for the past few days? Lil Purple asked. I reached the manifestation stage in the fleeting cloud 13 swords. I also found out that the true Holy Spirit of the fleeting cloud 13 swords is actually a sword. Lin Yun told Lil Purple about his progress so far. Hearing that, Lil Purple was surprised. Lin Yun, your talent in the sword is too terrifying. I thought that you only had good enough looks to be my servant, but it looks like you have some talent after all. Seeing that Lil Purple was boasting again, Lin Yun ignored her because he was in a good mood. Otherwise, he would really teach her a lesson. Then, he changed the topic so Lil Purple wouldn't keep boasting. What about you? Where have you been for the past few days? Lil Purple really fell for it as she looked at Lil Red and nudged her lips. This empress nearly traveled the entire profound Azure Prefecture because of him. But we finally found a monarch demonic beast with dragon bloodline. It will be enough for Lil Red to reach the astral stage. When she said that, Lil Red couldn't help scratching its head because Lil Purple had helped it greatly the past few days. Oh right, why are you looking for this empress? Lil Purple asked. Lin Yun told her everything about the Southern Emperor's tomb, including the 3 treasures and the profound wither key. When Lil Purple heard that, she was so shocked that she didn't address herself as an empress for once. Holy shit! But a brief moment later, she regained her composure and said, looks like I've really underestimated the 9 emperors. I didn't think that one Southern Emperor would actually have those 3 treasures. It's a little too much to call them shrimps, but they still can't be compared to this empress. Here. Lin Yun smiled before handing the rose painting to Lil Purple. However, Lil Purple didn't open it. Merely grabbing it caused her face to change as she threw the painting back to Lin Yun. You're smart to not open it because you might not see anything good with your current mindset. Is it really the life-death painting that contains Hell's Gate? Does hell really exist in this world? Lin Yun was shocked that Lil Purple didn't dare to open it. After all, Lil Purple was fearless. There are many things you don't know about. Back then when the Iris Sword Saint rose to fame, the great battle took place in hell, said Lil Purple while she cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yun. But the moment she mentioned the Iris Sword Saint, her tone became filled with contempt. Tisk, tsk, tsk. You have no idea how proud that brat was to slay a deity while being only in the saint realm. Lil Purple had mentioned the deed of the Iris Sword Saint slaying a deity while he was in the saint realm. But Lin Yun had no idea what that meant. After all, saints and deities were both beyond his reach. Storing the painting, Lin Yun asked, do you want to come with me when the profound Wither Island opens? Well, since you put it that way, I'll go with you. Since the profound Wither Saint is the successor of this Southern Emperor, I want to see what's so impressive about this Southern Emperor, said Lil Purple. But Lin Yun smiled when he heard that because Lil Purple was akin to a safety net for him. Come on, go back into the sword box. We have to meet that old geezer now. Lil Purple was briefly stunned when she heard that before she remembered that today was the day Lin Yun had to meet the sect master. And she was also curious what the sect master required of Lin Yun. When Lin Yun arrived in the main hall, the sect master had already been waiting for him for a long time. Entering the bronze gate, Lin Yun could see the sect master, who was seated on the main seat, smiling at him before walking over. Lin Yun was briefly stunned because how could he possibly accept the sect master walking over to welcome him? He had no idea if it was his misperception, but the sect master had become a lot friendlier after he reached the limit of the heavenly soul realm. In fact, it felt like he was trying to flatter Lin Yun. At times, the sect master didn't even conceal the happiness in his eyes. The sect master was someone whose sword intent reached the pinnacle 4th stage, at the very least, so there was no need for him to be so courteous to Lin Yun. Since Lin Yun had no idea what the sect master was hiding, he collected his thoughts and cupped his hands in greeting. Disciple Lin Yun has come as promised. Haha, why are you being so courteous? The sect master laughed before he patted Lin Yun's shoulder and led him to a seat. Lin Yun smiled bitterly because the sect master was the one who was being courteous. Lin Yun wore a helpless smile and wondered if he should apologize. After all, he wasn't polite with the sect master in the past. Now that he thought about it, the sect master had treated him well regardless of his motive. When Lin Yun had just arrived, the sect master made an exception to allow him to ascend the Sword Saint Mountain, and even provided him with true Dragon Saint liquid. By forcing him to fight demonic cultivators, the sect master helped him grow swiftly and get used to Kunlun realm as soon as possible. At the same time, Lin Yun was able to excavate his potential. So the sect master had contributed at least 70% of his success. Do you still remember that I need you to do something for me? The sect master returned to his seat and smiled. That's why I'm here. Lin Yun naturally remembered his promise. After all, it was something that he didn't like the thought of owing someone. It's nothing too big. Have you heard of the Hidden Sword Pavilion? The sect master smiled. Lin Yun nodded his head. He had come to Kunlun realm for some time, so he had naturally gathered quite a bit of information. The Hidden Sword Pavilion was the greatest sword forger, and the Hidden Sword Pavilion that the Hidden Sword Manor belonged to had a total of 3,666 levels. Their Hidden Sword Manor was famous, and their Hidden Sword Pavilion was a sacred ground for swordsmen. One could buy swords and interact with other swordsmen to improve in the way of the sword. The Hidden Sword Pavilion closest to the profound Azure Prefecture was the Azure Rock Hidden Sword Pavilion, and it covered 9 manors with its huge influence. Although Lin Yun knew this, he stayed silent and waited for the sect master. Good, smiled the sect master. When I was your age, I debated with the Azure Rock Hidden Sword Pavilion's pavilion master. It was a great humiliation, and I lost the sword given to me by my master. When the sect master mentioned his master, his tone was filled with bitterness. Lin Yun was speechless when he heard that. Just how high-profile was the sect master to debate with the Azure Rock Hidden Sword Pavilion's pavilion master when he wasn't even 20? What kind of sword was it? Lin Yun asked with a smile. 1,000-rune saint sword forged by the Mo clan, said the sect master. But when Lin Yun heard that, he nearly choked on his saliva in disbelief. 1,000-rune saint artifact was already strong, but one forged by the Mo clan would be equivalent to a divine artifact. The sect master actually bet such a sword with the Azure Rock Hidden Sword Pavilion's pavilion master? Just how arrogant was he back then? This was something that not even Lin Yun could do himself. After all, he would never think about betting with the Flower Burial Sword, not to mention with the Azure Rock Hidden Sword Pavilion's pavilion master. The next sword assembly will be starting soon. So you'll take the sword back, said the sect master. Lin Yun's eyes flickered when he heard about it. He naturally knew something about the sword assembly. The sword assembly was also divided into different levels. The smaller ones were regional sword assemblies held annually by regional hidden sword pavilions. The bigger one would envelop the entire Kunlun realm's younger generation and was held once every 4 years. The rules of the Hidden Sword Pavilion's sword assembly were special because they would invite many people, but those invited over could only use their strength in the Heavenly Soul Realm. If one was stronger than the Heavenly Soul Realm, they would need to lower their cultivation. But no one in the Elysium Core Realm would generally attend the smaller sword assemblies. The sword assemblies were a grand event for swordsmen because winners could not only receive a sword forged by the Hidden Sword Pavilion, but they could also build their fame. So all swordsmen naturally looked forward to such a grand event. And Lin Yun wasn't an exception. Not only could he widen his experience there, but he could also interact with other swordsmen to improve himself. Wait! Lin Yun suddenly called out and looked at the sect master. Don't tell me that the Hidden Sword Pavilion is going to use the 1,000-rune saint artifact forged by the Mo clan as the prize? Lin Yun didn't think that they would even take out a 1,000-rune saint artifact. Not to mention one forged by the Mo clan. You'll know when you arrive, smiled the sect master. You'll be going with young Master Luo. Young Master Luo? Just when Lin Yun was feeling baffled, Luo Hua slowly entered while dressed in white clothes. Brother Lin, it looks like we'll be traveling together. Luo Hua smiled. Lin Yun was baffled why the sect master used an honorific term to address Luo Hua because it made no sense even if she was a direct descendant of a saint clan. In the Divine Dragon era, the term young masters wasn't only restricted to address males. It could also be used to address a female because it was an honorific title of address. But Lin Yun had no idea why the sect master called Luo Hua Young Master, because it made no sense with the sect master's strength. Then again, Lin Yun knew that this old man wasn't simple, and there was no use thinking about it. "Brother Lin, are you unhappy that you have to travel with me?" Luo Hua's voice turned cold upon seeing Lin Yun's hesitation. "It's my honor." Lin Yun smiled. "Then someone will send you to the Azure Rock Hidden Sword Pavilion 3 days from now." The sect master smiled, but his words instantly made Lin Yun's face change. 3 days from now? Can you change the timing? Lin Yun hesitated. After all, he had promised Yi Xiling to head to the profound Azure Prefecture in 3 days' time. "No, we're in a rush, and you have to leave in 3 days' time," smiled the sect master, leaving no room for argument. Lin Yun furrowed his brows, and the atmosphere in the hall became weird. "Brother Lin, do you have any reservations?" Luo Hua asked. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun spoke about his agreement with Yi Xiling and his promise to her. His tone was calm as he tried to persuade the sect master. He hoped the latter would understand his difficulties. "She's just fooling around by asking you. She didn't even talk to me about it. I'll just erase your name from the list. You don't have to be concerned with the ranking battle," smiled the sect master as though it wasn't a big deal to him. "It isn't fooling around." Lin Yun's eyes flashed with rage as he tried to contain his emotions. But anyone could still hear the rage in his tone. The sect master's lips twitched and his face became stiff. "Please let me go to the ranking battle," said Lin Yun with his hands cupped together. "Humph. You're in no position to speak on her behalf. At the very least, you still don't have the qualification to make that decision," snorted the sect master as his face turned cold. When Lin Yun heard that, he simply turned around and left. There was no need for them to talk since they couldn't get on the same page. The ranking battle was the reason why Yi Xiling stayed in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Since Lin Yun promised to help, how could he ignore his promise? Did his promise really amount to nothing? Since he couldn't get on the same page with the sect master, there was no need for them to continue discussing. "Lin Yun, don't forget that there's no way you can successfully reach the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm without my help." The sect master looked at Lin Yun's back figure and continued, "You owe me." At this moment, Lin Yun could feel the entire world turning dark as his heart felt like it was being squeezed. His face sank because the sect master had grabbed onto his weakness, and there was no way he could refute the words. Coming to a stop, Lin Yun clenched his fists together with trembling lips. "What do you want?" "Go to the Azure Rock Hidden Sword Pavilion in 3 days, said the sect master as he emitted a massive sword intent that enveloped the entire hall. Lin Yun was in great pain when he heard that because the pressure was even stronger than when he was trying to reach the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm. "Okay, I'll go," Lin Yun said in a helpless voice as if making this decision had taken all his strength. As his eyes flashed with indifference, Lin Yun continued, "But don't erase my name from the ranking battle or I won't go to the Azure Rock Hidden Sword Pavilion." "Doesn't matter. You won't make it in time anyway," said the sect master. Upon hearing that, Lin Yun left. But right before he flew away, he turned with a smile. "I was debating if I should apologize to you, but I can't do that anymore. Old geezer. I won't owe you anything after this." This time, Lin Yun left without stopping or turning around. Lin Yun's face was dark and sullen when he returned to his residence, still feeling depressed from what happened in the main hall. "Lin Yun, you're too impulsive?" Lil Purple looked at Lin Yun for a long time before she continued. "Perhaps that old geezer has other objectives. Indeed, I was a little too much. But it doesn't matter since we can't agree," sighed Lin Yun. "Logically speaking, he isn't wrong. After all, you gave him your promise first. Otherwise, the old geezer wouldn't have forced you to do it." Lil Purple tried to persuade Lin Yun. Although she didn't like that old geezer, she could tell that the old geezer wasn't bad and just had a foul temper. "This has nothing to do with right and wrong. We just can't agree," said Lin Yun. Now, he could understand what Yi Xiling felt because he knew what the ranking battle meant to her. This was the same as his promise to Xianxia back then, but that old man called it fooling around. He heard from Yi Xiling that her father wasn't bothered with the ranking battle. So it was easy for Lin Yun to understand how she felt. "You're only a passerby," said Lil Purple. "I know." Lin Yun didn't try to refute those words as he reminisced about the past before he continued. "I have experienced too much, and I know that we might not meet again if I turn around. But this is also why I enjoy the present. I might be a passerby, but I'm also a disciple of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Do you want to talk to Yi Xiling about it?" Lil Purple asked. "Forget it. Let me bear it." Lin Yun shook his head after a brief pondering. He knew that Yi Xiling wouldn't blame him if he told her that, but she would definitely blame it on the sect master. At that time, there might even be a possibility that she would cut her relationship with the sect master. The sect master let out a sigh in the main hall before he looked at Luo Hua with a stiffened expression. "Sorry for making you watch something so embarrassing." "Embarrassing? I believe I need an explanation," said Luo Hua coldly. The sect master was stunned when he heard that because he never expected that Luo Hua would be so rude. But the aura she gave off made it feel like it was a normal response and that she was someone of a higher status. Furthermore, the sect master was surprised to hear the unhappiness in Luo Hua's tone. The sect master squinted his eyes and smiled. "Young Master Luo, it seems like you're not happy that I'm forcing Lin Yun? He might be a passerby based on your point of view, and the ranking battle is just a waste of time. The Sword Assembly will surely benefit him more, and he'll also be able to become the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple smoother when a year is up," Luo Hua said indifferently. "You're doing this for him, so his promise to Yi Xiling might be nothing in your eyes. But do you remember his first words when he entered?" The sect master squinted his eyes when he heard that because he remembered that Lin Yun had addressed himself as a disciple of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. This made his heart tremble with shock on his face because he naturally knew the difference between the two. "He's only in the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect for half a year, and he already treats himself like a disciple. You've been here for nearly 18 years, but you've never considered yourself the sect master of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Your heart is overwhelmed with hatred, and you've been living in Jian Jingtian's shadows and living under the name of the Radiant Sword Saint." Luo Hua continued indifferently. She knew how breathtaking the sect master of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect was back then. His name was Jian Jingtian, and he was deemed as the one who could bring honor back to the sword sect with his immense talent. "You know a lot." The sect master looked at Luo Hua before he continued. "But why do I, Jian Jingtian, need you to teach me? I never consider right and wrong. You can forget it if you want me to apologize to him, even if you're a friend of my master." Seeing how stubborn the sect master was, Luo Hua was speechless. He clearly knew that he was in the wrong, but he was too stubborn. Then again, Lin Yun was the same. The ranking battle wasn't just a great event for the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect, but also for the Suspend King Palace, Azure Thunder Monastery, and Thousand Crane Pavilion as well. On a practicing field in the Suspend King Palace, Chu Haoyan trained by facing two Quasi-Elysium Core Realm Deacons. He emitted a terrifying monarch aura that pressured the deacons. Half of their cultivation was restricted, and they couldn't exhibit their full strength. At the same time, an ancient word had appeared beneath Chu Tianhao, taking the form of, but every brush and stroke was emitting killing intent that rippled out like a shockwave. Enveloped in the ripples, Chu Tianhao shined brightly as every single of his movements felt like a monarch descending from the sky. 10 moves later, he let out a bark and dazzling lightning exploded that sent the deacons flying. They even had to take several steps back before they managed to stabilize themselves. The Suspend King Ancient Seal. The deacons saw a black light enveloping Chu Tianhao that was engraved with an ancient seal. They were sent flying by the seal. It was the highest level of the Suspend King art, and grasping that secret technique could allow Chu Tianhao to kill his opponents who were in a higher realm than him. It had been centuries since anyone had achieved it in the Suspend King Palace. Truly, Chu Tianhao was worthy of being called the strongest genius in the profound Azure Prefecture. "Good." An old man appeared. Upon seeing the old man, the two deacons immediately cupped their hands together. "Greetings, Palace Master. Tianhao, you've finally reached the 12th stage in the Suspend King art. And right before the ranking battle too. The old man wore a smile with excitement flashing in the depth of his pupils. Chu Tianhao merely smiled. I have a feeling that the Suspend King art still has another stage. Oh! This time, even the palace master was surprised. Forming the Monarch Ancient Seal only allows me to touch the surface of Monarch Intent, said Chu Tianhao. The Monarch Intent? The palace master was shocked when he heard that. After all, the Monarch Intent was ranked as a top Dao, which was also called a sovereign Dao. If one managed to comprehend it, they could confront any other martial intent in the third stage. Just the surface of it. Chu Tianhao smiled and continued. But it's more than enough for me to sweep through the profound Azure Prefecture. Ha ha ha. It's enough with those words of yours. The Suspend King Palace's palace master patted on his interspatial pouch and a black spear flew towards Chu Tianhao. Upon looking at the black spear, Chu Tianhao's eyes lit up. After all, he no longer had a saint artifact after his previous one was taken by flower burial. When he removed the black cloak covering the spear, a terrifying spear flickering with silver light appeared before Chu Tianhao. Black break. Chu Tianhao had the joy on his face because this was the best saint artifact that the Suspend King Palace had. The core was a 6th grade saint rune, and the saint artifact had 400 saint runes. It was a lot stronger than his previous saint artifact. I'm only lending to you, and it'll be yours if you can become the champion, said the Suspend King Palace's palace master. It's nothing, Chu Tianhao said, toying with the saint artifact in his hand. At the same time, there was a black-clothed youth standing in front of the plump, middle-aged man in the heavenly astral pavilion in the demon domain. If there was someone from the ancient barren land here, they would definitely be able to recognize this person, a rising star of the heavenly astral pavilion, Xianxia. He had only made a breakthrough to the Empyrean realm for a year, and he had already reached the top 5,000 on the Empyrean ranking. The Empyrean ranking consists of all the Empyreans in the Eastern domain with no restriction to age. The fact that Xianxia could make it into the top 5,000 was enough to prove what a genius he was. Those who could make it into the top 10,000 were all in the complete mastery of the astral stage, and those who could make it in the top 5,000 could fight 1 against 10. They could even slay Quasi-Elysium core realm experts like nothing. Are you certain that this flower burial will participate in the ranking battle? Xianxia asked. He will definitely show up. I'm certain that he's from the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect, the plump, middle-aged man said. This time, the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect was placed in a dangerous spot because they would cease to exist if they couldn't be the champion. So it made no sense that the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect wouldn't get him to participate. That's for the best. Otherwise, the ranking battle will be meaningless, said the black-clothed youth. Flower Burial was the only one who had succeeded in leaving after causing trouble in the Heavenly Astral Pavilion. The bounty for Flower Burial in the Heavenly Astral Pavilion had even reached the height of some Elysium Core Realm experts, so it would be boring for him if Flower Burial didn't show up. Otherwise, he would have no interest in such a small place like the profound Azure Prefecture. Hearing what Xianxia said, the plump middle-aged man replied, Don't act too proud only to fail in the end. Chu Tianhao of the Suspend King Palace has probably reached the 12th stage in the Suspend King art. Furthermore, Yi Xiling of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect isn't an easy opponent either. Her talent in the sword was outstanding even in the ancient barren domain. Furthermore, that fellow from the Blood Moon Elysium will probably show up this time. Oh! Xiangxi's eyes shone with light because the Blood Moon Elysium had its forces enveloping the entire world. He heard that there was a monstrous genius hidden in the profound Azure Prefecture's branch of Blood Moon Elysium. Now I'm excited. Xianxia revealed a cruel smile with his eyes squinted. But I have to tell you to kill all the disciples from the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect regardless of who they are. That's the only way you can force Flower Burial to show up, the plump, middle-aged man said coldly. After the recent incident, Flower Burial had simply become his nightmare. But there was nothing he could do as long as Flower Burial was under the protection of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect's sect master. At the very least, no demonic cultivators in the Elysium Core Realm dared to look for Flower Burial in the profound Azure Prefecture. But the ranking battle was different because killing was within the rules and no sect master could intervene. Don't worry. I'm here for flower burial. So how will I let my chance go? Xianxia replied. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On the lake where the spirit astral mountain was located, Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan were cultivating. After the two of them had successfully reached the astral stage a few days ago, their strength had undergone a great boost. This was the special treatment that Yi Xiling gave them. Aside from Yi Xiling and Jiang Liken, Feng Zhang, Lu Qingyan, and Lin Yun would be participating in the ranking battle. Feng Zhang opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. As for Lu Qingyan, he had already woken up from his cultivation a long time ago. Cultivating here for half a month was equivalent to a month of cultivation, and it was all thanks to Lin Yun. If Lin Yun didn't break the 9th layer of heaven and reach the limit of the heavenly soul realm, they wouldn't be able to reach the astral stage so quickly. Lin Yun is really someone blessed with fortune. He's caused such huge changes to the fleeting Cloud Sword sect in just half a year. If Lin Yun had come to the fleeting Cloud Sword sect a few years ago, I can't even imagine how strong our sect's foundation would be right now. Feng Zhang sighed while Lu Qingyan nodded his head in agreement. Regardless of the bell from the Sword Saint Mountain or the 9th layer of heaven, all the disciples greatly benefited. All right, time for us to end our cultivation. Lin Yun and senior sister Yi must be waiting for us. Let us give the Suspend King Palace a huge surprise this time, Lu Qingyan declared. He was filled with confidence after reaching the astral stage. The disciples of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect have been waiting for this day for a long time. When the two of them left the lake, they both executed their movement technique and sped toward the designated location of the meeting. It didn't take long for them to see Yi Xiling, Wang Yurua, and a few elders. Did you guys see senior brother Lin along the way? Wang Yurua asked with anticipation in her eyes. We didn't. He probably has something that he's taking care of right now. Feng Zhang smiled. He believed that Lin Yun would show up since he had already given his promise. While everyone talked among themselves, Yi Xiling didn't speak a word. She would occasionally look in the direction of Lin Yun's residence with anticipation flashing in her pupils. Right at this moment, a figure swiftly approached that drew everyone's attention. Wang Yurua exclaimed, "Senior brother Lin." But when that figure approached, they couldn't help feeling disappointed because it was Jiang Liken, not Lin Yun. When Jiang Liken swept his glance at them, he smiled. Are you guys waiting for Lin Yun? Don't bother because he won't be coming. What do you mean? Everyone else frowned their brows when they heard that. I already said that Lin Yun won't come. I saw Luo Hua entering his residence with a profound astral bird. You guys know the profound astral bird, right? It's the demonic beast that one uses when traveling across several manners. The fleeting Cloud Sword sect only has 3 of them, so you should understand. Jiang Liken's words instantly made everyone's faces change. He's already standing at such a high position, so why would he stay in the profound Azure Prefecture? He's probably following Luo Hua to her Saint clan. You guys consider him as a friend, but his only friend is Luo Hua, smiled Jiang Liken. That's enough, barked Lu Qingyan. Am I wrong? Who knows, he might even wed into the Saint clan. A genius like him isn't someone that our fleeting Cloud Sword sect can retain. Jiang Liken continued without any change on his face. After all, he had witnessed Luo Hua entering Lin Yun's residence. I don't believe it. I want to ask senior brother Lin about it. I don't believe that he would lie to us. Wang Yurua sobbed but was held by Yi Xiling the moment she wanted to run. At the same time, a violent wind swept out from Lin Yun's residence with a light soaring into the sky. Shortly after, a bird flickering with blue light shot out of Lin Yun's residence. On the spacious back of the bird was an azure figure. The group could only see his back and sword box, but that was all they needed to confirm it was Lin Yun. Then, they heard the sound of a jade flute drift out as the bird flew away. Seeing that it was really Luo Hua and Lin Yun, Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan were both left dumbfounded. Senior brother Lin. Wang Yurua bawled because she couldn't imagine that Lin Yun really left with Luo Hua. Lin Yun had clearly given his promise to them, so why did he change all of a sudden? Silly lass. Yi Xiling embraced Wang Yurua and comforted her. When she raised her head to look at Lin Yun, who had already disappeared, she knew that they might probably never meet again in their lifetime. It was a good choice for Lin Yun to join a Saint clan. But Yi Xiling shook her head because she had grown up in the Radiant Snow Saint clan, and she knew that she wanted to come to the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect against everyone's disagreement. This was her choice, and everyone had the right to make choices in their life. Standing on the back of the profound astral bird, Luo Hua, who was wearing white, asked, "You're not going to take a look at them?" "I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold myself back," said Lin Yun after lowering the flute. His gaze was complicated, and he couldn't maintain his composure. Over 6 months of interaction, Lin Yun had deep feelings for the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect, Wang Yuruo, Feng Zhang, and everyone else. He didn't have to turn back to know how sad Wang Yuruo must be right now, and how disappointed Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan were. He only couldn't guess what Yi Xiling's thoughts were. Was she disappointed? Sad? Helpless? Their relationship started as a misunderstanding before they gradually understood each other and became friends. Even if they didn't like each other romantically, Lin Yun didn't have many people in the world that he liked. "Then are you not going to interact with that old geezer anymore?" Luo Hua asked. Lin Yun paused briefly before he replied, "Not exactly. I just don't want to owe him anything. It feels weird to have someone being so good to you, and I have no idea of his objective." "I know why he's so good to you," said Luo Hua. "You do?" Lin Yun was surprised to hear that because there was a distance between him and the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. After all, he didn't understand the other party's objective. "You'll know when you head to the ancient Baron domain after 1 year. He has the objective to ask you to go to the sword assembly, but it's not for that sword. After all, it's hard for you to obtain that sword with your current strength," Luo Hua said. "Oh? Regardless of cultivation, one must limit themselves to the heavenly soul realm." "Naturally, I won't fear anyone," said Lin Yun. "It's not that simple," smiled Luo Hua. "Young Master Luo, Lin Yun, we're going to enter the first layer of heaven. It'll be fast, so please be careful." The Fleeting Cloud Sword sect's elder, who was controlling the profound astral bird, spoke. When he was done, the profound astral bird sped up, and Lin Yun could feel a powerful wind current on the back of the profound astral bird that hit his body like blades. What speed! Lin Yun was shocked because not even an expert in the Elysium core realm could catch up to them. But fortunately, there was a layer of starlight emitted from the profound astral bird that formed a barrier around them. Otherwise, Lin Yun would definitely be sent flying away from the wind current. Then, a violent crack sounded out that Lin Yun was familiar with. It was the sound of the sky shattering. Despite being prepared for it, the high speed made his blood speed up, which caused him to feel dizzy. This was the first layer of heaven? Lin Yun raised his head to see the constellations in the sky that covered the entire sky. Beneath the constellations were flames and lightning. There were also clouds shining brightly from the starlight. The sea of clouds was massive and looked like a continent. But the profound astral bird was too fast for Lin Yun to catch anything else. Not long later, the profound astral bird broke through 2 more layers of heaven and reached the 3rd layer of heaven. The environment here was even more disastrous than in the 2nd layer of heaven. When he raised his head, he couldn't even see any starlight shining down. The only thing he could see was danger in the surroundings. After coming to the 3rd layer of heaven, the profound astral bird finally slowed down, allowing Lin Yun to examine the environment. The environment wasn't friendly to cultivators, and even the laws here are different. If they weren't standing on the back of the profound astral bird, who knew how dangerous it would be? But even so, Lin Yun could see many powerful cultivators in the clouds tumbling with flames and lightning to cultivate. Suddenly, Lin Yun could sense a gaze piercing through the barrier enveloping the profound astral bird to look at all of them. This made Lin Yun feel terrible, and even the sword cocoon in the center of his brows trembled lightly as if it were being threatened. Lin Yun was alarmed because it was an expert in the Dragon Pulse realm. The elder explained, "No need to worry. Those who can cultivate here are at least in the Dragon Pulse realm, and they can't stay here for long. Time is precious to them, so they won't do anything to us. Although there might be demonic cultivators with bizarre personalities, they are rare." What are they doing here? Lin Yun asked curiously. Tempering the dragon pulses with flame and lightning. But real geniuses in the dragon pulse realm are at the 9th layer of heaven, said Luo Hua. The elder of the fleeting cloud sword sect smiled bitterly when he heard that, because he knew that it was impressive if an expert in the dragon pulse realm could reach the 5th layer of heaven. As for the 9th layer of heaven, it was simply an act of courting death in his eyes. Elder Bai Ting, why are we in the 3rd layer of heaven, by the way? Lin Yun glanced at the elder controlling the profound astral bird. Traveling to the Azure Rock Hidden Sword Pavilion requires us to travel 3,000 miles. But we only need to travel a third of that distance in the 3rd layer of heaven. The profound astral bird can fully unleash its speed in the 3rd layer of heaven, smiled Elder Bai Ting. This made Lin Yun wonder if he could travel through heaven next time if he wanted to travel. The fact that the Dragon Pulse Realm experts cultivated here was dangerous. Lin Yun carefully sensed the surroundings and could feel that the profound astral bird was a lot faster. When they traveled in the 3rd layer of heaven, Lin Yun could see many unbelievable scenes around him. 3 days later, they finally entered the Azure Rock County's territory with Elder Bai Ting smiling. We're arriving soon. Right at this moment, the profound astral bird let out a sharp cry as it destroyed the starlight surrounding it. The starlight was equivalent to a barrier, protecting Lin Yun and Luo Hua from being harmed by the 3rd layer of heaven. But the sudden attack had created holes in the barrier. This caught Lin Yun by surprise as he lost his footing. But right at this moment, Luo Hua's hand grabbed his as she smiled. It's fine. Lin Yun squeezed out a smile and thanked her before filling his body with a sword intent to stabilize himself. Up ahead was an old man enveloped in demonic aura using the flame and lightning to refine his saint artifact. It was a crimson long blade that looked like the fangs of a primordial beast. This scene made Bai Ting's face twitch because he never expected that he would encounter a demonic cultivator. Furthermore, the demonic cultivator wore a smile and examined them. Senior, I'm from the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect in the profound Azure Prefecture. We're heading to partake in the sword assembly, and we have no intentions of alarming you, said Elder Bai Ting. Never heard of it? Said the old man indifferently. Everyone knew about the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect in the profound Azure Prefecture. But the sect didn't have any fame beyond the profound Azure Prefecture. It's fate since we run into each other. Leave the profound astral bird behind. The old man's eyes flickered as he was tempted by the profound astral bird. As an astral beast born in the 3rd layer of heaven, the value of a profound astral bird was considerable. This Elder Bai Ting's face became ugly when he heard that. You're already in Azure Rock County, so I can send you guys down, said the old man with a smile. Yen Tai, 7th guardian of the Skybale Pavilion in the ancient Baron Domain's Demon Domain. Luo Hua's voice sounded out at this moment, which caused the old man's face to change. As a dragon-shaped aura appeared behind the old man stared at Luo Hua and said, Impressive. I didn't expect someone from the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect to know my name. What name do you have? I wouldn't remember your name if it wasn't for the Skybale Pavilion. Refine the saint artifact for your pavilion master obediently and don't provoke those you shouldn't. You don't know about the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect, but what about the ancient Baron Domain's sword sect? Luo Hua continued with her cold voice and continued with the domineering demeanor. You still aren't going to move aside? If you don't get lost right now, not even the pavilion master can save you. Yen Tai's face changed when he heard that. Even as an expert from the Dragon Pulse realm, there were many existences in the world that he couldn't provoke. Furthermore, it would be disastrous if the other party had any terrifying origin. Haha, I'm just joking. I just remembered that the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect is an external force of the Sword sect. Yen Tai squinted his eyes with a smile and retracted his demonic aura. This immediately alleviated the pressure on the profound astral bird as it turned into a streak of light and left. Lin Yun looked at Luo Hua beside him and fell into deep thoughts. He didn't say anything, but Elder Bai Ting spoke with lingering fear. That old geezer knew about the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect's origin right from the start. He was just faking it because he doesn't want to offend the sword sect. If it wasn't for young Master Luo, we'd definitely suffer greatly today. Lin Yun instantly figured it out. After all, that old geezer would have already killed them and seized the profound astral bird instead of talking if the old geezer really didn't know about the origin of the fleeting cloud sword sect. All I did was see through his pitiful tricks, said Luo Hua calmly. After this incident, the entire journey was smooth. When the profound astral bird tore apart the third layer of heaven and returned to the ground, a massive territory appeared before Lin Yun. It was the Azure Rock County with a city more massive than the fleeting cloud sword sect. He could even sense the massive sword aura in the city that made the sword cocoon in the center of his brows tremble. At this moment, he saw a massive sword ray that shouldn't be visible with his naked eyes soaring into the sky. I suddenly recalled that the sword assembly seems to require an invitation. Does the fleeting cloud sword sect have an invitation? Lin Yun asked, instantly making Elder Bai Ting feel awkward. Just when Lin Yun was feeling uneasy, Bai Ting's words had confirmed it for him. We didn't receive an invitation. They didn't get an invitation? Lin Yun's face turned black when he heard that. At the same time, he felt that the old geezer was too troublesome to get him to come when they didn't have an invitation. Through the explanation of Elder Bai Ting, only then did Lin Yun understand the reason. Yi Xiling had previously received an invitation by grasping the sky sword intent, but she rejected it because she wasn't interested. The profound Azure Prefecture was a small place to begin with, so after the hidden sword pavilion was rejected, they didn't bother sending any more invitations. But according to Elder Bai Ting, that didn't mean that they had no chance because invitations would be leaked at every assembly. After entering Azure Rock County City, Elder Bai Ting didn't lead Lin Yun to the manor where the hidden sword pavilion was located. Instead, he led Lin Yun to the Huang clan that was a local clan in Azure Rock County. The Azure Rock County had been situated here for centuries, which meant that they had a massive connection. Furthermore, the fleeting cloud sword sect had business with this clan, and this clan was responsible for a lot of their mine's resources on the heavenly aquatic island. Additionally, the Huang clan's patriarch had a friendship with the sect master. Don't look down on the Huang clan. They have around 10 experts in the Dragon Pulse realm. Not even the 4 major sects in the profound Azure Prefecture can be compared to them. The Huang clan also has a saint, which means they're a saint clan. So even the hidden sword pavilion has to give them some face, said Elder Bai Ting. Lin Yun was shocked to hear that a clan was stronger than all 4 major sects added up together. This further proved that the profound Azure Prefecture was a small place. Wearing a grave expression, Lin Yun looked at the Huang clan's gate. So why are we begging others for help? There are many people begging them for help. We still have some connections with them while the other forces can't even get in their doors. The Sword Assembly is an event for swordsmen, and many Saint clans will participate in it. So this means that the invitation isn't that easy to obtain, smiled Elder Bai Ting bitterly. When they entered the Huang clan, Bai Ting followed the butler to meet the patriarch while Lin Yun and Luo Hua waited in the guest hall. An hour later, Elder Bai Ting met the patriarch of the Huang clan. The room was luxuriously decorated with white jades covering the floor. There were 18 pillars in the hall that were embedded with gems. Patriarch Huang, it's been a long time, smiled Elder Bai Ting as he handed over the prepared gift. Here's a small gift from us. The patriarch of the Huang clan was an old man. As the patriarch sat on the chair, he smiled. Elder Bai, there's no need for you to be so courteous. I have a deep friendship with your patriarch, and he had already told me the objective of your arrival. Sit down first. Hearing that, Elder Bai Ting felt a little more relieved. After Patriarch Huang took the gift, he smiled. I'm curious why Yi Xiling didn't come even though she received the invitation last year. Yet he's asking for an invitation this year. And what's this that I heard Yi Xiling wasn't the one that came? The talent of this disciple is a longer stronger than Yi Xiling's talent. The only problem is that his cultivation is a little low, said Bai Ting. That, I believe, but you guys have no idea of your sect master. Your sect master won't ask for help from others easily, and I naturally have to take a look at this disciple since he's begging me. But it's a pity that the competition this year is intense, and I'm afraid that your sect master will have to be disappointed, said Patriarch Huang while he shook his head. What do you mean? Elder Bai Ting's expression became grave. because he had no idea what Patriarch Huang meant. Patriarch Huang glanced at Elder Baiting because the latter probably knew nothing about his sect master, not even his real name. He probably didn't even know what his sect master did in the Hidden Sword Pavilion back then. Patriarch Huang smiled and continued, "The Hidden Sword Pavilion took out 100 rune saint artifact as a prize this year, with the core being an 8th grade saint rune. The name of this sword is Incineration. It was forged with crystal flame ore as the core, and it exhausted 5,000 kilograms of agrium. Most importantly, this sword was forged by the pavilion master himself for 10 years. Baiting was completely dumbfounded after hearing that. Saint artifacts were often classified by their runes, going from 100, 1,000, and myriad. If the number of saint runes was the same, then the core saint rune would determine the grade of the sword. There was also the material used to forge the sword, and a sword forged with numerous precious ores naturally wouldn't be weak. Most importantly, the person who forged it was important. Even if the materials and saint runes were the same, the value of the sword would be different based on the person who forged the sword. The Hidden Sword Pavilion's pavilion master, Feng Xuanzi, wasn't only an expert in the way of the sword, but also a rare heavenly spiritualist. So a sword forged by him naturally wasn't comparable to other spiritualists. Baiting could already imagine that this sword assembly would far exceed those in the past. Even the disciples of the saint clans and powerful sects in the ancient barren domain were attracted by this sword assembly. Clearly, the value of that sword far exceeded even some 1,000 rune saint artifacts. According to what I know, that young lad you brought over is only in the heavenly soul realm, right? Patriarch Huang asked with a smile. That's right, said Baiting. But he's really strong, and he had... No need to tell me that. Patriarch Huang interrupted Baiting with a wave of his hand, just when Baiting was about to say that Lin Yun had successfully reached the limit of the heavenly soul realm. I definitely have had spare invitations in the past, but all the invitations are raised to a sky-high price for this sword assembly. This? Baiting wore a difficult expression and said, "Please show us a way." Patriarch Huang sighed when he heard that. He said those because he wanted Baiting to back down, and Baiting's response placed him in a difficult spot. I don't have an invitation, and I wouldn't make it difficult for you if I had one, not to mention that I owe your sect master a favor from the past. The invitations are all in the hands of Feng Clan's 3rd Missy of the Hidden Sword Pavilion. He's the granddaughter that Feng Xuanzi doted on the most, and the little princess of Feng Xuanzi as well. Thank you, Patriarch Huang. Joy appeared on Baiting's face because this meant that they had hope. But don't hold too much hope. That little princess has a foul temper, and no one dares to provoke her in the Azure Rock County. There are countless people asking her for an invitation. I can transmit your intention to her. As for whether that genius of yours can obtain an invitation, it will have to depend on him. Patriarch Huang then shared what that little princess liked with Baiting. So it'll depend if you guys can please that little princess. Remember to bring gifts along. I got it, replied Baiting. Not long later, Baiting went to meet Lin Yun and Luo Hua, telling them about the invitation. We won't be able to participate in the sword assembly without the invitation. You have to pay attention to it and mind your temper in the sect a little. The competition for the sword assembly is too intense. Lin Yun nodded his head when he heard that, but Baiting sighed because he didn't have any more hope for this sword assembly. He just hoped that Lin Yun could smoothly obtain the invitation. At the very least, they would be able to compete for the invitation and give the sect master an explanation. Otherwise, Baiting would have no face to return. After Baiting left, Luo Hua looked at Lin Yun and knew that he wasn't happy. He didn't say a word along the way, clearly still worried about Yi Xiling and the rest going to the ranking battle. She broke the silence and asked, "What gifts do you intend to bring?" "What gifts?" Lin Yun was stunned when he heard what Luo Hua said. "Looks like you didn't hear what Elder Baiting said earlier. Getting an invitation from this little princess is the same as bribing her. We naturally have to visit her with gifts, or we might return empty-handed," smiled Luo Hua. "This is really a tough question." Lin Yun pondered. There was naturally no way he could give out the divine blood fruit and its leaves, so he probably had to give away the saint artifact spear. But the hidden sword pavilion could forge saint artifacts themselves, and since the other party was the little princess of the Feng clan, she might not even be interested. As for the silver moon mask or his flute, there was no way he could give them away. "You still have time to think about it," said Luo Hua before she also left. The next morning, Lin Yun came to a manor under the guidance of the Huang clan's servant. This was the manor that the little princess of the Feng clan bought. The grandeur of this manor alone was enough to show the status she had in the Feng clan. When they entered the manor, Lin Yun could see many youths carrying sword boxes on their backs. Clearly, they were also here to ask for an invitation from the third missie of the Feng clan. They had been in Azure Rock County for several days, and they were already familiar with each other, so they couldn't help directing their curious gazes over when they saw Lin Yun. But their expression soon became weird because Lin Yun was only in the heavenly soul realm. "I'm the profound Thunder Sword Sect's Yan Zijing. How can I address you?" The youth who appeared to be the leader walked over with a smile. "Lin Yun of the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect," replied Lin Yun. "The Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect?" Yan Zijing fell into deep thoughts before he wore a disdainful smile. "Ah, I finally recalled it. A sect in the Profound Azure Prefecture. The Profound Azure Prefecture is really far, and I'm afraid that they don't even have an astral beast. I'm afraid that it's not easy coming here, right?" The other swordsmen smiled when they heard that, treating Lin Yun as a country bumpkin from a small place. Lin Yun merely glanced at Yan Zijing before he replied, "I don't need you to worry about how I came here." "Haha, what a temper for someone in the heavenly soul realm," replied Yan Zijing before he ignored Lin Yun. Then, he gathered with the rest to discuss how they should please the little princess of the Feng clan to obtain the invitation. Not long later, a maid appeared wearing an aloof expression. "My missy said that those who want the invitation need to have extraordinary strength. All of you can go together and only those who defeat my missy's pet will be able to meet her." Hearing that, all the swordsmen became excited as they quickly followed the maid. There were so many of them, and they were confident to take down the pet even without using their swords. Passing through multiple hallways in the manor, their attention was soon attracted by a practicing field. The practice field was actually forged as a beast field with walls raised in the surroundings. When a loud sound rang out, the wall opened up and a three-headed demonic hound let out a ferocious roar while it ran out. The Flame Demon Hound, an overlord demonic beast in the astral stage. Everyone's faces changed when they saw the gigantic demonic hound. Three-headed flame demon hounds were in the astral stage along with possessing an overlord bloodline. But this hound seemed to be starved for days with hunger flickering in its pupils. "How should we fight? It's an overlord flame demon hound. Even if we use our weapons, we might not be able to harm it." As the flame demon hound approached, many people's faces turned pale. They knew that the little mistest was a little too much. In the beast field, a young swordsman who was in the astral stage soared into the sky and brought out the constellations from within his body. When the painting appeared, the demonic aura pouring over him was forced back. "That's a constellation?" Lin Yun's eyes flickered as he noticed everyone had different constellations. Each constellation caused one's aura to surge and greatly empowered them. This was especially apparent for elemental constellations like flames that could boost the power of flame martial intent. The constellations were similar to a fusion of martial souls and starlight. Good thing I didn't let Luo Kuei bring out his constellation. As the beast field began to tremble violently, the flame demon hound unleashed a ferocious attack that swordsmen in the astral stage could barely fend off. At this moment, everyone was attacking while they retreated. The flame demon hound had been starving, so it was no different from a mad dog. Suddenly, a bloody scene appeared as the flame demon hound tore a figure apart in the air. Then, it raised its head to look at everyone else. Is this for real?" Some swordsmen began to tremble with fear. They were here for the invitation, and they had no intention of giving their life for it. Meanwhile, Yan Zijing and the others in the sky sneered because these people didn't understand the little princess temper. The little princess was known to be a demoness in Azure Rock County, and no one dared to provoke her. But it was good for them that more people would die because the invitations were limited. Looking at this butcher, Lin Yun's eyes flashed with rage. When he raised his head, he could see many people watching the beast field. Before he could think more about it, the flame demon hound started attacking again. The beast field suddenly fell into panic. There were those who used their Holy Spirit martial techniques, but they were shocked to discover that it didn't deal much damage to the flame demon hound. My heavens! More and more people began to feel despair. The little miss of the Feng clan was sitting in a pavilion above the beast field. She wore a short dress as she laughed at the people running for their lives. These pieces of trash can't even be compared to my dog. They're really shameless to want to participate in the sword assembly, said the little miss of the Feng clan with a mocking expression. They're impudent to want to take the invitation, not to mention seeing our little miss. A maid smiled. They're just a bunch of frogs in the well, said the little miss of the Feng clan. Those who are capable have already received the invitation. I hate these people who bite more than they can chew the most. They're clearly trash, but they still want to participate in the sword assembly? Watch carefully. None of them are allowed to draw their sword. Don't let them injure my precious dog. Haha. Don't worry about it, little miss. We have ways to deal with them if they dare to draw their sword, smiled the maid. Don't let all of them die either. Let them crawl out of the dog hole once my dog is full. I'm still interested to see the gifts they brought for me, smiled the little miss. Right at this moment, a sword hum echoed out that made the little miss face sink before she tossed a whip over to her maid. The whip was a saint artifact that flickered with lightning. As soon as the maid wielded the whip, the person who drew his sword was sent flying. The youth howled in pain, but the maid didn't let him go. She continued to whip the youth until he was covered in blood and the wounds revealed his bones. Don't forget what you guys said. This is the outcome if anyone dares to draw their sword, the maid said coldly. Her words made everyone's face turn pale. The flame demon hound's defenses were shocking, and there was no way they could injure it without using their sword. Meanwhile, Yan Zijing and the others who were the strongest weren't fighting seriously because they didn't want to offend the little miss. So there was no way they could deal with the flame demon hound. Furthermore, Yan Zijing and the rest probably wanted to see more people die because it would decrease the number of competitors. This also meant that the flame demon hound was practically invincible in the beast field. A bunch of lowlifes want to hurt my dog? They're simply courting death. The little miss looked at the person who drew his sword coldly. Little miss, why don't I continue to give him a few more whips? The maid smiled. Forget it. My dog might not like it if the meat is too messed up, smiled the little miss. But right at this moment, a series of sword hums echoed out that caused the entire beast field to tremble violently. Instantly, the little miss and her maids thought that someone drew their sword. But when they swept their gazes out, they didn't see anyone with a sword. On the other hand, there was an azure figure who emitted a thunderous sword hum. Before anyone could react, that azure figure had already dashed forward, unleashing a series of attacks. When he landed on the ground, the flame demon hound was howling in pain with all of its fangs broken. Just like that, the flame demon hound that was ferocious instantly died down while Lin Yun patted his hands together. The result instantly drew the shocked gazes of Yan Zijing and his group. Lin Yun was too fast for them to see how the flame demon hound was defeated. How dare he injure the little miss dog? The maid's face became cold as she prepared to use the whip. Stop. Let them come out. I'll deal with him myself, the little miss said with her face dark and her eyes flashing with a vicious light. While the flame demon hound lay on the ground, a small hole appeared on the wall as the maid said, "You all passed. You can come out now." When she was done, she even glared at Lin Yun who dared to injure her little miss dog. Everyone fearfully thanked the little miss of the Feng clan before they crawled out of the hole. But the hole was small and one had to crawl out on all fours. The youth around Yan Zijing's faces turned dark. Isn't that a freaking dog door? We'll crawl, Yan Zijing said coldly. Yan Zijing couldn't be bothered by the humiliation because his sect gave him a mission to get an invitation. When he began to crawl through the hole, Yan Zijing turned around to see that Lin Yun was still standing on the field. This scene of Lin Yun being so aloof made him feel more annoyed, and it didn't take long until Lin Yun was the only one left standing. "Miss, that person hasn't moved," the maid said while pointing at Lin Yun with the whip. "Humph. I like to deal with tough bones like him the most. If he doesn't crawl, then I won't let him even enter my doors. Not to mention obtaining an invitation." The little miss of the Feng clan spoke with her eyes squinted. She looked adorable when she smiled, but her thoughts were vile and disgusting. Without any warning, Lin Yun soared into the sky while crimson saint runes bloomed in the azure dragon seal. With a physique comparable to a saint artifact, Lin Yun punched a hole in the barrier and left the field. This scene left everyone dumbfounded while the little miss of the Feng clan became angry. This scene made her gnash her teeth furiously. Meanwhile, Lin Yun pierced through the barrier like a sword. When he swept his glance forward, he saw several people who crawled out of the hole looking at him in admiration. Yan Zijing was the last to crawl out of the hole, so he was dumbfounded that Lin Yun arrived before him. How did you come out?" Yan Zijing asked in disbelief. "What has it got to do with you?" Lin Yun looked at Yan Zijing indifferently and ignored him. But this made Yan Zijing even more furious that someone in the heavenly soul realm dared to be disrespectful to an Empyrean like him. If this wasn't the Feng clan's manner, he would have taught Lin Yun a lesson a long time ago. "Follow me." The maid appeared once more and led everyone towards an elegant room. In the room, the little miss of the Feng clan was already seated. When everyone came in, they fell to one knee and flattered her before offering their gifts. The gifts they offered were extremely precious. There were third-grade saint pellets, 1,000-year-old fruits, expensive pieces of jewelry, and even a bizarre flower. The flower was gifted by Yan Zijing. None of the treasures could catch the little miss' attention except for the flower by Yan Zijing. The change in her expression made Yan Zijing rejoice as he quickly spoke. "Third miss. This is a rare silver needle rose, and it requires a millennium for it to become the perfect shade of purple. I guess it's all right." The little miss of the Feng clan took a few petals and crushed it, looking at the gorgeous petal fragments. Just like that, the silver needle rose that required a millennium to bloom disappeared in her hand. This scene made Yan Zijing's lips twitch, but he didn't dare to utter a single word. "What about you? What have you prepared for me?" The little miss of the Feng clan looked at Lin Yun with a cold light flickering across her pupils. Sensing the killing intent emitting from her, Lin Yun frowned because he didn't think that such a young girl would have such an intense killing aura. He had long seen that the little miss of the Feng clan was just messing with them and that she had no intention of giving them the invitation. Just when Lin Yun took out a box and was about to take a step forward, the maid flashed her whip and barked, "Why aren't you bowing upon seeing our little miss? It doesn't matter. Let him come over. I'm very interested in his gift," smiled the little miss of the Feng clan. When Lin Yun stepped forward and opened the box, he revealed a silver bracelet flickering with a dazzling silver light. The bracelet looked exquisite. The bracelet was forged with ice that emitted a bizarre light under the sunlight that made it look like a soaring ice phoenix. This was something that Lil Purple had refined last night, which she ensured that the little miss of the Feng clan would be interested in. Upon seeing the bracelet, the little miss of the Feng clan's eyes lit up. She quickly took the bracelet in her hands and toyed with it. Furthermore, she wasn't the only one praising the bracelet because the maids were also taken aback. "What a gorgeous bracelet!" This scene instantly made the faces of Yan Zijing and the others change. But right at this moment, the maid from before mocked Lin Yun. "I didn't expect that a mere heavenly soul realm like you from somewhere, like the profound Azure Manor, would be able to give something that catches my misattention. I'll take the invitation now if she likes the gift," said Lin Yun. His words instantly silenced the room and made the atmosphere turn weird. The swordsmen were shocked by Lin Yun's bold words. They couldn't believe that Lin Yun was courting death. The little miss of the Feng clan who was smiling earlier instantly turned cold as she looked at the bracelet on her waist and said, "You're really bold. You want to participate in the sword assembly held by my family and you dare to speak to me in this manner? The fact that you dared to injure my beloved dog is already enough to grant you death. But you still want the invitation." She then put on a mocking smile and continued, "You want the invitation? Sure. Beg me." This scene made the eyes of Yan Zijing and the others flicker because this was an opportunity for them. They didn't think that there was anything wrong in kneeling to receive the invitation. But Lin Yun merely glanced at these people and knew why they couldn't obtain an invitation. After all, none of them had the pride of a swordsman, and they couldn't be called a swordsman regardless of how talented they were. Not going to kneel? Dig his eyes out and pull out his teeth. The little miss of the Feng clan spoke coldly. The maid from before immediately charged forward. She was young, but her cultivation was in the astral stage. She didn't bother using her saint artifact because Lin Yun was only in the heavenly soul realm. As she sneered, she appeared before Lin Yun. "You lowly slave!" But just when she was about to raise her hand, she noticed that Lin Yun was already gripping her wrist like a dragon. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free of Lin Yun's grasp. Furiously, she yelled, "Let me go, you lowly slave!" When Lin Yun let go of her, the maid emitted a terrifying killing aura and charged at Lin Yun. But the sword cocoon in the center of Lin Yun's brows twitched, and Lin Yun condensed his sword intent into his eyes. At such a close distance, the eyeball of the maid exploded, causing the maid to collapse and roll to the ground. "My eyes!" Her scream made everyone feel a chill run down their spine. But Lin Yun wasn't done. He stepped forward and sent the maid flying with a kick. His body was comparable to a saint artifact after attaining the Azure Dragon saint physique, so one could imagine how strong his kick was. Just like that, the maid was sent flying away like a rag doll, creating a hole in the wall while her bones were shattered. "If you're not willing to give me the invitation, give me back the bracelet." Lin Yun started to walk towards the little miss of the Feng clan. "Stop him!" The little miss panicked and yelled. As the other maids all charged toward Lin Yun, he sent them all flying with a slap. As he continued to walk toward the little miss of the Feng clan, her face turned pale as she yelled, "Don't come over here!" But just when Lin Yun was about to approach her, he suddenly stopped because he sensed a terrifying aura locking onto him. It was an expert in the Dragon Pulse realm, but Lin Yun merely sneered inwardly. He wouldn't mind if that expert made a move against him since he also wanted to see how terrifying the firmament battlecloth was. "Young lad, let's put a stop here." The Dragon Pulse realm expert transmitted his voice to Lin Yun. "Stop here?" Lin Yun had no intention of stopping here as he looked at the little miss who was hiding in a corner. "You better give me back the bracelet before I leave Azure Rock County. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you." When he was done, Lin Yun turned around and left, ignoring all the so-called swordsmen. "You want to come and go as you wish? Who do you think you are?" Yan Zijing jumped up and pushed his palm towards Lin Yun when the latter turned around. A sinister smile was plastered on his face because he was unhappy with Lin Yun. Plus, this was a chance for him to perform for the little miss. But when his palm landed on Lin Yun's body, he instantly became dumbfounded. It felt as though he had collided against a huge mountain. I was just joking with you." Yan Zijing pulled his hand back awkwardly, trying to pretend that nothing had happened. But Lin Yun raised his head to look at him. As the saint rune in the Azure Dragon mark radiated, he threw a punch. The punch instantly destroyed all of Yan Zijing's internal organs, creating a huge hole in his chest. Coughing, Yan Zijing fell to the ground as blood dripped from his lips. Before he could move, Lin Yun had already stepped on his head. His head was instantly buried into the ground. When Lin Yun was done, he walked away, thoroughly disgusted by this place. Everything took place in a split second, and Lin Yun's strong stance had left everyone dumbfounded. Yan Zijing gave him a palm and was then destroyed by a punch. The maid wanted to dig his eyes out, but her eyes were destroyed instead. The strong stance suffocated everyone present. Even the little miss was trembling in fear by the corner. She had never experienced this in her lifetime. Not only did Lin Yun not give her face, but he didn't even go easy on her maids. She knew that if it wasn't for the Dragon Pulse realm expert protecting her, Lin Yun definitely wouldn't have left so easily. But Lin Yun's words were still piercing her ears. She had to give him back the bracelet or else she would have to pay the prices. She knew that the words weren't directed to her, but to the hidden Dragon Pulse realm. Lin Yun was telling him that he wasn't afraid of him. "Get lost. All of you. Get lost. None of you are allowed to speak about what happened today or I'll cut off your tongues. The little princess of the Feng clan roared furiously, which made all the swordsmen flee in fear. Yan Zijing's friends also dug him out of the ground before they left. After everyone left, a gray-clothed elder appeared in the room and waved his hand to get all the maids to leave. Butler Hong, why didn't you kill him? The little princess' gaze became cold as she looked at the old man. She gnashed her teeth and lost control of her emotions. My grandfather said that you have to listen to me. Catch him right now. I want to feed him to the dogs. He's someone recommended by the patriarch of the Huang clan. The patriarch of the Huang clan is friends with your grandfather, so I can't touch him, said the old man, trying to comfort this princess of the Feng clan. But he injured my beloved dog, blinded my maid, and he even dared to threaten me before all these people. I've never been bullied in this manner in my lifetime, so I don't care, the princess roared. I can't touch him in the city, said Butler Hong. The little princess' eyes lit up when she heard that. Doesn't that mean that you can catch him back as long as he leaves the city? The butler didn't reply, but she knew what that meant. Good. Break his legs for me. I want him to crawl in front of me like a dog, the princess said coldly with killing intent filled in her pupils. Hearing that, the old man nodded and left quietly. In his view, Lin Yun was only relying on the patriarch of the Huang clan. The Huang clan was strong in this city as their influence radiated over 9 prefectures. They were comparable to the Azure Rock Hidden Sword Pavilion, but it was a different story outside the city. In front of a Dragon Pulse Realm expert like himself, a small fry in the Heavenly Soul Realm was nothing. This was his confidence as a Dragon Pulse Realm expert. He didn't even put those in the Empyrean Realm or Divine Core Realm in his eyes. After leaving the manor, Lin Yun took in a deep breath because he knew that there was no way he could finish the task given to him by the old geezer. Without the invitation, he wouldn't be able to participate in the sword assembly. But getting him to kneel to obtain an invitation also wasn't something that Lin Yun could accept. Even now, he was still disgusted by the princess of the Feng clan. At the same time, the bracelet that Lil Purple had spent an entire night making had gone to waste. He had completely offended the Feng clan on this trip, and he would have to make a trip personally if they weren't willing to hand over the bracelet. At that time, he would cause a huge incident. But Lin Yun wasn't bothered about it, because he would never regret any decision he made. He just needed to come up with a way to make it up to the old geezer. Thinking about it, Lin Yun felt relieved. Maybe it was because he had no interest in the sword assembly to begin with. If he could leave now, wouldn't that mean that he would be able to make it back to the Profound Azure Prefecture in time with the Profound Astral Bird's speed? When he returned to his residence, he shared his experience in Feng Clan's manor with Luo Hua. With a calm expression, Lin Yun said, I probably won't be able to participate in the sword assembly now. If there are no surprises, we'll be able to leave tomorrow. But Luo Hua fell into silence when she heard that and drummed her fingers on the desk. If anyone could see her face under her veil, they would realize that her eyes were flickering coldly with rage. It looks like the temper of this princess is really big. She probably won't return the bracelet, and I'm afraid you won't be able to leave tomorrow, said Luo Hua. Then I'll have to pay her a visit. I already told her that she'll pay the price if she doesn't return the bracelet, said Lin Yun calmly. He didn't have a good impression of the so-called princess of the Feng clan. How about this? If you trust me, let me handle this matter. Why don't you wait for my news? At that time we can decide if we should stay or go, Luo Hua said. Although she was asking, she was speaking in an unquestionable tone. Clearly, she intended to get involved. It's all right. Lin Yun shook his head and continued. That woman is too overbearing and unreasonable. Furthermore, she's vicious and isn't easy to deal with. He knew that Luo Hua had a shocking origin, but this was Azure Rock County. So she might not be able to intimidate them because she was alone, not to mention that the princess of the Feng clan wasn't a reasonable person. That brat was feeding people to dogs. So Lin Yun didn't want Luo Hua to take this risk. She's unreasonable? Luo Hua merely smiled. After she left, Lil Purple flew out of the sword box. She looked exhausted, but she still wore a smile on her face. Lin Yun, I'm starting to like you now. You were really overbearing in the Feng clan's manner, and you now have a tiny little bit of my grace from back then. But your bracelet, Lin Yun said with his brows locked together. But before he could finish, Lil Purple had already interrupted him. It's just a bracelet, and there's nothing too impressive about it. Lin Yun merely smiled when he heard that. He knew that it wasn't an ordinary bracelet because Lil Purple had spent a lot of time creating it, not to mention that it contained the rhyme of the Ice Phoenix clan. In this world, there wouldn't be another Ice Phoenix who would prepare a bracelet so meticulously. This meant that this Ice Phoenix bracelet was probably the only one in the world, and it was unique. You're really not going to participate in the sword assembly? Lil Purple asked. Hearing that, Lin Yun merely sighed and stayed quiet. The city at night was brightly lit and full of people on the streets. Tonight, the butler of the Feng clan's manor and the little princess sat in a carriage, but neither of their faces looked good. Throughout the entire journey, Butler Hong was nervous. Even as a Dragon Pulse Realm expert, he couldn't maintain his composure. He would occasionally try to persuade the princess of the Feng clan to think about things. Although she was annoyed, there was nothing she could do. An incense's time later, the carriage stopped before a pavilion. Butler Hong sent away the servants before he carefully led the princess into the pavilion. In an elegant room in the pavilion was a massive table with a lady in white who wore a veil over her face. At this moment, she was sitting in the main seat. When the door opened, the uneasiness on Butler Hong's face disappeared as he cupped his hands with a fawning smile. Hong Kuan greets young Master Luo. At the same time, he jammed his elbow into the side of the princess of the Feng clan. This made her face turn stiff as she spoke. Feng Xiaoyu of the Feng clan greets young Master Luo. But Luo Hua didn't say a single word, making the atmosphere in the room tense. Right at this moment, Butler Hong coughed, making Feng Xiaoyu speak out unhappily. I'm sorry. I didn't know that Lin Yun was your friend, and I apologize for offending him during the day. I'm done with my apology now. Seeing that Luo Hua still didn't speak, Butler Hong revealed a stiff smile and said, I apologize for that. The third miss is young and doesn't know manners. We really weren't aware that Lin Yun was your friend. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made things difficult for him. I'm done apologizing. If you aren't going to utter a word, then I'm going to leave, said Feng Xiaoyu unhappily upon seeing Luo Hua's silence. Butler Hong's face changed with beads of sweat dripping down from his forehead. However, Feng Xiaoyu looked directly at Luo Hua with no signs of taking a step back. Have you ever seen someone apologizing while still on their feet? Luo Hua raised her head lightly with a cold light flashing through her pupils. Immediately, the temperature in the room began to drop. Hearing that, Feng Xiaoyu's face instantly turned dark and she roared, Impudence! You want me to kneel and apologize to you? Who the hell do you think you are? When Hong Kuan heard that, he was startled and began to tremble nervously. But Luo Hua fell silent as she ignored Feng Xiaoyu. This made Feng Xiaoyu even more furious because she was the pearl of the family since her birth, and she had never seen someone so arrogant before. Completely enraged, she ridiculed. If my grandfather didn't ask me to apologize to you, do you think I would even bat an eye at you? Who the hell do you think you are? Are you wearing a veil because you're ugly? But the moment she was done, Feng Xiaoyu received a slap on her face. She didn't even see how Luo Hua slapped her, but it was so fast that her face was red before she realized anything happened. You dare slap me? Feng Xiaoyu flew into a rage and roared, I'll tear your face apart. But before she could even do anything, her right cheek was slapped as well. You're courting death. Feng Xiaoyu's hair scattered as she was left feeling dizzy from the slap. Regardless, she charged toward Luo Hua like a madwoman. As the third miss of the Feng clan, she was the pearl in the family and the gem of the pavilion master, so her cultivation naturally wasn't low. As her killing intent boiled, a powerful sword aura exploded out of her. Miss No! Hong Kuan was completely left dumbfounded by this scene, but it was already too late to stop her. This time, Feng Xiaoyu was sent flying away, throwing up a mouthful of blood in the process. Then she collided against the wall. When she fell onto the ground, she threw up another mouthful of blood. However, she bravely stood back up and supported herself with the wall. There was no other noise in the elegant room aside from Feng Xiaoyu's heavy breathing. Hong Kuan was also trembling by the side, but he didn't dare to utter a single word. At many times, only those who were ignorant didn't know how to be afraid, and only those who knew the story knew that the prestige of heaven couldn't be violated. As Hong Kuan's eyes were filled with fear, Luo Hua stood up and unleashed a terrifying aura. As all the wine on the desk exploded into dust, Feng Xiaoyu suddenly hovered into the air. No, 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 put me down. At this moment, Feng Xiaoyu had finally panicked. Even the Manor Lord of the Hidden Sword Manor doesn't dare to speak to me in this manner. You're really bold when you're just a small miss of the Hidden Sword Pavilion. Luo Hua's expression was still covered by her veil, but she sounded angry. When she finished, Feng Xiaoyu was sent flying out of the pavilion, creating a hole in the wall. The invitation. Luo Hua looked at Hong Kuan coldly. Here. We've already prepared it. Hong Kuan's body trembled. As a Dragon Pulse realm expert, he didn't dare to be impudent before Luo Hua, and he respectfully handed over the invitation. Luo Hua took the invitation before casting a glance at Feng Xiaoyu, who was lying on the ground beyond the hole. Then, the silver bracelet on her wrist radiated, and an ice phoenix flew out from the bracelet. The bracelet was well crafted. Even Luo Hua, who had seen countless pieces of jewelry, was stunned by the breathtaking bracelet. She also knew that Lin Yun must have spent a lot of effort on this bracelet. When she was done, she walked out of the room and towards Feng Xiaoyu. Feng Xiaoyu was crawling on the ground without even the courage to take a look at Luo Hua. At this moment, she finally realized that Luo Hua wasn't someone that she could offend. "Don't come over here," Feng Xiaoyu said as she cried out in pain. Then, Luo Hua waved her hand to summon the bracelet over. When she held onto the bracelet, she could sense a wisp of chill gathering in her hand. Looking at it closely, she noticed that the details on the bracelet were vivid and well-crafted. "Give it back to me." Feng Xiaoyu panicked when she saw that the bracelet was taken from her. But when Luo Hua raised her head, an immense pressure leaked out of her pupils that sent Feng Xiaoyu flying. Even though her nails were scratching against the ground, she couldn't stop herself from flying away. In the end, she collided against the wall and threw out another mouthful of blood. But she still didn't give up and said, "Give it back. Give it back to me. You're not fit to wear this." Luo Hua looked at her coldly and left with disgust flashing through her pupils. Looking at Luo Hua's back figure, Feng Xiaoyu's pupils were filled with pain. When Hong Kuan came out a long time later, Feng Xiaoyu asked, "Uncle Hong, who the hell is she?" "Let's not talk about it. It's already done." Hong Kuan felt heavily relieved because this was the best outcome. Otherwise, not even Feng Xuanzi, the Hidden Sword Pavilion, or the Hidden Sword Manor could save Feng Xiaoyu. Hong Kuan wanted to let the incident go, but Feng Xiaoyu clearly didn't want to end it so easily. After all, she had never suffered such a huge loss or humiliation in her life. Not only was she slapped by Luo Hua, but the Ice Phoenix bracelet was even taken away from her. So how could she possibly let this matter go so easily? When they returned to the manor and after Hong Kuan left, Feng Xiaoyu summoned her favorite maid over. Her maid had a blindfold covering her eyes because of Lin Yun. After reaching the Empyrean realm, one wouldn't need to use their eyes to see. But a flaw to one's body meant they would never be able to make a breakthrough in their cultivation ever again. Give this invitation to Yan Zijing. He will happily accept. Feng Xiaoyu took out an invitation with cold eyes. Furthermore, spread several rumors. "I want the rumors to be known by everyone in the city after tonight. Your wish is my command," the maid said respectfully. After the maid left, Feng Xiaoyu was still filled with rage. Although she couldn't do anything to Luo Hua, she could still do something to Lin Yun. She had thousands of ways to kill Lin Yun without making a move personally. When morning arrived, Lin Yun was standing in the courtyard carrying his sword box, while Bai Ting followed behind him with a darkened face. Lin Yun had already told him what happened in the manor, and Bai Ting also knew that Lin Yun couldn't be blamed for this matter. If the princess of the Feng clan was really as vile as Lin Yun described, there was no need for them to partake in the sword assembly. After all, no one could accept this humiliation, and he believed that the sect master wouldn't say anything about it even if he knew. Furthermore, the competition for this sword assembly was too intense because the sword forged by the Hidden Sword Pavilion's pavilion master had an 8th grade Sanet rune in its core. So no swordsman could afford to let this opportunity go. Elder Bai, how long will it take for us to return to the profound Azure City on the profound astral bird? Lin Yun asked. Roughly half a day, replied Bai Ting. The profound Azure City was closer to here than the fleeting cloud sword. So they only had to travel 1/3 of the journey through the 3rd layer of heaven, not to mention the speed boost from the profound astral bird. When will the ranking battle begin? Lin Yun asked. 3 days from now if I remember correctly, replied Bai Ting. Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he heard that because this meant that they would have plenty of time. He replied, Then I'll have to trouble Elder Bai to change our journey and to send me to the profound Azure City before you return to the sect. You want to participate in the ranking battle? Bai Ting asked. But the moment he asked about it, he recalled that Lin Yun's name was also on the list of participants, not to mention that the fleeting Cloud Sword sect wasn't that confident in this ranking battle either. Are you going to leave? A crisp voice sounded out as a dazzling light shined and made Lin Yun squint his eyes. Under the sunlight, Luo Hua entered with the Ice Phoenix bracelet in her hand as she walked over. This is... Bai Ting was baffled because he had no idea what Luo Hua meant. But just when he was feeling uncertain, Luo Hua tossed something over that made his face change drastically. The invitation. Bai Ting rejoiced upon seeing the invitation and asked, Young Master Luo, how did you manage to obtain it? It's nothing big. Luo Hua smiled before he walked over to Lin Yun. Here. Lin Yun reached out and Luo Hua placed the Ice Phoenix bracelet on his palm. The bracelet flickered with a silver and purple luster that looked like a genuine phoenix undergoing rebirth through flames. It's a gorgeous bracelet, and it's a waste for you to give that less, said Luo Hua. Although Lin Yun couldn't see her face, he could sense that Luo Hua's gaze was on the Ice Phoenix bracelet. Humph. Since she put it that way, give it to her instead. It's just a bracelet, and this Empress can create as many as I want. Lil Purple's voice sounded out from the sword box. Then you can have it, smiled Lin Yun. Even without Lil Purple's encouragement, he would have given the bracelet to Luo Hua. Hey, you scumbag. You really gave it to her. I hate you to death. Lil Purple wailed in anger from within the sword box. Put it on for me. Luo Hua stretched her hand over and said naturally. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he held onto Luo Hua's wrist and carefully put the Ice Phoenix bracelet on her. This wasn't his first time holding onto Luo Hua's wrist, so it felt more natural this time. This also made Bai Ting, who was standing by the side, feel awkward as he held onto the invitation. Is it beautiful? Luo Hua raised her wrist with a smile. Pretty good. Lin Yun nodded his head in acknowledgement and continued. Are you all right? That brat is unreasonable. I'm fine because I'm also pretty unreasonable myself. You just don't know, smiled Luo Hua. Lin Yun's eyes flashed because he knew that Luo Hua's origin was more complex than being a simple descendant of a saint clan. But since Luo Hua didn't tell him much, he didn't ask. 2 days later, the sword assembly finally began as Lin Yun appeared at the destination along with Bai Ting and Luo Hua. The scale of the sword assembly was classified. The sword assembly was held annually in the Hidden Sword Pavilion, while the bigger ones in the Hidden Sword Manor would only be held every 4 years. Normally speaking, the smaller sword assembly would envelop the surrounding prefectures, while the bigger one was a huge event in the entire Kunlun realm for all swordsmen. But the Azure Rock Hidden Sword Pavilion's sword assembly wasn't simple this time because a lot of swordsmen were attracted by the sword forged by the pavilion master. A small majority of swordsmen in the ancient Baron domain were here. They wanted to suppress all the participants and take the sword. Then again, Lin Yun didn't have a good impression of the assembly after what happened with the little miss. There were no other rules in the sword assembly except that everyone had to seal their cultivation to the heavenly soul realm. It was a way to ensure that everyone would compete with only their swordsmanship. The presiding judge came from a huge clan in the ancient Baron domain, so he could be a fair third party. As for the event, it was held in the Feng clan's main courtyard, which was also where the hidden sword pavilion was located. The entire courtyard looked grand and massive, as huge palaces and chains connected to cauldrons could be seen everywhere. Swordsmen were heading towards the hidden sword pavilion from various directions of the city. Just when Lin Yun's party was about to reach the entrance of the Feng clan's courtyard, a party walked towards them. But Lin Yun merely glanced and then ignored them. He had no idea where they got the invitation from. The other party was led by Yan Zijing. He looked well as if he wasn't stepped on by Lin Yun. In fact, he emitted a proud aura as if he wasn't beaten by Lin Yun. What a coincidence! Yan Zijing smiled with his eyes squinted. I never expected you to have such a terrifying physique, but we're only competing in swords today, and I hope that you won't reject my challenge. Lin Yun continued to ignore him, which made Yan Zijing furious. You're going to die today. You won't be able to do anything later. Who is he? Bai Ting asked. Probably a dog that someone forgot to leash, said Lin Yun, and they headed towards the Feng clan's field. Then he walked towards the Azure Rock field, splitting up with Luo Hua. Bai Ting and Luo Hua didn't have an invitation, so they could only go to the observation stand. When Lin Yun handed over his invitation and reported his name, the guard looked at Lin Yun deeply. So you're Lin Yun? I believe a lot of people will be interested in you. Come in. They then ignored Lin Yun, but this made Lin Yun frown because he felt like something wasn't right. He couldn't understand why the guard said many people were interested in him. When Lin Yun entered the field, he was greeted by a shocking scene. A massive lake was at the center of the field that had a gigantic cauldron that contained a gigantic sword. There were 8 shackles on the hilt of the gigantic sword, and the shackles were connected to statues of ominous beasts. Lin Yun felt something familiar about the scene and instantly thought about the sword in his body. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine because everything looked so weird. There were also those who were shocked by this scene, and they would be fighting on the stage above the statues later. The stage was also protected with an array, so it was more than enough for them to fight. Hehe. Is this your first time seeing the 8 ominous soul-locking array? This is just an imitation. The genuine one is in the hidden sword manner. A youth smiled beside Lin Yun as that youth sat down. The 8 ominous soul-locking array? Lin Yun glanced at the youth beside him and also sat down before he asked, Do you know anything about it? When that youth heard what Lin Yun said, his eyes immediately lit up with excitement and shared his knowledge. I'm Yififan. You're looking at the right person if you want to know more about the 8 ominous soul-locking array, because even those from the hidden sword pavilion might not know as much as me. Go ahead, replied Lin Yun. Then listen carefully. This is a secret that not even Dragon Pulse Realm experts knew about, smiled Yififan. Have you heard of the 10 divine artifacts of Kunlun? Yififan smiled mysteriously. I have, but I don't know much about them. Lin Yun had heard Lil Purple mentioning them briefly, but he didn't ask much about it because he wasn't sure if they were real. After all, she was fond of boasting, and only half of her words could be trusted. The head of the 10 divine artifacts is a sword, the world's strongest sword. When the ancestral deity forged this sword, he discovered that he couldn't suppress it, and so he killed ominous beasts with his blade. You can imagine how terrifying the 8 ominous beasts were in ancient times. Yififan patted his hand on the table and continued. But all the 8 ominous beasts were killed by the ancestral deity. The blood of the 8 ominous beasts formed into a sea of boundless killing intent, an ocean of blood. Lin Yun started to get the feeling that Yififan could boast even more than Lil Purple. When Yififan sensed Lin Yun's suspicious gaze, he smiled. Haha. Let me get back to the topic. Anyway, the ancestral deity slew the 8 ominous beasts and used them to suppress the sword with an array. In the end, he successfully forged the sword and unveiled the divine dragon era. You said that the ancestral deity used a blade, so why did he change to a sword? Lin Yun asked. Yififan scratched his head and smiled. I guess the ancestral deity is versed in both the blade and sword. Lin Yun was speechless when he heard that. He realized that Yififan was as unreliable as Lil Purple, and that none of his words could be trusted. However, it seemed like he had to investigate the 8 ominous soul-locking array when he had time. Seeing that Lin Yun showed no signs of saying anything else, Yififan smiled awkwardly. They're all legends, and there are only bits and pieces left behind in books. They're too profound, and I don't understand them too well. Anyhow, the sword and the array both disappeared until the Iris Sword Saint appeared with the array. Now, only the Mo clan and the Hidden Sword Manor know the array. It should be real. The Iris Sword Saint did grasp the 8 ominous soul-locking array. But don't ask me anything else because I don't know much about it. I have no interest in the Iris Sword Saint's secrets, said Lil Purple from the sword box, which shocked Lin Yun. Lin Yun had no idea if the Iris Sword Saint was still alive, so it appears that he would have to make a trip to the Hidden Sword Manor to find out more about the 8 ominous soul-locking array. That means that this 8 ominous soul-locking array is also suppressing a sword? Lin Yun looked at the massive lake because the sword on the cauldron was a little too gigantic. Seeing Lin Yun's doubts, Yififan smiled. There's a sword hidden in that sword. I heard that the sword was named Thousand Lightning, a 1,000-rune saint sword forged by the Mo clan. It was also the treasure of the Azure Rock Hidden Sword Pavilion. It makes an appearance every year for everyone to see, and no one can take it away. Seeing the interest in Lin Yun's eyes when he mentioned the sword, Yififan continued, the sword assembly forbids killing your opponent, but you can lose your life if you challenge that sword. You have to get through the Ghost, Dragon, and Divine arrays. Then the 100 Ghost Sword Array, the Azure Dragon Sword Array, and the 4-Phase Sword Array. Furthermore, it's controlled by 4 Elysium Core Realm experts. Many people have died to it to the point that no one dares to challenge it anymore. Then again, the Elysium Core Realm experts can only restrict their cultivation to the Heavenly Soul Realm. Lin Yun instantly knew that the 1,000 Lightning must belong to that old geezer, and that old geezer really wanted him to put his life on the line to play this game. Each of the arrays is fatal, sighed Yififan. When he turned to look at Lin Yun, he noticed that Lin Yun was paying attention to the 8 ominous soul-locking array and not him. He instantly felt awkward before looking around at the surrounding swordsmen while smiling. There are a lot of people, but they're all just cannon fodder. They're simply dreaming if they think they can take the sword forged by the pavilion master. Lin Yun finally turned to look at Yififan, causing Yififan to rejoice before he smiled. Do you know who has a chance to become the champion? Lin Yun shook his head when he heard that because he really didn't know much about it. Ha ha! Yififan laughed. There are 4 popular candidates and they're all in the top 1,000 on the Empyrean ranking. All of them were in the Quasi-Elysium Core Realm, and they're capable of slaying Elysium Core Realm experts. He then pointed to the hovering platform. The one seated on the highest seat was Feng Xuanzi, and those beside him were guests from the various saint clans and experts in the city. The Huang clan's patriarch was also amongst them. One level beneath them were the elites of the younger generation with the princess of the Feng clan at the center of attention. Beneath them was the ordinary observation stage where Luo Hua and Bai Ting were. Yififan was pointing toward the princess of the Feng clan, where 4 individuals who had grasped the sky sword intent. You see that skinny fellow? He's a member of the Feng clan, Feng Xingyang. Don't look down on him just because he's skinny. His cultivation is in the Quasi-Elysium Core Realm and he's only 28. His sky sword intent has also reached greater mastery. Yififan then pointed to the next person and smiled. The one in blue clothes is Gong Haoran. He's famous for his swift sword that is even too fast for Elysium Core Realm experts. And the one with the scar on his face is Zhao Yan. Lin Yun smiled when he heard that. They were all pretty good-looking, but they sounded as though they looked like goblins in Yififan's mouth. Then again, it made sense because Yififan was blessed with an extraordinary appearance himself. Now, the strongest of the 4 is Gong Sun Yen. That fellow has a foul mouth and he's known for being able to see through all sword techniques with his eyes. He's in the top 500 on the Empyrean ranking. The other 3 are on the same level as him in terms of strength, but the unique thing about him is his eyes. If they don't have any other trump cards, they'll probably lose to him. Hearing that, Lin Yun couldn't help smiling because he didn't think that there would be anyone with a mouth fouler than Yififan. What an interesting person. Yififan was a pretty friendly person despite his foul mouth. Yififan smiled. You want to hear some gossip? It's related to the princess of the Feng clan, and I can assure you that it's a big deal. Lin Yun didn't reply, but he didn't need to. Yififan started speaking. Hehe. I heard that someone couldn't get an invitation a few days ago, so they injured all of the princess maids. He even blinded one of the maids. Yififan spoke excitedly. But that's not all. That fellow even claimed that he would beat up all the other geniuses with his sword in the sword assembly. Furthermore, I heard that he stole the invitation from the princess and that he would leave with the 1,000 lightning to let everyone from the Feng clan know about his strength. His name is Lin Yun. At this moment, Lin Yun finally knew why the guards were looking at him with ridicule. So it turns out that the princess of the Feng clan had spread exaggerated rumors about him in the city. That fellow is really arrogant. He's stupid to act that arrogantly. I know he's young, but he claims that he can defeat everyone in the competition. Plus, he thinks he can leave with the 1,000 lightning sword. I bet that he'll die in this sword assembly, said Yififan with a mocking smile. But when he saw that there was no reaction from Lin Yun, he couldn't help feeling anxious and coughed. Brother, why aren't you saying something? Do you agree with me? At least give me a response. I'm that dumb person that you're talking about, said Lin Yun indifferently. Yififan was dumbfounded when he heard that and smiled awkwardly. Ha ha ha. I now know why you felt so amicable when I first saw you. I never thought that you would have such an experience. To be honest, the princess has a terrible name, and I don't like her. This time, Lin Yun ignored Yififan because the sword assembly was starting. There were already people fighting on the statue. Those who could receive the invitation weren't weaklings since they were even stronger than the core disciples of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. However, they were slightly inferior to Yi Xiling. Although the fights on the stage were done, they were boring. So a figure flew onto the stage and roared, Profound Azure Prefecture's Lin Yun, do you dare to fight me? Yan Zijing? Everyone was briefly stunned when they heard that before yelling. After all, Lin Yun's name was widely spread throughout the city. Could it be that he really came to the sword assembly? With the uproar, countless gazes fell onto Lin Yun. On the other hand, Yififan ran away and was nowhere to be seen. Everyone was curious about the person who blinded Feng Xiaoyu's maid and claimed that he would defeat everyone in the sword assembly. Even the swordsmen on the Empyrean ranking were looking at Lin Yun. Feng Xiaoyu sneered at Lin Yun. She was very happy with her plan to deal with Lin Yun. She couldn't wait to see him die. On the other hand, Bai Ting became nervous because he could sense countless hostile gazes directed at Lin Yun. Meanwhile, Luo Hua glanced at Feng Xiaoyu coldly. Feng Xiaoyu thought that she was smart, but she had no idea who she was messing with. Lin Yun's face didn't change despite being the center of attention. He didn't care about the gazes of others, nor did he care about Yan Zijing's provocation. After all, trash like Yan Zijing wasn't worthy of him. He even felt that killing Yan Zijing would dirty his hands. Xiaoyu, are the rumors true? Did Lin Yun blind one of your maids and claim that he would step on us in the sword assembly? Feng Xingyang asked. The rumors were too exaggerated, so he didn't think they were real. He could even sense a few holes in the rumors. Feng Xingyang's question instantly drew everyone's attention because they knew that they could get the truth from Feng Xiaoyu. Even the 4 strongest experts were waiting on Feng Xiaoyu. He blinded my maid and even slapped my other maids. It's not a secret and many people have witnessed it, said Feng Xiaoyu. So it's really true. That fellow acted too cruelly just to get an invitation. Not only did he snatch the invitation, he even claimed that he would sweep through the sword assembly and leave with the 1,000 lightning. How arrogant! Humph! He's just a lowly ant in the heavenly soul realm. He'll die once he gets to the stage. So what if he's a genius from the profound Azure Prefecture? He's merely a frog in the well. Feng Xiaoyu's words instantly caused an uproar among those in the plaza. At the same time, many people were staring coldly at Lin Yun. Once they confirmed that Feng Xiaoyu was telling the truth about the maids, they had no trouble believing the other rumors. However, she withheld the reason why Lin Yun injured her maids. If they knew about it, they wouldn't act so hatefully. I didn't say those words. Since the sword assembly doesn't welcome me, it will be fine if I don't participate. Lin Yun stood up and left. Feng Xiaoyu was from the Feng clan, and the hidden sword pavilion had clearly allowed her to accuse him. In his view, swordsmen should be righteous, so he had no interest in such a foul sword assembly. Seeing that Lin Yun wanted to leave, Yan Zijing roared, "Lin Yun, you dare to claim that you didn't say those words before? I heard you say that you would sweep through the sword assembly with my own ears. Back then, you even launched a sneak attack on me. So I want to have a proper fight with you today." The crowd instantly looked at Lin Yun with mocking gazes. They believed that Lin Yun only won the fight against Yan Zijing because he used a despicable tactic. Otherwise, there would be no need for Lin Yun to be scared to fight. "You want to come and go as you wish? Who do you think you are?" Feng Xingyang roared from the stage. "Stop him!" The guards of the Feng clan instantly appeared on the plaza as the head guard sneered. "Didn't you say that you want to sweep through the sword assembly and take the 1,000 lightning sword? Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" The guard's words instantly caused an outburst of laughter from the geniuses in the surroundings. When Yan Zijing saw this scene, he was reassured that Lin Yun was trying to escape. If Lin Yun was stronger, then there was no need for Lin Yun to leave at all. He sneered, "Lin Yun, I'll give you a chance to prove yourself by fighting me." Seeing the mocking gaze from the guards, Lin Yun's eyes flashed with a cold light. He was mad that they were provoking him. He truly didn't have any interest in the sword assembly. The old geezer was the only reason why he was here. "You want a fight? I'll give you a fight then." At this moment, Lin Yun was thoroughly pissed off. He never caused trouble intentionally, but that didn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. As soon as he turned around, he appeared on the stage. His speed completely shocked the crowd. Seeing Lin Yun's speed, Yan Zijing's heart began to tremble before he said, "Lin Yun, this is the sword assembly and we're only competing with our swords, not cultivation or physique. I believe you know the rules." He was afraid of Lin Yun's strong physique, not to mention that he had suffered greatly 2 days ago. If Feng Xiaoyu didn't give him a Saint Pellet, he definitely wouldn't be able to return to top condition. Lin Yun waved his hand to summon the flower burial sword and said, "Come on." Humph. Yan Zijing drew his sword without a word and unleashed his sky sword intent and Holy Spirit at the same time. He didn't hold back and immediately unleashed a strong sword ray. Before the Holy Spirit fully appeared, Yan Zijing had already stabbed out with his sword. When his sword arrived before Lin Yun, an immense sword aura descended with cold light flickering on the sword tip. But Lin Yun casually swung his sword. His sword was like a light that tore through the darkness. It was so fast that no one could react. With a shattering sound, Yan Zijing threw up a mouthful of blood. He was frozen still as his sword shattered from Lin Yun's attack. The only thing that remained of Yan Zijing's sword was the hilt. Naturally, he began to tremble in fear that Lin Yun would decapitate him. "I lost." Yan Zijing quickly admitted his loss before he felt relieved. After all, taking the life of an opponent was prohibited in the sword assembly. But the moment he spoke out, blood splattered out of his neck. When this happened, Lin Yun took 3 steps back to avoid the splashing blood. "Lin Yun, killing is forbidden in the sword assembly." Why, you're dead." Yan Zijing roared while he held onto his neck. "I didn't take your life. You're just heavily injured, and you won't die if you don't speak." Technically, Lin Yun was right. However, Yan Zijing's situation was temporary and he was already doomed. This scene made everyone suck in a cold breath. Damn it! Feng Xiaoyu gnashed her teeth because she failed to teach Lin Yun a lesson with Yan Zijing. Lin Yun's sword technique isn't bad. Yeah, he's not as weak as Yan Zijing claimed. At the very least, 70% of the people here can't avoid that attack. 70%? You're underestimating him. In my opinion, at least 80% of the people here can't avoid his sword. This was the sword assembly, and all the geniuses here had grasped the sky sword intent. Naturally, everyone present was a decent swordsman. It was clear to everyone present how strong Lin Yun was. Clearly, he would fare well in the sword assembly. Feng Xiaoyu, you know what happened back then, and I've already given you some face. Don't push it because I'm not someone who will go easy on a woman, said Lin Yun coldly with killing intent brimming in his pupils. His words instantly left everyone dumbfounded because they couldn't believe that someone dared to speak up to Feng Xiaoyu in the sword assembly. She was the pearl of the pavilion master, but Lin Yun didn't bother giving him any face. When Lin Yun finished, he turned around and began to leave. He didn't want to waste any more time. However, a figure appeared on the stage and stood in Lin Yun's path. Lin Yun, you want to leave after blinding my younger sister? I'll let you leave, but you have to leave your eyes behind. It took a long time for Lin Yun to realize that the newcomer was talking about Feng Xiaoyun's favorite maid. However, he ended up looking at Feng Xiaoyu. Seeing Lin Yun's gaze, Feng Xiaoyu mocked. Who the hell you are? Do you think I need to give you face? I seem to recall you knelt before me for the invitation and then attacked my maids when I refused to give it to you. Do you think you're strong just because you defeated Yan Zijing? Do you think that no one here can deal with you? If you're brave enough, let me see how you sweep through the sword assembly. The moment Feng Xiaoyu finished, an uproar broke out on the plaza. The local geniuses of the city were even looking at Lin Yun with rage in their pupils. Feng Xiaoyu's words caused an uproar in the plaza, especially among the local geniuses from the city. All of them could feel their blood boiling because Lin Yun was an outsider, and he was no one compared to Feng Xiaoyu. Furthermore, Feng Xiaoyu described Lin Yun as a bully, so no one was willing to let Lin Yun leave now. Feng Xiaoyu sneered inwardly when she saw the scene because she didn't want Lin Yun to leave when the fun was just beginning. Lin Yun looked at the youth in front of him, knowing that this was all orchestrated by Feng Xiaoyu. He said, I blinded your younger sister. I'm not someone who won't admit my actions, but she wanted to blind me first. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that you blinded my younger sister. Whoever loses this fight will blind themselves. If you want to leave after that, I won't stop you. Chuning looked at Lin Yun with killing intent brewing in his pupils. Seeing how unreasonable Chuning was, Lin Yun stopped being polite to him. Get lost. You don't have a choice. You have to fight even if you don't want to. Chuning stomped his foot on the ground and charged toward Lin Yun. He wasn't in a hurry to use his Holy Spirit martial technique and merely relied on his astral energy to attack. Anyone could tell that Chuning was a lot stronger than Yan Zijing. As Lin Yun squinted his eyes, a cold light flashed through his pupils. Releasing his sword aura, Lin Yun instantly became unfathomable like a mountain. It made Chuning feel as though he was stuck in a sea of mud. Lin Yun was clearly just standing before him, but his sword couldn't reach Lin Yun no matter how he tried. What's going on? Chuning was consumed by fear and quickly retreated. But just when he took half a step back, Lin Yun had already drawn his sword. A dragon roar sounded out, destroying Chen Ying's sword, and the powerful wind forced him to close his eyes. Half a moment later, he recovered and opened his eyes. When he looked at Lin Yun once more, his eyes were filled with fear. I lost? Leave your eyes behind then, said Lin Yun. Don't. Chuning squinted his eyes upon hearing Lin Yun's words. As his legs began to tremble, he sobbed. I was only joking. Furthermore, don't you want to leave? I'll clear the way for you. But a sword ray lit up in the next second that stabbed Chuning in the eyes, causing him to fall to the ground while screaming in pain. The scream was so loud that everyone looked at Lin Yun cautiously. They weren't prepared for his ruthlessness. Both Yan Zijing and Chuning were defeated by Lin Yun with just one sword. One's throat was sliced while the other person was blinded. It was the first time in sword assembly history that such a bloody event occurred. How the hell is he so strong? Feng Xiaoyu's face was ugly on the platform because the two people she had prepared were nothing before Lin Yun. Sheathing his sword, Lin Yun gave Chuning a kick, sending him flying like a rag doll. Who are you to stand in my way when I want to leave? This fellow is too arrogant. Many geniuses gritted their teeth wanting to teach Lin Yun a lesson. However, they all knew that if they had to restrict their strength in the heavenly soul realm, the majority of them wouldn't be able to beat Lin Yun. If they went up recklessly, they would only end up like Chuning. Just when silence enveloped the entire plaza, a person slowly landed on the stage and stood in Lin Yun's path. Brother Lin, don't be in a hurry to leave. You're definitely capable of participating in this sword assembly with your strength. It just seems like there was a misunderstanding about the invitation. Lin Yun raised his head to look at this person. It was Zhao Yan, one of the 4 experts of the sword assembly, ranked within the top 1,000 on the Empyrean ranking. The Empyrean ranking covered the entire Eastern Desolation, with the first tier ranging from 1 through 1,000. You're going to leave just like that? I believe you didn't enjoy fighting with those 2 pieces of garbage. Fight me. I'm sure that you will enjoy our fight. I'm just not sure if I'll find it interesting. Zhao Yan squinted his eyes with his pupils radiating brightly when he looked at Lin Yun. Looking at Zhao Yan, Lin Yun merely smiled. You're thinking too highly of me. The sword assembly is too dirty, and I have no interest in it. You're afraid of me? Zhao Yan smiled. You still have a chance of winning since I have to restrict my cultivation to the heavenly soul realm. Since you're from the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect, I believe that you've practiced the Fleeting Cloud 13 swords. Let me experience it. On the platforms, everyone who heard what Zhao Yan said was surprised, because they didn't think that Lin Yun could pique Zhao Yan's interest. After all, Zhao Yan's ranking was too high. Just what's so special about him? He's only in the heavenly soul realm. How can he possibly fight Zhao Yan? Feng Xiaoyu's face was dark. She was clearly unhappy about Zhao Yan's words that embarrassed her. After all, he made it seem like she was the one fooling around and causing trouble. Gong Sun Yan, who was the strongest, smiled. He's not a simple person in the heavenly soul realm. Oh! His words instantly drew everyone's attention. His first sword wasn't bad. A lot of people here can still deal with Yan Zijing, so it didn't mean much. But the second sword wasn't easy to deal with, and only those with sky sword intent know how strong his sword aura is. Zhao Yan is known to be a sword fanatic. Since someone has caught his attention, he naturally won't be concerned with the other party's identity. Gong Sun Yan continued. Everyone was shocked when they heard Gong Sun Yan's strong evaluation of Lin Yun. But Feng Xingyang retorted coldly, since he naturally had to protect Feng Xiaoyu. You think that highly of him? Gong Sun Yan continued with a smile. We'll know soon enough. Regardless of Gong Sun Yan's strength or reputation, he was the strongest among the younger generation. In fact, he was a popular candidate. His words had caused a huge wave that made everyone more interested in the battle between Zhao Yan and Lin Yun. Back on the stage, a voice sounded beside Lin Yun's ears when he was facing Zhao Yan. Brother Lin, this scar-faced man is a sword fanatic. Since you have become his target, he won't let you go even if you leave the sword assembly. You have to fight him. Yi Fifan sent the message to Lin Yun. He was smiling and winking at Lin Yun, trying to flatter Lin Yun. He's right. I'll chase after you even if you leave the sword assembly. Smiled Zhao Yan with fighting spirits brewing in his pupils. Fight me. Lin Yun thought for a moment before he smiled. Interesting. It'll be interesting to fight a sword fanatic like you. Let's go then. Don't disappoint me then. Zhao Yan snickered and summoned a black longsword from the sword box he was carrying. The name of this sword is Lightning Shadow. Its core is a 7th grade Lightning Saint rune. It has 300 Saint runes, and I used it once to slay 8 Lesser Elysium Core Realm experts. Flower Burial, replied Lin Yun. That sword of yours isn't a saint artifact, right? I'm not used to using another sword. You can borrow a saint sword from the Hidden Sword Pavilion, and I believe the Pavilion Master will give me face to do this. Smiled Zhao Yan before he turned to look at Feng Xuanzi. Permitted, said Feng Xuanzi. The moment he agreed to it, 10 sword servants flew onto the stage while holding onto sword boxes. There was no question that the sword boxes all contained a saint artifact, and the quality definitely wouldn't be inferior to Lightning Shadow. Seeing that Feng Xuanzi actually agreed to lend Lin Yun a sword, the atmosphere instantly became tense. They had a feeling that the sword assembly had finally begun. Young Master Lin, pick one. Furthermore, you don't have to return it, said the sword servants proudly. Take all of them, Brother Lin. The Hidden Sword Pavilion is rich, and they won't mind it. Yi Fifan smiled, and his words made the sword servant's lips twitch. The sword servant who stood at the front glared at Lin Yun because he was really worried that Lin Yun would take all 10 swords. But Lin Yun didn't even open the sword boxes before rejecting their offer. No need. Flower burial is enough for me. You sure about that? Lin Yun nodded his head, which made the sword servants lock their brows together. However, they didn't hesitate to leave. This also made everyone baffled and wondered if Lin Yun was courting death. Zhao Yan was briefly stunned before he smiled. No worries. I can understand you. Since you don't wish to change your sword, then I won't take advantage of you. Consider it my loss if you can last 10 moves from me. The moment he finished speaking, he sensed a cold gaze directed at him. When he raised his head, he saw that Lin Yun was staring at him coldly. You've already restricted your cultivation to the heavenly soul realm, so you can't unleash all the power of your saint artifact. I won't be satisfied with just 10 moves. You better fight for real because I won't give you another chance if you lose. When Zhao Yan heard what Lin Yun said, the smile on his face froze as his expression became solemn. The moment Lin Yun finished speaking, his aura and Zhao Yan's aura changed. They immediately started attacking each other. At this moment, they were focused on trying to find the other person's flaws. Zhao Yan is someone ranked in the top 1,000 and he even has a decent reputation in the Eastern Desolation. There aren't many people who haven't heard of his name. Even lesser Elysium Core Realm experts can't fight him once he uses his saint artifact. I wonder where that weirdo came from to dare to act so arrogantly. He's not even an Empyrean. He should feel proud that Zhao Yan is willing to fight him. Interesting. He refused the saint artifact offered by the Hidden Sword Pavilion. Does he think that his sword is a divine artifact? No one was optimistic about Lin Yun, but it wasn't surprising because Zhao Yan was famous. The fact that Zhao Yan was in the top 1,000 on the Empyrean ranking that had no age limit was a testament to his talent. Everyone knew how terrifying Zhao Yan's ranking was since there were tens of millions of Empyreans. Everyone here was confident of Zhao Yan's strength, and all of them felt that Zhao Yan would be able to crush Lin Yun before he ran out of moves. As for Zhao Yan, he wasn't as optimistic as the crowd. His expression gradually became solemn when he saw that Lin Yun was terrifyingly calm. When he ran out of patience in the confrontation, he directly chose to attack Lin Yun. Grabbing onto the sword hilt, Zhao Yan's aura began to change with lightning flickering out of his body that filled the entire sky with thunderclouds. When he drew his sword intent in the Greater Mastery exploded out and created a dazzling sword ray that lit up the entire plaza. His sword intent was surging violently as if it were about to devour Lin Yun whole. But his sword aura soon faced an immense obstruction just when it was about to reach Lin Yun. When Lin Yun drew his sword, a sword hum echoed out from the stage with a similarly sky sword intent in the Greater Mastery. When the two sword aura clashed together, the rumbling explosion made all the audience's eardrums tremble. Sky sword intent at Greater Mastery. Everyone was shocked as they looked at Lin Yun. They couldn't believe that Lin Yun had actually cultivated his sword intent to such a high level when he hadn't even reached the Empyrean realm. This scene caught everyone by surprise and they couldn't help exclaiming at Lin Yun's sky sword intent. I knew it! Zhao Yan smiled because his instinct was right. Lin Yun was someone who had already grasped the sky sword intent before reaching the Empyrean realm. Letting out a ferocious roar, Zhao Yan took a step forward and appeared before Lin Yun in the next second. Activating the core Saint Rune of Lightning Shadow, his sword pressed down on Lin Yun like a gigantic mountain. When the massive and pure energy descended down, it sent ripples into the air. If Lin Yun didn't have a strong physique, the pressure would have damaged his organs. Lin Yun poured his origin energy in his sword to face the attack. But even so, he was still forced to take several steps back. A saint artifact was ultimately a saint artifact, and it was still terrifying even though Zhao Yan didn't bring out all of its power. First move. Zhao Yan smiled. The flower burial sword buzzed in Lin Yun's hand when he clashed with Zhao Yan. It was like the sword was unconvinced by the lightning shadow as the flower burial sword was only a transcendent Tao artifact. Tightening his grip on the sword, the flower burial sword emitted a faint layer of light as countless petals made the surroundings look like a scene out of a dream. Before Zhao Yan could even think more about it, a sword ray had already bloomed before him with a cold light comparable to a star. Furthermore, The sword ray was accompanied by a powerful gale that made the surface of his skin start stinging. "Why don't you take a sword from me too?" Zhao Yan swung his sword in retaliation, but all he destroyed was an afterimage of Lin Yun. Meanwhile, Lin Yun's sword had nearly stabbed into his right shoulder. Lin Yun's speed made Zhao Yan's face change as he quickly retreated. It seemed like Lin Yun could predict the future as he moved like an azure bird and stabbed the center of his forehead. Lin Yun was going in for the kill. When the two figures clashed, sword rays and afterimages flew about. When Zhao Yan landed on the ground, he realized that he couldn't retreat anymore and had no choice but to raise his sword in front of his chest. When Lin Yun's sword collided with Zhao Yan's sword, it created sparks that forced Zhao Yan to retreat. But Lin Yun didn't end there. An azure bird flew out of his body as he executed the first sword of the fleeting cloud 13 swords, sun-concealing clouds, lightning serpent dragon. Zhao Yan also summoned his Holy Spirit martial technique that unleashed a lightning serpent dragon. Since Lin Yun's azure bird couldn't be comparable to a genuine Holy Spirit, it gave Zhao Yan the opportunity to catch his breath. Zhao Yan took the opportunity to attack and unleashed a ferocious lightning serpent dragon with his sword. He wanted to destroy the azure bird with one strike so that Lin Yun couldn't fully unleash the power of the fleeting cloud 13 swords. As long as Lin Yun took half a step back, he would lose. Storm clouds and wind. Firmament stirring clouds. Clouds manifesting dragon. Soaring azure sky. Unfortunately for him, Lin Yun caught him by surprise. Lin Yun merely flicked his wrist and unleashed 10 of the fleeting cloud 13 swords. Boundless sword intent swept out and sliced the lightning sword in half. At this moment, 10 azure birds were flying around Lin Yun that directly suppressed the aura given of Zhao Yan's Holy Spirit. Soared like a dragon. A dragon roar echoed out of Zhao Yan's body as the lightning serpent dragon transformed into a genuine dragon. Then, the dragon charged towards the azure birds enveloping Lin Yun. As the entire sky turned dark, the lightning-covered Zhao Yan charged forward to destroy all of the azure birds that Lin Yun had created with one sword. Lin Yun's expression became serious. He didn't dare to go easy right now, so he manifested a massive ocean of clouds while the azure birds turned into gigantic mountains surrounded by the clouds. He successfully unleashed an enormous sword aura. Emerald stars. Lin Yun took a deep breath with a light flashing through his pupils. As he soared into the sky, he faced Zhao Yan's attack head-on. When Lin Yun soared into the sky, it felt as though a gigantic mountain had flown over, causing the ominous beast statues to start trembling. At the same time, the immense pressure from the sword aura had created a powerful storm in the surroundings. Executing emerald stars, Lin Yun added one more azure bird to his attack. With 11 azure birds flying through the sky, the boundless starry sky above Lin Yun cracked. Then, a figure that looked like a deity descended from the 9 heavens with his sword. When that figure overlapped with Lin Yun, a dazzling sword ray broke out and collided with Zhao Yan's attack. Just like that, the two swords violently clashed together and created various phenomena behind Lin Yun and Zhao Yan. Behind Zhao Yan was a coiled-up lightning dragon roaring ferociously that caused the sky to turn dark while thunderclouds tumbled in the darkness. Meanwhile, 11 azure birds flew in a loop behind Lin Yun. As they flew, the sword ray emitted from Lin Yun's sword continued to increase. All of this had taken place in a split second. When a resounding sword hum echoed out in heaven and earth, Lin Yun and Zhao Yan looked at each other with a great desire to win. When both their sword auras reached the limit, the phenomena, sword intent, and energies that were tangled up exploded. Immediately, Lin Yun and Zhao Yan were sent flying. The explosions created multiple water geysers on the lake that looked like gigantic blades. Flower burial. Lin Yun didn't panic from the aftermath. He retreated and gathered all of the scattered sword aura back to his sword. However, the sword ray was dimmer than before. At this moment, Lin Yun was one with his sword. He had gathered all his energy and aura onto his sword. When he swung his sword out, the flower burial sword flew like a streak of light that charged towards Zhao Yan. This made Zhao Yan squint because he never expected that Lin Yun would still have the ability to control his sword after their clash. After all, Their energies had become chaotic during their clash and the phenomena had sent them flying. Unlike Zhao Yan, Lin Yun took a risky approach and allowed the violent energy to rumble inside his body. He was more focused on throwing his sword at Zhao Yan. Lowering his center of gravity, Zhao Yan forcibly stabilized himself in midair. When he landed on the ground, he roared, "Lightning Shadow!" activating countless saint runes in his sword. Zhao Yan swung his sword out just when Lin Yun's sword was about to reach him. The clash injured him and made him throw up blood. However, Lin Yun's sword was sent flying back like a comet. Clearly, there was a huge difference between a swordsman with a sword and a swordsman without a sword. When the flower burial sword fell onto the plaza, the sword ray that burst out from it sent several people in the surroundings flying out. Where is he? But just when Zhao Yan wanted to lock onto Lin Yun, he was shocked to discover that Lin Yun had disappeared. But right at this moment, a cold intent emitted out from his back. Zhao Yan instantly turned around as if he had a pair of eyes behind him and turned while swinging his sword. "You're too slow." Lin Yun's voice sounded out beside Zhao Yan's ears. Before Zhao Yan could even react in time, Lin Yun began to throw punches at Zhao Yan. This time, he was using his fists like swords, merging his sword and punches together. Just like that, Lin Yun had thrown out hundreds of punches in the blink of an eye that destroyed the astral energy around Zhao Yan. Once again, Zhao Yan threw up blood and was sent flying. When Zhao Yan fell onto the ground, Lin Yun had disappeared. "The same trick won't work on me twice." This time, Zhao Yan didn't even hesitate to turn around and slash out with his sword. Regardless of how many punches he had taken from Lin Yun, he only needed one sword to win. He just needed to heavily injure Lin Yun. But just when Zhao Yan turned halfway back, he instantly discovered that the Lin Yun in front of him was only an afterimage. Without any hesitation, he turned back to his original position and swung his sword. His sword tore another afterimage into pieces, and his sword ray exploded on the lake. In the end, his sword ray collided with the gigantic sword on the cauldron. The collision sounded like an ancient bell ringing that echoed out. Discovering that he was tricked, the corner of Zhao Yan's lips twitched before he immediately turned around. Sword! This time, the Lin Yun standing in front of him was the real person. But just when he wanted to swing his sword out, Lin Yun had already summoned his sword back into his hand. When he turned around, Lin Yun was already stabbed him with a sword. However, the sword stopped right before it was about to pierce Zhao Yan's forehead. A trace of blood dripped down from Zhao Yan's forehead from the halted attack. As blood flowed down Zhao Yan's nose, Zhao Yan didn't even dare to breathe. He only needed one sword to defeat Lin Yun, but he wasn't successful no matter how he tried. At this moment, he didn't even dare to move. "I lost." Zhao Yan let out a long sigh because he knew that Lin Yun had gone easy on him. Otherwise, Lin Yun's sword would have claimed his life. But Lin Yun didn't seem to show any intentions of ending it here, which raised alarm in Zhao Yan's heart. After all, Lin Yun already blinded Qining and cut Yan Zijing's throat. At this moment, even someone like Zhao Yan who was ranked in the top 1,000 couldn't help but tremble in fear. "Be Brother Lin. The sword assembly forbids killing. Praise it. I can't control it," smiled Lin Yun bitterly. Zhao Yan was briefly stunned before he understood what Lin Yun was talking about. Lin Yun was talking about his sword. Zhao Yan's lips twitched before he said, "The flower burial sword is truly impressive, and my sword pales in comparison." When he was done praising the flower burial sword, he could hear two hums from Lin Yun's sword as if it was snorting. Then it returned to its sheath. Zhao Yan was feeling conflicted that he was actually being threatened by a sword. Looking at Lin Yun's sword, Zhao Yan fell into deep thoughts. He had sensed that this sword wasn't simple after they fought. Although it wasn't a saint artifact, it didn't have any defects after clashing with his lightning shadow due to its special material. It was just lacking in pure power. Then again, his sword was engraved with many saint runes, so it easily overpowered the flower burial sword. If it weren't for the saint runes, there wouldn't have been a difference between the swords. Deep down, he was amazed by Lin Yun's compatibility with the flower burial sword. After all, Lin Yun reached the one with the sword state that he had never seen before. The sword had traces of life and a sense of pride. Most importantly, Lin Yun didn't treat it as a normal sword. Zhao Yan noticed all of these peculiar things about Lin Yun's sword because he was also a monstrous genius. Any other opponent would have found it hard to decipher the secrets of Lin Yun's sword. Then again, Lin Yun also had a deep attainment in the sword. Rubbing his brows, Zhao Yan sighed a long time later. I'm fully convinced in my loss at the heavenly soul realm. Lin Yun heard the hidden meaning in Zhao Yan's words. Let's fight again after you reach the Empyrean realm. It's not fun having to restrict my cultivation to the heavenly soul realm, said Zhao Yan with fire in his eyes. Seeing that Zhao Yan was such a sword fanatic, Lin Yun replied, It depends on you. If you don't make any progress the next time we meet, it won't be an interesting fight. Zhao Yan was briefly stunned by those words before he smiled. Don't worry, I'm not here for the saint artifact. I just wanted to find an interesting opponent that can help me improve. I've benefited greatly from our battle, and I'll be able to make a breakthrough soon enough. After Zhao Yan left the stage, all the geniuses in the plaza fell silent as their faces turned ugly. Not only did Yan Zijing and Chun Ying lose to Lin Yun, but even Zhao Yan lost. The Feng clan's guards were unhappy, and they regretted their actions of stopping Lin Yun from leaving. That bastard! He's really not here to sweep through the sword assembly, right? Feng Xiaoyu's face was pale with burning pain on her cheeks. This was simply too humiliating, not to mention that Lin Yun had clearly not used his full strength right now. Zhao Yan was one of the 4 popular candidates to win, and Lin Yun beat him easily. This meant that Lin Yun had replaced Zhao Yan's position. If Lin Yun continued to win, he would sweep through the sword assembly and embarrass her thoroughly. If that happened, she would become the biggest laughingstock in the city. Let him go. Clearly, he doesn't like the sword assembly, said Gong Sun Yen. His words instantly made everyone wear an awkward expression because Feng Xiaoyu was trying to stop Lin Yun from leaving. If Lin Yun really left, it would be the same as slapping Feng Xiaoyu's face. So that my Feng clan will become a laughingstock? Feng Xingyang glanced at Gong Sun Yen coldly. I'm only expressing my opinion, smiled Gong Sun Yen before he fell silent. First place will go to me. Watch carefully, Gong Sun Yen. Even if I have to reveal my trump card ahead of time, you still won't be able to defeat me. Feng Xingyang instantly saw through Gong Sun Yan's schemes. Feng Xingyang was the strongest among his generation, and he had rushed back from the Hidden Sword Manor to win the championship and establish the Feng clan's prestige in the city. Hearing what Feng Xingyang said, Gong Sun Yen merely smiled. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaoyu had joy on her face. Big brother, you have to help me. Since I asked him to say, I won't let him leave easily. No one can leave after challenging the prestige of my Feng clan. Feng Xingyang looked at Lin Yun coldly before he flew onto the stage. As soon as he landed, the entire stage trembled under his terrifying sword aura. His sword aura swept out like waves that made Feng Xingyang's aura become sharp. His gaze fell onto Lin Yun, and he couldn't help being surprised. He was surprised that Lin Yun didn't even bat an eye at him. Instead, Lin Yun turned around to leave. Appearing before Lin Yun, Feng Xingyang smiled. Are you afraid? Too late. Since I'm standing on this stage, I won't let you leave so easily. Afraid? Lin Yun smiled. You're overthinking it. No one has the qualification to fight me. Feng Xingyang's face sank when he heard that, and he became furious. Interesting. You're afraid of losing to me after revealing a lot of your strength in your fight with Zhao Yan? Don't worry. I won't take advantage of you. Consider it your win if you can last 50 moves against me. It's my freedom to fight whoever I want, and there's no need for me to fight someone I don't like, said Lin Yun. Feng Xingyang's face was full of rage as he spoke coldly. You can only obtain the saint artifact after beating me. You think too highly of me. You're even weaker than Zhao Yan, and you'll be defeated sooner or later. If I really wanted the prize of this sword assembly, I could just defeat the person who will defeat you, mocked Lin Yun. His words instantly caused an uproar because many people felt that Feng Xingyang was stronger than Zhao Yan. After all, Feng Xingyang came from the Hidden Sword Manor, and his ranking on the Empyrean ranking was higher than Zhao Yan's ranking. At the very least, they should be evenly matched. But Lin Yun said that Feng Xingyang couldn't even be compared with Zhao Yan. The meaning in his words was blatant. Feng Xingyang wasn't even qualified to fight him. Gong Sun Yen squinted his eyes with a ferocious light flashing through his pupils, while Zhao Yan held onto his chin and grinned. He has pretty sharp eyes. Zhao Yan naturally was happy to hear that he was stronger than Feng Xingyang. You're humiliating me? Feng Xingyang's face sank with killing intent brewing in his pupils. I'll be honest with you. I only need one sword to defeat you, replied Lin Yun. He was at the limit of the heavenly soul realm, and not even Empyrean core realm experts could fight him after restricting their cultivation in the heavenly soul realm. So a mere Feng Xingyang didn't stand a chance. As for their attainments in the sword, Lin Yun could easily crush Feng Xingyang. The reason why Feng Xingyang couldn't be compared to Zhao Yan was that Zhao Yan was one of the few who could discover the profundity in Lin Yun's sword. Zhao Yan was a sword fanatic with extreme obsession over the sword, and he might have guessed Lin Yun's current level in the sword. If Feng Xingyang had half the eyesight of Zhao Yan, he definitely wouldn't try to challenge him or make bold claims of winning. Feng Xingyang's face was practically de-affirmed from the rage that he felt. He couldn't take the humiliation. He was a disciple of the Hidden Sword Manor, ranked in the top 700 on the Empyrean ranking. How could Lin Yun defeat someone like him with just one sword? I'll give you 10 saint swords if you can defeat me with one sword. Feng Xingyang gritted his teeth. The entire plaza went into an uproar because Lin Yun was simply too arrogant. Everyone was still filled with disdain for Lin Yun because they thought he was leaving out of fear. So they never would have imagined that Lin Yun was simply too arrogant to fight. Although Feng Xingyang was here to clean up the mess, he was being humiliated. He even had to offer up 10 saint swords just to fight with Lin Yun. Meanwhile, the seniors in the Feng clan were feeling nervous. They didn't believe that anyone among the same generation could defeat Feng Xingyang with one sword aside from those ranked in the top 10. Those in the top 100 were extraordinary geniuses, and those in the top 10 were simply monsters. If Lin Yun was a heaven-defying genius in the sword, he wouldn't be with the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Instead, he would be in a powerful sect in the ancient Barren domain. Logically, they had nothing to fear. However, they were still feeling uneasy because 10 saint swords was an astronomical sum even to the Hidden Sword Pavilion. If Lin Yun really agreed to Feng Xingyang and defeated the latter with one sword, they would suffer an immense loss. Feng Xingyang's face was dark as he continued speaking. I keep my promises. Since you dared to humiliate me, you'll have to pay the price. If you win, I'll give you 10 saint swords. If you lose, you need to give me one of your arms. So I have no choice but to fight you? Lin Yun replied. That's right, said Feng Xingyang while he gritted his teeth. So be it then. I don't want 10 swords. If you lose, I also want an arm of yours. Lin Yun raised his head to look at Feng Xingyang, looking at the latter calmly with no interest on his face. But his words had caused everyone in the plaza to be dumbfounded. Everyone was looking at Lin Yun with disbelief and wondered if Lin Yun had gone insane. Even Zhao Yan also wore a grave expression because he had no idea what Lin Yun was trying to do. Just how strong was Lin Yun that he could defeat Feng Xingyang with one sword? No matter how Zhao Yan looked at it, it was unbelievable. As Lin Yun and Feng Xingyang faced each other on the stage, their battle was a result of the grudge between Lin Yun and Feng Xiaoyu. After all, the arrogance of Lin Yun had been spreading through the city like wildfire over the past few days. Although Lin Yun didn't want to stay at the sword assembly, the Feng clan stopped him from leaving. They thought that he was an easy target that could be dealt with through the sword assembly. So how could anyone expect Lin Yun to beat Zhao Yan? His win was proving the Feng clan wrong. Lin Yun even humiliated Feng Xingyang by forcing the latter to bet with 10 saint swords. Now, it was a battle between Lin Yun and the prestige of the Feng clan. If Feng Xingyang was really defeated by one sword, then the Feng clan would become a laughingstock. Feng Xiaoyu would take the strongest hit to her reputation and no one would pay attention to her anymore. Feng Xingyang restricted his cultivation in the heavenly soul realm and took a deep breath. His expression was grave because he didn't dare to be careless. In the next second, A boundless sword intent exploded out of his body, while his hair fluttered violently in the wind. He was considered a genius in the sword since he could grasp the greater mastery of sky sword intent in the Empyrean realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be accepted into the hidden sword manor. In terms of talent, he wasn't inferior to Zhao Yan. However, his foundation wasn't as strong. The hidden sword manor was a sacred ground for swordsmen, and not many sects could compete with them aside from powerful sections. When Feng Xingyang's sword aura reached the limit, he took a step forward and drew his sword. In the next second, 9 afterimages appeared around Lin Yun that were swinging their swords. Furthermore, the location of the 9 afterimages wasn't simple as the sword rays all flickered with different spiritual runes. There were 9 different sword attacks that formed a profound array. It was the famous dragon cloud art of the hidden sword manor. It was a flawless attack that should overwhelm Lin Yun. Looking at this scene, Feng Xuanzi and the other elders nodded their heads. Feng Xingyang clearly had some status in the hidden sword manor, or he wouldn't be allowed to practice the dragon cloud art. At the very least, he should be an inner disciple. Just when no one felt hopeful for Lin Yun, he closed his eyes. In the next second, something bizarre took place as the 9 afterimages closing in on him froze in place. Standing in the center, Lin Yun casually strolled and avoided Feng Xingyang's sword attack. Lin Yun was walking slowly, but no one could see his afterimages. This instantly left everyone dumbfounded. They weren't sure if Feng Xingyang's sword was too slow or if Lin Yun's movement technique was too fast. The once confident Feng Xiaoyu was now trembling in fear. What the hell is going on? Who the hell is he? Gong Sun Yen smiled. You probably don't know, but Lin Yun joined the fleeting Cloud Sword sect half a year ago and ascended the Sword Saint Mountain the moment he joined the sect. He even caused the bell of Tao to ring out over the entire sect. There's also the matter that happened not too long ago. He reached the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm, that legendary stage of the Heavenly Soul Realm. Feng Xingyang thinks that he can crush Lin Yun easily because of his cultivation, but there's no way he can compete with Lin Yun in the Heavenly Soul Realm. Everyone took in a cold breath when they heard that because the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm was something that even descendants of the Saint clans couldn't achieve. How is that possible? How can a disciple of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect reach the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm? Gong Sun Yen, do you think we're fools? Gong Haoran said, clearly not willing to believe Gong Sun Yan's words. Although Zhao Yan didn't say a word, he also felt like Gong Sun Yen was exaggerating things. Zhao Yan was certain that Lin Yun's sword intent was stronger than his, but he couldn't believe that Lin Yun reached the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm. Even if he really reached the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm, there's no way he can defeat Feng Xingyang in one sword, not to mention that it's impossible for him to reach the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm. Gong Haoran spoke emotionally. Clearly, he was triggered by Gong Sun Yan's words. After all, he was evenly matched with Feng Xingyang. If Lin Yun could defeat Feng Xingyang with one sword, this meant that Lin Yun could also defeat him. It was an outcome that he couldn't accept. No need to be so nervous. I'm only sharing what I know, and it's up to you whether you believe me or not, smiled Gong Sun Yen. His words made Feng Xiaoyu nervous while she looked at the stage. But she was feeling hopeful after hearing Gong Haoran's disbelief that Lin Yun only needed one sword. If Lin Yun couldn't defeat Feng Xingyang with one sword, then he would have to sever an arm. At that time, he would be crippled regardless of how talented he was. Feng Xiaoyu felt scared of Lin Yun's potential, so she was hoping he would be crippled. After all, she didn't want him to get revenge on her in the future. Gong Sun Yan's words caused the crowd to watch Lin Yun in anticipation. Even Gong Sun Yan was looking at Lin Yun with interest. At the same time, bizarre runes were flickering in his pupils. With his eyes, he could see through every single detail of the battle. Zhao Yan glanced at Gong Sun Yan with lingering fear flashing through his eyes because he could sense that Gong Sun Yan had grown a lot stronger than before. Now, he couldn't even see through Gong Sun Yan's strength. A brief moment later, Feng Xiaoyu became even more nervous because Feng Xingyang had practically used all available means aside from Holy Spirit martial techniques. The stage was enveloped with his sword rays, but he still couldn't even touch Lin Yun. At the same time, Feng Xingyang's sword aura had started to decline. This caused an uproar because they knew that Feng Xingyang was slowly exhausting himself to death. Once Feng Xingyang's sword aura completely declined, it would be easy for Lin Yun to defeat him. Feng Xingyang could only rely on the Holy Spirit martial technique now, but he didn't dare to take the bet with beads of sweat covering his forehead. If his Holy Spirit martial technique failed, he would face Lin Yun's strongest attack and lose. But if he didn't use his Holy Spirit marital technique, he would still fail from exhaustion. Feng Xingyang is going to lose, Zhao Yan said. The faces of everyone on the stage gradually changed, and not even Gong Haoran spoke a single word. I've already said that he's practically invincible in the heavenly soul realm, and those who can defeat him can be counted on the fingers of 2 hands. The limit of the heavenly soul realm is stronger than all of you can imagine, not to mention his attainment in the sword is too deep, said Gong Sun Yen. Is he going to lose? Is that fellow really going to sweep through the sword assembly? Feng Xiaoyu spoke in a trembling voice with her face turning pale. Gong Haoran smiled. Don't worry about it. Brother Gongsun is from the Sword Emperor's lineage, and his sky sword intent has reached complete mastery. It's impossible for Lin Yun to sweep through the sword assembly. The Sword Emperor was one of the 9 emperors, and his name was Yu Qingfeng. Hearing what Gong Haoran said surprised everyone, because they didn't think that Gong Sun Yan's sect was actually a lineage of the Sword Emperor. There's a huge difference between the sect and me. Brother Gong, you don't have to flatter me. But I did grasp some means of the Sword Emperor's lineage, said Gong Sun Yen faintly. Then I'll have to ask Brother Gong Sun to help out later to protect the prestige of my Feng clan, said Feng Xiaoyu. I'm here for the Saint's sword. If he really stands in my way, I'll have no choice but to make a move even if my victory might not be just. Smiled Gong Sun Yen. He had long seen through Lin Yun's strength, and he knew that Lin Yun had ascended the Sword Saint Mountain along with reaching the limit of the heavenly soul realm. Although he was humble, the intelligence system of the Sword Emperor's lineage was the strongest in Kunlun realm. It was a pity that Lin Yun ran into him because he was prepared. Unlike the others, Gong Sun Yen had seen how extraordinary Lin Yun was at the first glance. When he first received news of Lin Yun reaching the limit of the heavenly soul realm, he felt just as doubtful as everyone else. After all, it was too hard to reach the limit of the heavenly soul realm. In fact, he tried reaching the limit as well. Back then, he had reached his limit when he achieved 6 demonic astral flowers in reach of his aura oceans. So he wanted to reach the limit of the heavenly soul realm, but he gave up after watching a senior brother fail and die. It took him a long time for him to recover from that blow. Perhaps I might be able to make a breakthrough in my sword by fighting him. I might even be able to plant a sword cocoon in the center of my brows. Gong Sun Yen muttered to himself. He didn't reach the limit of the heavenly soul realm, but there was no question that he could dissolve the knot in his heart if he could defeat a genius like Lin Yun. Gong Sun Yen was already at the Quasi-Elysium core realm. He could easily suppress experts in the Lesser Elysium core realm. Even if he suppressed his cultivation of the heavenly soul realm, the quality of his origin energy wouldn't be any inferior compared to Lin Yun. So this was a rare opportunity for him. Meanwhile, Feng Xingyang was on the verge of losing. Although Lin Yun still hadn't attacked, the immense sword aura made Feng Xingyang feel like he was stuck in an ocean. The difference between Feng Xingyang and Lin Yun was too great, which was very clear in Gong Sun Yan's eyes. Unless Feng Xingyang removed the restriction on his cultivation, there was no way he could defeat Lin Yun. But this advantage would disappear as soon as Lin Yun reached the Empyrean realm. Even Gong Sun Yen couldn't imagine how powerful Lin Yun would become after reaching the Empyrean realm. At this moment, Gong Sun Yen knew that he made the right choice coming to the sword assembly. Lin Yun was crucial to helping him reach the next step. In his eyes, Lin Yun was the perfect stepping stone. Just when Feng Xingyang couldn't bear it anymore, he let out a ferocious roar and brought out his Holy Spirit martial technique. It was his trump card. However, he would be defeated if he couldn't force Lin Yun to attack. Just when everyone was feeling nervous, Gong Sun Yen shook his head because Feng Xingyang was doomed. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, his sky sword intent at complete mastery exploded out with his hair fluttering wildly. In a split second, Feng Xingyang's sword intent crumbled. This was the huge gulf between complete mastery and greater mastery. His sword intent was like a powerful sword slicing through butter. Feng Xingyang threw up a mouthful of blood. He didn't even have the chance to execute his Holy Spirit martial technique as Lin Yun's sword ray easily crushed the origin energy around him. Under the immense sword aura, Feng Xingyang threw up another mouthful of blood as his face turned red and he fell to his knees. Meanwhile, cracks started to spread out on the ominous beast statues. No one could imagine the pressure that Feng Xingyang was feeling right now. After all, it was so strong that the statues were cracking. At this moment, Feng Xingyang's eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun only needed one move to defeat him, but he chose the easiest method to make him dance around on the stage like a clown. I lost. Feng Xingyang bit his lips. At this moment, he was really afraid that Lin Yun would force him to sever an arm. At this moment, no one dared to look down on Lin Yun. On the other hand, Yi Fifan's smile grew denser because he knew that Lin Yun did this on purpose. Lin Yun gave Zhao Yan face while he humiliated Feng Xingyang thoroughly. Lin Yun even allowed Zhao Yan to leave with a few praises while he let Feng Xingyang experience humiliation. It looked like Lin Yun's temper had a limit and Feng Xingyang took things too far. Feng Xiaoyu was completely dumbfounded on the stage, as if she had taken a slap from Lin Yun. As for the crowd, they were silently waiting for things to play out. It's time to fulfill your promise, said Lin Yun. His words instantly caused an uproar because Feng Xingyang was someone from the Feng clan. Feng Xingyang's face turned red because he never thought that he would fail. How does it feel? Lin Yun continued. You probably didn't consider how I felt when you didn't allow me to leave earlier. The princess of your clan has accused me time and time again, and none of you considered how I felt. Even your guards mocked me when I entered this place. Feng Xingyang lowered his face in shame. He didn't have the courage to sever his arm, nor could he refute Lin Yun's words. Do you now know the difference between you and Zhao Yan? Lin Yun asked. If Zhao Yan were in your position, he would sever his arm before I even asked. This is why you're weaker than him. I'll sever it. Feng Xingyang was left speechless by Lin Yun's words. Although he said that he would sever his arm, he still couldn't make a move. Why don't you give me face and let this matter pass? The Feng clan will give you 10 saint swords as promised, and I will also owe you a favor. In the future, if you want to forge a sword, I will do my best to fulfill your demand. Feng Xuanzi sighed from the platform as he looked at Lin Yun. This scene caused an uproar because Feng Xuanzi actually said that he would owe Lin Yun. Among the crowd, Bai Ting, who was beside Luo Hua, also kept giving Lin Yun an eye signal. Lin Yun knew that Bai Ting didn't want the fleeting Cloud Sword sect to become enemies with the Hidden Sword Pavilion. So nodding his head, Lin Yun glanced at Feng Xingyang and said, "Get lost." Feng Xingyang felt heavily relieved and fled, not even daring to look back. Then, someone delivered 10 saint swords to Lin Yun, which he stored in his interspatial pouch. After coming this far, Lin Yun knew that he couldn't leave the sword assembly anymore. If he left now, Bai Ting and the other geniuses wouldn't agree. Anyone else? Lin Yun swept his glance around while holding onto the flower burial sword. But all the geniuses he looked at lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at him. At this moment, Feng Xiaoyu had finally panicked. No one was standing up for her to face Lin Yun. No one dared to look at him, which meant that she had lost. Me! Gongsun Yen stood up just when things got too quiet. When he was done, Gongsun Yen released his sky sword intent at complete mastery, and a powerful sword aura soared into the sky. When he swept his glance around, all the geniuses around him felt a heavy weight on their shoulders. All of you are ants beneath the fleeting clouds. Gongsun Yen said something that the majority of the geniuses couldn't understand. When he was done, he soared onto the stage with an invincible gale enveloping him as the layer of heavens began to shatter. He was like a perfect sword in the world at this moment. Seeing the gale around Gongsun Yen, someone exclaimed, "The gale seems like the phenomenon of the void-shattering sword art." The void-shattering sword art was the Holy Spirit sword technique that the Sword Emperor, Yu Qingfeng, created when he was young. After becoming an emperor, He perfected this sword art that became famous in Kunlun realm. Gongsun Yan's sect has a connection with the Sword Emperor's lineage, so it's not surprising that he cultivates the void-shattering sword art. I still thought that he had no interest in the sword assembly. If he didn't make a move, Lin Yun would really sweep through the sword assembly. When Gongsun Yan landed on the stage, the gale around him formed into swords that dissolved in the atmosphere. There were 9 swords, and Lin Yun had seen them clearly. Gongsun Yan looked at Lin Yun and smiled. I made a name for myself a long time ago, so I shouldn't make a move against you. But this is the sword assembly, and we have to restrict our cultivation to the heavenly soul realm. Although I'm taking advantage of you, this is almost a fair fight. Lin Yun didn't know of Gongsun Yan's origin, but he could tell with a glance that Gongsun Yan was a lot stronger than the likes of Zhao Yan. He could sense a majestic aura emitting from Gongsun Yan that instantly enveloped the entire plaza. Unlike the others, I know about your origin. You're a lot stronger than everyone here. I hope you'll have a harvest in this battle, said Gongsun Yan confidently. Lin Yun had attracted the attention of some powerful forces when he reached the limit of the heavenly soul realm. So Lin Yun knew that Gongsun Yan had to be prepared since he was confident in challenging Lin Yun. Clearly, Gongsun Yan wanted to use Lin Yun as a stepping stone. On the stage, Lin Yun and Gongsun Yan stood face to face, but they weren't in a hurry to fight. In any fight, the one who made the first move would affect the outcome of the battle more. If one was confident enough, attacking second would be more beneficial after seeing the flaw in the opponent's move. However, if one couldn't find the flaw, they would lose the initiative. However, fights were dependent on one's wit. It was the reason why some swordsmen were evenly matched with their opponents but still couldn't win. Coincidentally, Lin Yun and Gongsun Yan were both confident in themselves. They both felt that they could see through the flaws of their opponent, and they weren't afraid that their opponent would take the lead in the fight. So 30 minutes had passed in the blink of an eye without anyone making a move. Gongsun Yan was calm and composed with a faint smile on his face. He was confident that his eyes could see through his opponent's attacks. Not to mention that Lin Yun had revealed most of his trump cards in his fight with Zhao Yan. Just when everyone felt that Gongsun Yan would wait, his eyes suddenly became sharp and he took a step forward. Pouring his origin energy into both feet, he teleported in front of Lin Yun. His speed shocked many people as he stabbed Lin Yun before anyone could react. However, a metallic collision sounded out as the sword hit Lin Yun's chest. Only after seeing the sparks fly in the air did the crowd realize that Gongsun Yan attacked an afterimage. Lin Yun had shifted his body 2 inches and blocked Gongsun Yan's attack with the flower burial sword. The fight between Lin Yun and Gongsun Yan was too fast, so not many people could follow with their eyes. They were only able to catch the tail end of the second and third move. When the 2 swords clashed once more on the stage, sparks flew everywhere. At the same time, Lin Yun flicked a dazzling light at Gongsun Yan after flowers appeared behind him. Flicking divine finger, void-shattering finger, Gongsun Yan also formed a seal with his left hand before he pointed his finger out. When the attacks collided and exploded, both of them stepped back and began attacking once more. Soaring twin dragons. Gongsun Yan shook his wrist and unleashed 2 dragons. He summoned a wind and water dragon that flew towards Lin Yun. In the blink of an eye, Gongsun Yan's sword circled around Lin Yun 81 times. The entire sky was filled with dragons, sword rays, wind, water, and sword hums. All of this came from Gongsun Yan's profound sword technique that actually surprised Lin Yun. In fact, Lin Yun chose to avoid the attack. Soaring dragon pack. Gongsun Yan soared into the sky and stabbed his sword out, unleashing a pack of dragons that charged at Lin Yun. Lin Yun simply stomped his foot on the ground to retreat, but Gongsun Yan followed him with a finger pointed at the sky. You think you can run? Sun concealing clouds. Lin Yun briefly paused before he executed the fleeting cloud 13 swords. In his hand, the flower burial sword drew a full moon in the sky as the surroundings became dark. There's no way you can block my attack, smiled Gongsun Yan. As sparks flew, Lin Yun was sent a few hundred meters out and then fell into the lake. However, Gong Sun Yen didn't let Lin Yun catch his breath and chased after him. A golden light radiated around Lin Yun as he executed the Golden Crow 9 transformations. Instead of retreating, he attacked with storm clouds and wind. As another azure bird flew out of his body, Lin Yun moved swiftly on the surface of the water while his hair fluttered violently in the wind. As he moved, Lin Yun unleashed countless sword rays with his sword that raised a wave of nearly 100 feet to devour Gong Sun Yen. Break! Gong Sun Yan's eyes shined as he looked for the flaw in Lin Yun's attack. Then he held his sword with both hands and slashed the wave, destroying the wave with a 10 feet wide sword ray. Lin Yun was surprised because this was the first time someone had detected a flaw in his attack after his sword technique reached the manifestation stage. In fact, it had never happened with someone from the same generation as him. Lin Yun was forced to retreat as soon as this happened. Turning around in the air, Lin Yun landed on the hilt of the gigantic sword and fell into deep thought. Previously, he heard that Gong Sun Yan's sword eyes could see through the sword technique of those in the same generation. It seemed like the rumors were true. He also heard that Gong Sun Yan had 6 demonic astral flowers in each of his aura oceans. So it was safe to say that Gong Sun Yan was the strongest opponent that he had encountered so far in the sword assembly. However, Lin Yun had the Aurora Dragon's eyes that could see the flaws of someone's attack and the flaws in their physique. It should be a lot stronger than Gong Sun Yan's sword eyes. But he could only maintain it for a split second. Such people were monstrous because they were difficult to fight against. In fact, Zhao Yan and the others would have been defeated by Gong Sun Yan after one move. However, this wasn't Lin Yun's full strength. They didn't fight for too long, but they exchanged over 100 moves. However, Lin Yun landed on the gigantic sword and created a stalemate. At this moment, Gong Sun Yen was standing at the top of the wave with a powerful gale appearing around him that could tear space apart. Lin Yun could clearly sense that there were 9 swords that merged with space and couldn't be detected with the naked eyes. As the 9 swords continued to move, Gong Sun Yan's gale could easily tear someone apart. Clearly, the swords were the reason why the void-shattering sword art was powerful. The sword technique created by the Sword Emperor was clearly difficult to deal with. Then again, Lin Yun was confident he could win regardless of Gong Sun Yan's trump cards. After all, he had the Aurora Dragon's eyes. Lin Yun wasn't sure what he should do yet. The 8 ominous soul-locking array could be seen from this spot, and it would bring endless troubles if he revealed his biggest trump card. Brother Lin, are you feeling despair right now? Gong Sun Yen wore an apologetic smile. Regardless of the Sky Sword Eye or the void-shattering sword art, I'm only using what the Sword Emperor used when he was young. It might not be fair for you, but I have to win no matter what. Dragons soaring through the water. After breaking Lin Yun's attack, Gong Sun Yen felt that it was time for him to end this battle. So he used his sword aura to charge at Lin Yun. Lin Yun focused his attention as he looked at Gong Sun Yan's attack, but his eyes flashed with disappointment. He truly couldn't see through the flaw of this attack. In the end, he decided to take the attack head-on and soared into the sky. Then, his sword aura devoured the surrounding clouds as he manifested a dragon. Clouds manifesting dragon. As the dragons clashed, Lin Yun pushed his movement technique to the limit. He continuously stabbed at Gong Sun Yan's sword aura with the flower burial sword, which made Gong Sun Yan's sword aura weaker. This surprised Gong Sun Yen because he never expected that Lin Yun would be able to find so many of his flaws. But Gong Sun Yen soon calmed himself down. Painting Dragon! His sword was extremely terrifying as it moved like a brush to tear Lin Yun's attack apart. Like ink, the sword ray trapped Lin Yun's sword aura in place. At the same time, the outline of a dragon appeared under his brushstroke, leaving just one more stroke to complete the dragon. All he needed to do was mimic a brushstroke on Lin Yun's forehead. Sensing how strong this sword was, Lin Yun swiftly retreated. He was covered in blood after getting trapped by Gong Sun Yan's sword aura. However, Gong Sun Yan's sword was like a shadow that chased after him, becoming more and more vivid. At this moment, it looked like Lin Yun was the evil dragon that Gong Sun Yen was trying to finish painting. As Lin Yun swiftly retreated, he realized that he couldn't break free no matter what. The faster he retreated, the more harm he would suffer from the sword aura. His sword aura had basically become a catalyst for Gongsun Yan's attack. By the time Lin Yun discovered it, the dragon that trapped him was practically complete. He no longer had a path of retreat. Looking at this scene, Gongsun Yan smiled. "Brother Lin, there's no need to feel afraid because I've long reached the manifestation stage in this sword. I can control this attack as I wish. Don't worry, I won't take your life. However, you will have to lie in bed for at least half a month." Many people nodded their heads when they saw this scene because Gongsun Yan was truly from a noble sect. His arrogance made sense, unlike the arrogance that Lin Yun displayed. But the corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched when he heard this because Gongsun Yan had been putting on an act right from the start. He purposely executed the void-shattering sword art to let others know about the relationship between his sect and the Sword Emperor. He even went out of his way to say how unfair it was to use the techniques that belonged to the Sword Emperor. Does he really think that I will lose? It wasn't just once or twice, but several times that Gongsun Yan put on a show. Perhaps this was what those with noble backgrounds were fond of doing. They wanted to trample over their opponents while displaying their background. But Lin Yun ignored Gongsun Yan and activated the sword cocoon just when he was about to be stabbed. Seeing that Lin Yun wasn't admitting defeat, Gongsun Yan shook his head and said, "I apologize for this." Without any hesitation, his sword stabbed toward Lin Yun's forehead. Just when everyone was expecting to see Lin Yun get hurt, Gongsun Yan's sword froze. He failed to stab Lin Yun's forehead as his sword was trembling violently. Boundless sword intent surged out of Lin Yun's forehead. Gongsun Yan's sword began to tremble as the dragon coiling around Lin Yun began to shatter. When the dragon shattered, everyone was shocked because they had no idea what was going on. So they stood up in confusion to get a better look at what was happening. At the same time, the crowd could feel their swords trembling violently. Lin Yun roared and released the quasi-divine firmament sword intent, causing the dragon that trapped him to crumble. Then, a dazzling silver light shined out of his body as his sword aura destroyed Gongsun Yan's sword aura. Sword cocoon. Gongsun Yan was deeply shocked as he realized why his attack failed. At the same time, he was sent flying a few hundred meters while groaning. Meanwhile, Lin Yun charged forward and relied on his sword intent. As he merged with the heavens, he stood at the summit of a mountain and glanced down, soaring azure sky. His sword manifested into a gigantic sword ray that came crashing down on Gongsun Yan. It instantly sent Gongsun Yan flying out with a trace of blood dripping down from his lips. At the same time, he made use of the opportunity to grab onto his sword that was sent flying away. "My sword for eternity." Gongsun Yan didn't dare to look down on Lin Yun and circulated the secret technique of the void-shattering sword art. 9 swords fused with space appeared and opened up behind him like a fan. As his sword intent surged, it reached a height comparable to quasi-divine firmament sword intent. Soaring Phoenix Cry. Gongsun Yan relied on this secret technique to execute his strongest sword technique, while a powerful gale descended with the 9 swords and released a sword buzz comparable to a phoenix cry. When Gongsun Yan and Lin Yun clashed once more, the entire sky trembled. The spectators were shocked as dragons, phoenixes, birds, and mountains filled the sky. Fortunately, everyone was ready for the clash and protected themselves. Not long later, the mountain collapsed and the phoenix cry disappeared. Lin Yun and Gongsun Yan were both evenly matched in this fight. Lin Yun had a stronger sword intent while Gongsun Yan executed a secret technique to forcibly raise his sword intent. Holy shit! Why is their sword intent so terrifying? Is this real? The Sword Emperor's lineage is indeed terrifying. No wonder the Sword Emperor could sweep through the Eastern Desolation with a sword. That's nothing. It's already heaven-defying that Lin Yun could grasp the Sky Sword intent in the Heavenly Soul realm, but he actually touched the threshold of the Divine Firmament Sword intent. Everyone was looking at Lin Yun with jealousy because they knew how hard it was to comprehend sword intent. In terms of sword intent, Lin Yun is still stronger, said Zhao Yan with a grave expression. Lin Yun and Gongsun Yan were experts that he respected. But if he had to say something fair, then he would say that Lin Yun was a little stronger. After all, Gong Sun Yan's secret technique wouldn't last for long. Don't be so sure. The Sword Emperor's lineage is very powerful. Gong Sun Yan merely underestimated Lin Yun. Now that he's getting serious, how can Lin Yun possibly be his opponent? The two of them aren't on the same level, said Gong Haoren. But Zhao Yan knew that Gong Sun Yan didn't underestimate his opponent. If Gong Sun Yan could, he would have suppressed Lin Yun with a single move long ago. He just couldn't accomplish it. But a sword fanatic like Zhao Yan naturally wouldn't waste his breath arguing. After all, he preferred to fight. Gong Haoren's words convinced the people that were surrounding him. Gong Sun Yan was from a noble sect, so he had to win. It didn't make sense for Lin Yun to last long after Gong Sun Yan got serious. After another clash, both Lin Yun and Gong Sun Yan separated. Gong Sun Yan wore a smile as he looked at Lin Yun because he knew that his attainment in the sword would grow if he could defeat Lin Yun. He might even be able to grasp the divine firmament sword intent before the Elysium core realm. Tisk, TSK. Quasi-divine firmament sword intent. Wind. Gong Sun Yan raised his sword before him as his hands formed ancient seals. Then he summoned wind from the heavens and earth. Immediately, water droplets containing sword intent began to gather around him. Water! As the wind and water perfectly fused together into swords, a golden phoenix appeared in the sky. It slowly became vivid as Gong Sun Yan poured his vitality into it. The phoenix let out a cry that sounded like celestial music. It caused the shackles on holding the gigantic sword to start trembling. Cracks even appeared on the surface of the gigantic sword, which shocked everyone. Soon enough, Gong Sun Yan's Holy Spirit formed, which made the plaza look tiny. However, Lin Yun simply squinted his eyes as he charged towards Gong Sun Yan with his azure birds. As the azure birds clashed with the golden phoenix, Lin Yun dueled Gong Sun Yan with his sword. Just like that, they fought until Gong Sun Yan smiled. He obtained a slight advantage in the fight and said, "Everything is futile before my sky sword eye. Not even the divine firmament sword intent can help you. You'll be defeated today no matter what." He was determined to win this match no matter what. Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly because he was starting to get annoyed with Gong Sun Yan's acting. Taking a deep breath, the 7 demonic astral flowers in his aura oceans bloomed, while origin energy filled every corner of his body. Sun concealing clouds, storm clouds and wind, firmament stirring clouds, clouds manifesting dragon. As he breathed, Lin Yun executed 10 swords that perfectly linked with each other. They were all powerful after reaching the manifestation stage and being empowered by the fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra. In the beginning, Gong Sun Yan could match Lin Yun's attacks. But after the 6th sword, he was starting to sweat. Lin Yun's attacks were too fast for him. "Can you break them all?" Lin Yun snorted before executing 2 more attacks, the Emerald Stars and Azure Mountain beyond the clouds. They were the 11th and 12th swords of the fleeting Cloud 13 swords. As the boundless sea of clouds unfolded behind him, an immense sword aura swept out of Lin Yun. The surrounding space started to collapse from the pressure. At the same time, a terrifying white vortex appeared with a dazzling sword ray at the center. It caused fear to fill Gong Sun Yan's pupils because he was still busy dealing with Lin Yun's 11th sword. "No!" Gong Sun Yan yelled as a hole appeared on his chest. In the next second, he slammed into a gigantic sword. When he slammed against the gigantic sword, the lightning shadow sword that was sealed suddenly broke free and attacked Gong Sun Yan. When Gong Sun Yan fell into the lake, the 9 swords created by his secret technique shattered. Meanwhile, Lin Yun stood on the edge of the stage. He swept his gaze out, but no one dared to look him in the eye. No one had expected the battle to end so abruptly. Everyone still believed that Gong Sun Yan would be undefeated because of the Sky Sword Eye. So who would have guessed that Lin Yun would actually find a way to break through the situation with a series of swift swords? There was also the matter of Lin Yun's last sword that was unbelievably powerful. In the end, Lin Yun was still stronger. His quasi-divine firmament sword intent was too terrifying for Gong Sun Yan to deal with. Although Gong Sun Yan managed to confront Lin Yun with his secret technique, He couldn't do anything without the quasi-divine firmament sword intent. Zhao Yan sighed. Grasping the quasi-divine firmament sword intent in the heavenly soul realm, Lin Yun is determined to have his name spread throughout the Eastern Desolation. At this moment, the crowd recovered from their shock. Since Lin Yun has defeated Gong Sun Yen, is he the champion of the sword assembly? The sword that was forged by Feng Xuanzi was actually going to go to Lin Yun. Before the battle, everyone mocked Lin Yun for having no chance. But now, the Feng clan wanted to find a hole to hide in it. As for Feng Xiaoyu, she sat in a bewildered state with burning red cheeks. She was imagining how she would become a laughingstock in the city after today. Champion? Don't be so sure about that, Zhao Yan said, which caused everyone to look at him in disbelief. They had no idea what he was talking about. But Zhao Yan smiled and said, "Our brother Gong hasn't fought yet. Who knows, he might be able to defeat Lin Yun." Gong Haoran, what do you think? You! Gong Haoran was enraged when he heard that. He naturally knew that he could defeat Lin Yun, and challenging Lin Yun would be no different from courting humiliation. Zhao Yan was clearly taking revenge against him by trying to embarrass him publicly. Zhao Yan was happy when he saw how enraged Gong Haoran was. At the same time, everyone realized that Zhao Yan was teasing Gong Haoran. Since Lin Yun defeated Gong Sun Yen, he was the strongest person here. Clearly, his talent in the sword was much stronger than anyone could have imagined. His performance left many people wondering what his origin was. Lin Yun looked around and asked, "Anyone else?" When Lin Yun swept his gaze around, no one dared to look at his eyes. Yi Fifan smiled in excitement. "My brother Lin is really overbearing," but his words only drew disdain from others, especially because Yi Fifan ran away when Lin Yun was called out. Yi Fifan was too shameless to cling onto Lin Yun now that he saw Lin Yun's strength. According to the elders, Lin Yun will become the champion if no one else wishes to fight him. Feng Xuanzi's voice sounded out on the platform and reverberated through the plaza. Unlike the elders, he seemed okay despite the mess that he created. An old man beside Feng Xuanzi asked, "Big brother, are we really going to let Lin Yun win?" The old man was the grand elder of the hidden sword pavilion named Feng Yan. He was the younger brother of Feng Xuanzi and he had a high status in the Feng clan. However, Feng Xuanzi ignored him and made an announcement. "The champion is Lin Yun. Grant him the sword." Two figures flew off the stage carrying a sword box. There was no question that the sword box contained the prize of the sword assembly, the Saint Sword crafted by Feng Xuanzi. The sword had an 8th grade Saint rune as the core while being a 100 rune Saint sword. Adding on the fact that it was crafted by Feng Xuanzi, it was comparable to a 1,000 rune Saint sword. But a 1,000 rune Saint artifact was so precious that many Dragon Pulse Realm experts sought after it. The materials were rare and engraving the Saint runes grew exponentially difficult with each Saint rune. At many times, the success rate of crafting a 1,000 rune Saint artifact was successful because of time. A heavenly spiritualist could only craft a 1,000 rune Saint artifact in a century at best, and it was common to see heavenly spiritualists failing. However, the rare 1,000 rune Saint artifacts could take up to a millennium. Clearly, Feng Xuanzi's skill as a craftsman was on display since his 100 rune Saint artifact was comparable to a 1,000 rune Saint artifact. Under everyone's envious gazes, the two servants of the Feng clan arrived before Lin Yun with the sword box. Looking at the sword box, Lin Yun felt ripples in his heart because he knew how good this sword was. He could use it while the flower burial sword took time to upgrade itself. But it was a pity that Lin Yun had to maintain his composure. When he opened the sword box, he saw that the incineration sword was simple. The sword was red and was engraved with silver runes. The two servants raised the sword box and said, "Young Master Lin, please try the sword." But Lin Yun didn't make a move as he looked at the sword box. His pause made the two servants run out of patience because the incineration sword was heavy. After all, it was taxing for them to lift the sword box. Even Zhao Yan was baffled and wondered if Lin Yun wasn't satisfied with the sword, but it couldn't be since it was the incineration sword. Feng Xuanzi also locked his brows slightly because Lin Yun was being rude to a heavenly spiritualist like him. He had the ability to craft 1,000 rune saint artifact, and many Dragon Pulse realm experts and saints had a good relationship with him because of that. Hehe. What are you afraid of with me around? It's just a sword, so who cares if it breaks? Don't you have 10 more in your interspatial pouch? Lil Purple laughed from inside the sword box. But how could the 10 saint swords be comparable to the incineration sword? If it really broke, Lin Yun would definitely feel heartache. But if he didn't try the sword with so many eyes around, it would definitely humiliate Feng Xuanzi. After all, testing the sword before the craftsman was a form of respect. Furthermore, Lin Yun knew how to hold his grudge well, and many people might misinterpret a broken sword. After all, his grudge was only against Feng Xiaoyu and not Feng Xuanzi. Young lad, are you unsatisfied with the incineration sword that I made? Feng Xuanzi's voice sounded out. You must be joking, senior, said Lin Yun. Then test the sword. I've spent a lot of effort crafting this sword. It won't let you down even if you become a saint in the future. Since you're the champion of the sword assembly today, then let everyone here get a glimpse of the incineration sword, said Feng Xuanzi confidently. Since our pavilion master has already said it, then please give it a try. Go ahead, young Master Lin. The two servants couldn't wait for Lin Yun to grab the sword. But Lin Yun smiled bitterly inwardly because he had a reason why he didn't touch the sword. However, he didn't have a choice. Lin Yun grabbed the crimson sword and took it out from the sword box. Lin Yun was shocked by the weight of the sword. Zhao Yan's sword was probably 10 cauldrons heavy, and this sword was at least 100 cauldrons heavy. It would be tough for an Empyrean to wield this sword without relying on their astral origin or physique. Took a long time before Lin Yun took a deep breath and got ready. As he held the sword, it felt like a phoenix had flown out of the sword box and into the sky. The sword was simply too gorgeous. What a good sword! Lin Yun couldn't help praising the sword. That's the incineration sword. Pavilion Master Feng's skill in crafting the sword is really terrifying. It isn't any inferior to 1,000 rune saint artifact. In terms of crafting swords, Pavilion Master Feng can definitely be ranked within the top 10. Lin Yun is really lucky that he got a sword that took Pavilion Master Feng a decade to forge. Praises sounded out from the surroundings while Feng Xuanzi stroked his beard. He was proud of this masterpiece, and he was certain that the value of his work would increase tenfold in the future. After all, the Hidden Sword Pavilion would never do something that made it lose money. Otherwise, they wouldn't stay open for business. As their fame climbed, the value of their swords would also climb. Although there were some troubles caused by Feng Xiaoyu, everyone was only focused on the sword. As Lin Yun became famous in Eastern Desolation, the Hidden Sword Pavilion would become even more famous. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he rejoiced that the sword didn't break. But as soon as he rejoiced, a cracking noise sounded out. The sound of a phoenix cry echoed out as the sword shattered into pieces. The sound of the sword shattering was crisp as it sounded beside everyone's ears. Everyone was left dumbfounded by this scene as the incineration sword broke into 10 pieces. No one could believe what they were seeing. The sword broke. No one could believe that a valuable sword was broken. How is this possible? Zhao Yan was completely dumbfounded. The incineration sword was comparable to 1,000 rune saint artifact, so there was no way it could have shattered. Gong Haoran's mouth dropped as he lost all ability to speak. As for Feng Xiaoyu, Feng Xingyang, and all the Feng clan's disciples, their faces were pale because the broken sword was a destructive blow to the Hidden Sword Pavilion's reputation. Oh my god! Just what the hell is going on? The incineration sword broke? Why did it break all of a sudden? Did Lin Yun break it on purpose? Who knows? Maybe Pavilion Master Feng's crafting skills have declined. But this doesn't make any sense. Pavilion Master Feng is a heavenly spiritualist. The plaza burst into an uproar when they recovered from their shock. Yi Fifan was also briefly stunned before he smiled. Lin Yun dealt with the entire sword assembly, and now his work was complete. Feng Xiaoyu had already become a laughingstock, but Feng Xuanzi was shrewd and knew that everyone's attention would be captivated by the sword the moment it appeared. So he wanted the powerful sword to be praised by everyone. The sword assembly was meant to benefit the champion and the reputation of the hidden sword pavilion. But the incineration sword broke in Lin Yun's hands just like that, and not even Feng Xuanzi could stay calm. "This is a huge joke now," Yi Fifan grinned. Luo Hua didn't say a word while Bai Ting's hands were covered in sweat, because he knew that this was troublesome. On the stage, Lin Yun wore a bewildered expression for a long time before his lips twitched. He stared at the empty hilt while his heart bled. Even if Lin Yun didn't need this sword, he could have exchanged it for many things. He could have even given it to a friend. Right at this moment, Lin Yun could sense two gazes filled with killing intent directed at him. When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw the faces of the two servants. With an awkward smile, Lin Yun put the hilt back into the sword box. "Here, you can have it back. The sword is already broken." "What do you mean by returning the sword hilt?" the two servants barked. Right at this moment, Feng Xuanzi's face turned pale, and threw out a mouthful of blood before he collapsed on his seat with his voice trembling. My sword?" "Big brother! Pavilion master!" Everyone from the Feng clan was shocked by this scene as they quickly crowded over. Meanwhile, the representatives from the other clans were impressed by the fact that Lin Yun made a heavenly spiritualist throw up blood. After all, Feng Xuanzi was comparable to a quasi-saint, and not even a saint dared to offend him. Feng Xuanzi's face alternated between white and green on the stage as he smiled. "Jian Jingtian, you really found a good disciple. Good. Good. Very good." His finger was trembling when he pointed at Lin Yun, but Lin Yun had no idea who Jian Jingtian was. He wondered if Feng Xuanzi was talking about the old geezer. If that was the case, then it was really a misunderstanding because he had a bad relationship with the old geezer. It was just pure coincidence that the incineration sword broke. Lin Yun knew about his peculiar physique, but he didn't want to reveal it. Plus, Feng Xuanzi was the one who demanded Lin Yun to test the sword in public. How could he have turned down the request? "Send him off!" Feng Xuanzi roared with his face dark. His voice was rumbling and shocked everyone. After all, everyone knew that Feng Xuanzi was someone who wouldn't get angered easily, even if Feng Xiaoyu and Feng Xingyang were both slapped by Lin Yun. So they were shocked to see that Feng Xuanzi was so angered because they had never seen him lose his temper in this manner. But thinking about it again, it made sense because no one could maintain their composure if they were in his position. Lin Yun was also shocked by Feng Xuanzi's sudden change of attitude. "I'm a victim. The sword belonged to him, and it was Feng Xuanzi who forced him to test the sword." But Lin Yun gave up with a sigh and didn't utter a single word. "Why are you still here? The hidden sword pavilion doesn't welcome you. You're here to cause trouble," the Grand Elder of the Feng clan roared when he looked at Lin Yun. "This is only a misunderstanding," said Lin Yun. "Humph. Don't blame us for being impolite if you won't leave." The Grand Elder was unhappy with Lin Yun. After all, he didn't even want to give Lin Yun the incineration sword. In his mind, Lin Yun broke the sword to publicly humiliate the Feng clan. Lin Yun had rage flashing through his pupils, but he ultimately bore it down. He wanted to leave, but he didn't have a choice since he made a promise to the old geezer. Lin Yun was sorry that the sword broke, but he wasn't at fault since it couldn't be controlled. "Senior, please hold your steps." Lin Yun ignored the Grand Elder and looked at Feng Xuanzi, who was leaving. Feng Xuanzi stopped when he heard Lin Yun's words and turned around with a mocking expression. "What is it? You want me to forge another sword so that you can break it again to slap my face publicly?" "No need for that," replied Lin Yun. "Then why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting to be killed? I won't make a move against you since you're a junior, but I won't mind if anyone kills you after I leave. In the future, you better not show up in this city," said Feng Xuanzi coldly. When Lin Yun looked around, he could sense the malicious gazes from the surrounding elders of the Feng clan. He now knew why Feng Xiaoyu was so unreasonable. She had unreasonable elders. The breaking of the incineration sword had nothing to do with them because the sword belonged to him, and it was none of their business no matter how he played with it. At this moment, Lin Yun couldn't be bothered to be polite anymore and replied, "Don't worry, I won't come back to this city again, but this matter hasn't come to an end." Hearing what Lin Yun said, Feng Xuanzi's face became colder. "Not done yet? Why don't you tell me what you're not done with?" Let us hear what business you still have. If you don't give me an explanation today, I don't mind teaching you a lesson on behalf of Jian Jingtian. The entire plaza became colder when Feng Xuanzi said those words, causing everyone to look at Lin Yun with mockery. If Lin Yun didn't give an explanation, then the entire Feng clan wouldn't let him go. On the platform, Gong Haoran smiled coldly. Who does he think he is? Does he think that the Feng clan are all pushovers? Everyone from the Feng clan turned to look at Lin Yun with malicious gazes. They were unhappy with him and would have dealt with him if it weren't for Feng Xuanzi. In the end, Lin Yun was merely a heavenly soul realm. Feng Xiaoyu also sneered because Lin Yun had enraged his grandfather. There was no one that could save Lin Yun. Under the strange looks, Lin Yun took a deep breath and said, Junior Lin Yun is here under the sect master's orders to retrieve the lightning shadow sword. His words were like a bomb that made all of the geniuses look at him like he was mad. At the same time, the grand elder of the Feng clan cursed when he heard what Lin Yun said. You bastard! You still say that you're not here to cause trouble. Feng Xuanzi calmed his younger brother before he said with a cold face, I didn't hear it clearly. Why don't you repeat it again? Hearing the threat, Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly, and he no longer restrained his temper. Raising his brow, Lin Yun poured out rage into his voice. Junior Lin Yun is here under the sect master's orders to retrieve the lightning shadow sword. There were many legends involving the lightning shadow sword, and practically all the swordsmen in the Eastern Desolation had heard of this sword. After all, it was forged by the Mo clan, who was more famous than the Hidden Sword Pavilion. The Mo clan was known for their mysterious nature and how they were beyond the reach of ordinary people. There were many legends about the Mo clan because they weren't only focused on forging swords. The Mo clan was proficient in forging artifacts, secret treasures, and puppets. They also had various secret techniques and wine. So anything that was engraved with the Mo clan's name would increase in value by several times. The Hidden Sword Manor had over 3,000 pavilions that covered the entire Kunlun realm. The reason why the Azure Rock Hidden Sword Pavilion had such huge fame was because of the Lightning Shadow Sword. The other pavilions also had famous Thousand Rune Saint swords, but the Azure Rock Hidden Sword Pavilion's Lightning Shadow Sword was the most famous. This was also Feng Xuanzi's pride, and as long as the Lightning Shadow Sword remained, the glory of the Feng clan would remain even after Feng Xuanzi's death. Many people knew about the Lightning Shadow Sword's existence, but not many people know about its origin. So when they heard that Lin Yun was here to retrieve the sword, they locked their brows tightly because they knew that trouble was brewing. At the same time, Feng Xuanzi's huge reaction had surpassed their imagination, and even an idiot could hear the threat in his tone. However, it wasn't nearly as breathtaking as Lin Yun's unshakable voice. Feng Xuanzi was briefly stunned before he smiled coldly. Jian Jingtian is really as naive as before to send such a talented disciple to die. I won't stop you from retrieving the sword, as this is the rule set by the Hidden Sword Manor. But he swept his glance at Luo Hua with a grave expression and asked, Young Master Luo, the outcome has nothing to do with me and my Hidden Sword Pavilion if he dies during the challenge, right? Lin Yun squinted his eyes because he knew that Feng Xuanzi only kept his composure because he was afraid of Luo Hua's existence. He now knew why the old geezer wanted Luo Hua to come along. Young Master Luo? Where did this person come from? Everyone followed Feng Xuanzi's gaze and saw a white-clothed lady wearing a hood over her head and a veil to cover her face. Although Luo Hua maintained a low profile the entire time, Feng Xuanzi made everyone feel curious about her identity. After all, she had to have a shocking origin if Feng Xuanzi was giving her face. When everyone turned to look at Luo Hua, they were shocked because they couldn't see through her. In fact, she gave off a mysterious temperament. Who is she? Zhao Yan muttered inwardly because he could tell with a glance that Luo Hua wasn't simple, but he couldn't recall who she was. As for Feng Xiaoyu, she had a look of shock flash through her pupils before she cursed inwardly. But she didn't dare to show any emotions on her face because she now knew how terrifying Luo Hua was. Luo Hua was someone that not even her grandfather dared to offend. Luo Hua continued to stare at Lin Yun and said, I'm not going to repeat his words, He's the one making the decision here. Her words instantly made all the swordsmen jealous. They hated to see such an extraordinary woman act gently towards Lin Yun. Clearly, she cared what Lin Yun thought. Gong Haoren was unhappy because he knew that Luo Hua definitely had an extraordinary identity. She seems a little familiar. Don't tell me she's... Yi Fifan suddenly had an idea of who Luo Hua was, and he was shocked by his guess. However, he shook his head and thought back to Lin Yun, who was acting too impulsively. The 3 arrays were created by the ancestor of the hidden sword manor, and each pavilion had a simplified version of the arrays. But even if the arrays were simplified, they were still dangerous to the challengers. In fact, all those who challenged the arrays were killed. There were so many people that died that no one dared to challenge the arrays anymore. Permitted, Feng Xuanzi said while clenching his teeth. He then returned to his seat after making his announcement. The plaza was silent right now because everyone knew how tense the situation was. If Lin Yun managed to retrieve the sword, he would become even more famous. This fellow is really insane. Gong Sun Yen shook his head after he got out of the lake. Even he didn't dare to think about retrieving the lightning shadow sword. Not to mention him, but even the heir of the Sword Emperor would hesitate to take it. As the gigantic sword sank down, the statues of the 8 ominous beasts also disappeared into the lake. When it was done, the entire plaza turned into a plain field. When Lin Yun landed on the ground, he could sense the spiritual runes changing in the ground. Lin Yun wasn't confident in the challenge, but that didn't mean he could back off. He already made a promise to the old geezer, so he had to try. Perhaps he wasn't confident in retrieving the sword, but he knew he could protect himself. After all, no one knew that his physique was comparable to a saint artifact. Furthermore, he didn't reveal all of his trump cards in the previous battles. Brother Lin, the first round is the 100 Ghost Sword Array. You can't waste time during the first round because it's connected to the second round and you don't get any breaks. This is a little trick of the hidden sword manor because many people try to preserve their energy in the first round. But in reality, not only can you not afford to be injured in the first round, you have to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, you'll die in the second round. Yi Fifan's voice sounded out beside Lin Yun's ears. When Lin Yun turned to look at Yi Fifan, he noticed that Yi Fifan was frozen in place. Yi Fifan was probably afraid that the Feng clan would find out about his secret transmission. Lin Yun realized that Yi Fifan was correct. The 3 arrays were famous and terrifying. Most people would rather suffer injuries than reveal their trump cards in the first round. There are ancestral teachings from the hidden sword manor that those who can pass through the 3 rounds can retrieve the treasured sword in the hidden sword pavilions located in Kunlun realm. The first round, 100 Ghost Sword Array, Feng Xuanzi said. When he finished the announcement, 100 black-clothed swordsmen, donning a devil mask, landed on the stage from various directions. Even if they didn't wear masks, their killing intent was scary. Lin Yun squinted his eyes and vaguely understood why the sword assembly would restrict everyone's cultivation in the heavenly soul realm. It was because the arrays were more restricting to heavenly soul realms than it was to Empyreans. Lin Yun wasn't just facing 100 opponents, but the cooperation between the 100 people and a sword array. So as time passed, their advantage would become stronger. Suddenly, Lin Yun felt that something was off. It seemed like he became part of the sword array. It wasn't an easy discovery, but it was crucial for him. However, he had no idea what he was looking for. Kill! Feng Xuanzi ordered, unleashing a chill out in the plaza. When the 100 Ghost Sword Array was activated, the swords in the 100 swordsmen began to change. They got closer and closer until they surrounded Lin Yun, which placed him under immense pressure. The Grand Elder of the Feng clan looked at Lin Yun's sword because Lin Yun would be a dead person if he dared to draw his sword. It was simply a pipe dream for Lin Yun to retrieve the lightning shadow sword. When the flower burial sword hummed, Lin Yun's heart shook. He realized that the core of the 100 Ghost Sword Array lay in his sword. His back was covered in cold sweat as he thought about it. Then, the swordsmen drew their swords and sent countless sword rays towards him. Facing the sword rays, Lin Yun almost drew his sword out of habit. However, the flower burial sword released a buzz that woke Lin Yun up. The core of the 100 Ghost Sword array was his sword, and he would be in trouble if he drew his sword. Thinking about what Yi Fifen's warning, Lin Yun suddenly figured out a clue. Perhaps it wasn't because the challengers neglected the first round, but because they discovered the strange aspect of the array. If a swordsman couldn't draw their sword, their strength would be restricted. Lin Yun couldn't think of any other reason that the challengers would fail. Others could only see that challengers were covered in injuries, but they didn't know the secret behind the array. Lin Yun felt a chill run down his spine because it was too late for him to retreat. Lin Yun pushed the Golden Crow 9 transformations to the limit and weaved through the sword rays. His movement technique left the audience shocked. But even so, Lin Yun was hit 3 times and his clothes were dyed red from his blood. Fortunately, none of the wounds were fatal. Kill! When he landed on the ground, 100 swordsmen charged toward Lin Yun. Although Lin Yun couldn't draw his sword, his method of dealing with the 100 swordsmen was breathtaking. However, he had to face at least 10 people at once for each wave that charged at him. What's going on? Why isn't Lin Yun drawing his sword? How can he possibly last without drawing his sword? If he doesn't draw his sword, the power of his attacks would be weakened by at least 50%. What is Lin Yun doing? The crowd was baffled by Lin Yun's actions. Although they didn't believe he could take the sword, they believed he could pass the first array. Meanwhile, Lin Yun was facing an endless wave of enemies that was putting him in a dangerous spot. Don't tell me that this brat managed to see through the array. The Grand Elder of the Feng clan's face changed when Lin Yun didn't draw his sword. So what? He'll still die a terrible death, sneered Feng Xuanzi. Of course. The elders of Feng clan laughed when they heard what Feng Xuanzi said. This was a blatant trick, and it didn't matter even if Lin Yun had seen through it. I can't keep this going on. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with a decisive light because he knew that he couldn't make it through the first round if defending was all he was going to do. When the next wave of swordsmen charged at him, Lin Yun stabbed his sword into the ground. The shockwave caused by the impact sent 10 swordsmen back as Lin Yun stood with his arms behind his back. Then, he looked at the 100 swordsmen. Is this fellow insane? Is he really not going to draw his sword? Holy shit, isn't he too arrogant? I've never heard of anyone breaking through the 100 Ghost Sword array without using the sword. This scene instantly made the audiences exclaim, and even the likes of Zhao Yan couldn't believe what they were seeing. Don't. Bai Ting stood up from his seat when he saw this scene. Sit, said Luo Hua. Her words made Bai Ting hesitate before he ultimately sat down. Ha. He's not going to last. The Grand Elder of the Feng clan laughed when he saw this scene. A ferocious light flashed through his pupils as if he already knew that Lin Yun was going to die. Humph! Feng Xuanzi snorted as he looked at Lin Yun like he was looking at a dead person. Hee. Feng Xiaoyu couldn't help grinning when she saw this scene. At the same time, a jade flute appeared in Lin Yun's hand as he placed the flute by his lips with his hair fluttering in the wind. At this moment, Lin Yun's appearance had captivated the hearts of many females. When the next wave was about to reach him, boundless sword intent exploded out. Lin Yun combined the noble tune and quasi-divine firmament sword intent together and started playing the dust light sword art. All the swordsmen who were enveloped by Lin Yun's sword intent were frozen in place. Furthermore, the music disrupted their array. As Lin Yun played the flute, his hair fluttered wildly in the wind like an elegant immortal. No one could believe that Lin Yun was suppressing the 100 Ghost Sword array with his music. Feng Xiaoyu was shocked when he saw this scene. Lin Yun's music continued to change as he drew everyone into the intent of his music. It was a beautiful song about flowers. There was no way that Lin Yun would die if he didn't use his sword. He was flower burial and he wasn't restricted to only his sword. With a cold light flashing through his pupils, killing intent began to rise in Lin Yun's heart. Every time his music changed, a swordsman was sent flying. One after another, all the swordsmen were sent flying until they struggled to get back up. Kill! The black-clothed swordsmen were insane as they charged forward without any regard for their lives. Clearly, they wanted to end the challenge by overwhelming Lin Yun with numbers. But this scene merely enraged Lin Yun as countless crystal flowers flew out of his body, blooming with dazzling light. In the next second, 100 swordsmen were sent flying away while their masks shattered. Before 100 swordsmen could even land on the ground, Lin Yun tied the flute back onto his waist as he reached out with his hand. Flower burial! As the flower burial sword flew into his hand, Lin Yun knew that there was no need for him to go easy anymore. Since he had already fallen out with the Feng clan, his benevolence would come back to bite him. With music still playing in the surroundings, Lin Yun fully unleashed the power of the flower burial sword. His sword aura completely obliterated all the swordsmen. Just like that, he killed 100 enemies with a swing of his sword. The dense stench of blood was striking, especially with corpses covering the plaza. As everyone recovered from the music, they were shocked to see a hellish scene in front of them. Zhao Yan didn't know what to say when he recovered. As for the rest of the crowd, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets from disbelief. Like Lin Yun, there were many people that completed the first round. However, no one ever got through the first round as easily as Lin Yun had. In fact, no one had ever killed 100 swordsmen with just one sword. The aftermath of the slaughter was a huge blow to the Azure Rock Hidden Sword Pavilion. After all, it took a lot of time and resources to nurture 100 swordsmen. In the future, the Feng clan wouldn't be able to operate the 100 Ghost Sword Array on their own. So the Hidden Sword Pavilion would be closed for a long time. Feng Xuanzi threw up a mouthful of blood as soon as he saw the scene. Big brother! The other elders' faces changed when they saw that Feng Xuanzi was about to collapse. They quickly stepped forward to support him. Feng Xuanzi's face was terrifyingly pale and haggard now, which made the other elders of the Feng clan turn pale. This bastard! I have to kill him no matter what! The Feng clan's grand elder had rage written on his face when he looked at Lin Yun. Come back! Feng Xuanzi gave the grand elder a command that he couldn't disobey. As for the representatives from the other clans, they weren't sure what to do. The only thing that they could think about was how this never happened before. Even if someone managed to get through the first round, they would still give face to the Hidden Sword Pavilion. Lin Yun was the only person ruthless enough to kill every single swordsman. It really seemed like the Feng clan was doomed. Lin Yun, you're really ruthless. Feng Xuanzi gnashed his teeth while looking at Lin Yun. I'm ruthless. Lin Yun sneered inwardly because he had never seen someone so unreasonable. The 100 Ghost Sword Array was ruthless. Plus, the swordsman came at him with the intent to kill him. So how could Feng Xuanzi call Lin Yun ruthless? Lin Yun couldn't even draw his sword to deal with the swordsman. So why was he called ruthless when he simply used his other means? Whatever, said Lin Yun before he turned his head away. He clearly had no interest in arguing with Feng Xuanzi. The Feng clan's elders were furious at Lin Yun's attitude. They couldn't believe that Lin Yun was so arrogant that he would ignore Feng Xuanzi. Feng Xuanzi was also deeply angered, but he managed to calm himself down. Lin Yun, I'll give you a chance now. Stop this nonsense and I'll pretend like nothing happened. Big brother. The Feng clan's grand elder became anxious when he heard that. After all, how could they let Lin Yun go after suffering such a huge loss? Shut it. Feng Xuanzi glared at the grand elder before he continued. I can even give you 1,000 rune saint sword to compensate for your loss of the incineration sword. His words were like a huge bomb that caught everyone by surprise. Who would have thought that the Feng clan would extend an olive branch? Not only were they going to let Lin Yun off, but they would give him a new sword. Holy shit! This is too shocking. Yi Fifan was completely shocked by Feng Xuanzi's words and his heart began to throb violently. Did Lin Yun scare the entire Feng clan with his sword? It was like Feng Xuanzi was begging Lin Yun to give up. The crowd broke into an uproar because it seemed like Lin Yun had a chance to defeat the array. Even if Lin Yun only had 1% chance of succeeding, it seemed like the Feng clan wasn't willing to risk it. The Feng clan already suffered an immense loss, so they probably wanted to protect the Lightning Shadow Sword. If they lost that too, they would never recover. Gong Sun Yen looked at Lin Yun with deep jealousy in his eyes. After all, not every single disciple from the Sword Emperor's lineage had 1,000 rune saint sword. Furthermore, the sword promised by Feng Xuanzi would at least have a 9th grade saint rune. Many people stared at Lin Yun with conflicted gazes. Suddenly, Gong Haoran spoke up. There's no way he will refuse. Everyone that has challenged the arrays were left for dead. Plus, Lin Yun has already accomplished his goal and embarrassed the Feng clan. It looks like he will walk away with a decent 1,000-rune saint sword. Sorry, but I refuse. The suggestion was tempting, but Lin Yun didn't even consider the offer. Zhao Yan covered his mouth and held back his laughter. At this moment, Zhao Yan knew that Lin Yun was a genuine swordsman. No genuine swordsman would give into temptation when they had a clear objective. After getting smacked so quickly, Gong Haoran's expression became awkward. I don't believe that he can make it through the second round. Lin Yun, don't push it. The Grand Elder of the Feng clan also felt a burning pain on his cheek because Feng Xuanzi humbled himself to give Lin Yun face. Feng Xuanzi didn't even have to give a saint any respect. So how could the Grand Elder stand to see Lin Yun disrespect Feng Xuanzi? Feng Xuanzi's face was ugly when he heard Lin Yun's reply and said, Second round, the Azure Dragon Sword Array. When a dragon roar echoed out in the horizon, a dragon broke through the clouds and unleashed a dazzling sword ray. At this moment, the sword aura and dragon aura combined to form the Azure Dragon Sword aura. Shortly after, the Azure Dragon dove down. But just when the Azure Dragon was about to descend, the Azure Dragon exploded into swords that rained down from the sky. Countless swords plunged into the grounds while releasing a loud hum. A total of 343 swords pierced the ground in the outline of the Azure Dragon constellation. Each sword represented a star, and the Azure Dragon Sword Array represented the Azure Dragon constellation. Shortly after, 300 people flew over and stood on the swords. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in his 50s. Clearly, his sky sword intent was at an extremely high level. The Azure Dragon Sword Array. Many people held their breaths when they saw how strong the sword array was. Simply put, anyone who challenged the array would lose their life. It had been a long time since the geniuses of the Azure Rock County City saw the Azure Dragon Sword Array. But they never expected that an outsider from the profound Azure Prefecture would force Feng Xuanzi this far. No one had survived the Azure Dragon Sword Array, so it looked like Lin Yun was finished. Kill him, Feng Xuanzi said coldly while grinding his teeth. The Azure Dragon came to life and charged toward Lin Yun with a ferocious roar. The entire heaven and earth were trembling as countless sword rays formed a gigantic dragon. From afar, it looked like a real Azure Dragon was in front of the now tiny Lin Yun. As the Azure Dragon emitted a dazzling radiance, the pressure forced Lin Yun to take several steps back. Although the people who stood on the swords were restricting their cultivation to the heavenly soul realm, they were strong together. So Lin Yun's quasi-divine firmament sword intent didn't stand a chance. Azure Dragon Tail Whip, the middle-aged man roared. The Azure Dragon's tail emitted a flash of dazzling lightning before it swept over. A powerful gale swept out with the tail and left cracks in space. But Lin Yun managed to dodge the attack and destroyed the gale with his sword. But in the next second, the Azure Dragon turned around and charged at Lin Yun again. Azure Dragon's Dance. When the Azure Dragon opened its mouth, Lin Yun couldn't dodge. So he brandished his sword to block the attack head-on. Although the Azure Dragon collided with Lin Yun's sword, it was actually the clash between Lin Yun's sword and the middle-aged man's sword. As for the other swordsmen, they were all emitting sword auras to empower the Azure Dragon Sword Array. Under the huge collision, Lin Yun's feet sank into the ground. At this moment, Lin Yun was surrounded by stones that were hovering in the air. He's still too tender. Zhao Yan wore a grave expression because the Azure Dragon Sword Array was simply too unreasonable. It had 300 people working together who had worked together for over a decade. If an Empyrean couldn't find a flaw in this array, how could a heavenly soul realm? In the end, the only choice was to destroy the array by brute force. But everyone had to restrict their cultivation in the heavenly soul realm, so it was an impossible task.